Chapter 1551. Your Majesty, Supreme General Sakar and General Aman request permission to enter. Wade's calm yet firm voice reverberated from behind the heavy gate, carrying with it a sense of discipline and solemnity. At the mention of those two names, Robin's lips curved into a faint smile. He then turned his gaze toward Kristen, Emily, and Zara. Continue dividing the weapon stock and reflecting on what we discussed. This conversation is far from over, and we will meet again later. His hand gestured lightly toward the gate, dismissing them with authority. Your Majesty. The three bowed in unison, not too deeply, yet with respect. Then, almost automatically, they began collecting the weapons and withdrew. It was as if their bodies responded instinctively to Robin's orders, while their minds were elsewhere entirely. Their eyes were unfocused, absent, each of them lost in their own tide of thoughts. Clatter! The colossal gate creaked open, the sound echoing like thunder across the hall. The three slipped outside, and after only a few short moments of muffled exchanges with the newcomers, two massive silhouettes entered. Step! Step! Their footsteps shook the ground as they advanced. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly as he beheld them. They were two towering figures, each nearly 3 meters in height, crowned with horns a full meter long jutting from their heads. Their entire bodies were encased in crimson armor with vein-like engravings sprawling across it like rivers of blood, each detail carefully etched into the plates. At the sight, Robin chuckled softly. So, the refinement of demon armor has not ceased. Impressive. Very impressive indeed. My lord. The two knelt forward in a full bow. Though their faces were hidden beneath smooth, featureless masks, Robin could still discern their identity in the familiar rasp of their voices. He could hear the weight of respect, the resonance of loyalty beneath the metallic tone. Relax. Robin motioned toward the royal seats near the throne. His hand swept toward their armor, his eyes glinting with intrigue. This new design is nothing short of remarkable. Has this model already been distributed among all your kin? His smile deepened, his voice rich with amusement. Without the eye of truth, and without foreknowledge of your identities, even I, perhaps, would fail to recognize your race. The concept of such armor had first been born in Sakar's mind, an ingenious innovation where metal tubes constantly circulated the blood of feral beasts into and out of the armor, veiling the aura of the demon who wore it. From that primitive idea, the city's craftsmen and engineers had polished it further, perfecting it step by step until what now stood before him was nothing less than a marvel. Even Robin himself, a great soul master with the colossal capacity of 810,000 units, could not pierce its disguise. If he could not, then how could one expect the sharp senses of world cataclysms, whether through soul perception or energy resonance, to succeed? This was especially true now that the wearers themselves had ascended into world cataclysms, masters of their own auras. Even a Nexus state would find it difficult to unmask them, unless one relied upon very specific detection laws, or, of course, unless that one was a royal soul master. The two giants moved as directed, their armored frames creaking softly, and seated themselves with a discipline that mirrored their respect. From behind the mask, Aman finally spoke. No, my lord, it has not yet been made common. This latest version was the fruit of collaboration between Sky Opening City, the Shadow Swords, who contributed stealth-based equipment designs, and several of our own. Supreme General Sakar himself led the trials and set forth critical requirements, particularly one demand of his above all, that the armor conceal the identity of its wearer even after death. This is extraordinary. Robin stroked his chin, the smile never leaving his lips. This set stands merely one step below the armor of the Imperial Guard. In other words, it is a mid-tier epic set in terms of resilience and strength. But when we add its other properties, concealment of aura, suppression of blood, masking of scent, and even partial resistance against soul force intrusion, then its value soars. A single suit, without exaggeration, could rival the worth of a high-tier epic set. By simple estimation, a single set of this crimson armor could demand a price nearing 3 million. Aman inclined his head. The Lord's daughter claims it as one of Sky Opening City's greatest achievements. But the process of forging is extremely taxing, and the materials required are exceedingly rare, even among the countless worlds we have subjugated. That is why only 10 sets of this edition were ever completed. They were given exclusively to the Demon Kings, ourselves and 8 others. The rest of the kings still wait. The rest. Robin tapped his chin, his eyes narrowing in thought. How many are there now? The revelation struck him with weight. 10 kings already walked among the demons, 10 world cataclysms. In the fragile laws of the Young Belt, each one of them alone could unmake a planet with but a flick of their hand. A world cataclysm was a force equal to the shadow of Helen, the one who had slain Morin instantly, nearly destroyed Holak and Sakar, and brought planet Nihiri itself to the brink of annihilation with a single gesture. And now, should such a shadow rise once more, there would be 10 who could rise against it, 10 who could face the abyss and obliterate it. By our calculations, there are now a total of 17 demon kings right now, Aman announced with solemn weight in his voice. And we anticipate at least 3 more breakthroughs within the coming 5 years, perhaps even sooner should the conditions prove favorable. Robin's brows rose in clear astonishment. He leaned back slightly, rubbing his forehead with slow, deliberate motions as his thoughts spiraled inward. That the demons could reach the stage of world cataclysm was not, in itself, surprising. After all, they were not children born of the planet's womb, nurtured and balanced by its laws. They were an infection, a living plague. A planet pierced by their corruption was never granted the dignity of ascension into the mid-belt. No, such a planet was already marked, condemned, and sentenced to die. And their rate of ascension was monstrous. Whenever food was abundant, their growth turned frenzied. No, one could even say their evolution itself was a relentless storm. These creatures did not cultivate in the ways of mortals, they mutated. Each feast of blood and flesh rewrote their bodies, twisting them into higher forms, as though every slaughter unlocked hidden achievements, each devouring act rewarded with new mutations. Unlike mankind or other races, they had no need for techniques, no libraries of knowledge, no rare pills or spirit treasures. For demons, strength required only one currency: blood. Rivers upon rivers of blood, a mountain of corpses to stand upon, and oceans of scarlet to drink. From the perspective of raw military resources, demons were the most terrifying ally imaginable. From this very day until the day of reckoning 6 centuries from now, no one, neither sage nor seer, could predict how many kings they might spawn. And should every one of those kings don the crimson armors, their presence could be hidden even from the keenest eyes. No, perhaps by then, the armor itself would evolve further, becoming even more inscrutable, even more devastating. Yet this gift was also a curse. Their fertility was unmatched, their reproduction rate appallingly high. More kings meant more mouths to feed. More mouths meant more hunger gnawing at the empire's reserves, more seeds of insubordination sown in the shadows, and more unpredictable threats waiting to erupt. With every new birth, the balance between strength and chaos tilted ever closer to collapse. "We have not asked you for anything new, my lord," came a new voice, low and gravelly. It rolled across the hall like thunder over stone. It was Sakar. "So why torment yourself with such heavy thoughts? A report of your followers' strength should be cause for celebration, should it not?" Robin's gaze returned slowly, locking onto the towering figure. His lips curved into the faintest of smiles, though his eyes remained sharp as blades. "So, you finally chose to speak? For a moment, I thought you had appointed Amon as a royal spokesman in your majesty's stead." Chapter 1552. "I thought you had appointed Amon as your official spokesman in your majesty's stead." Robin's eyes glimmered with a tempered, dangerous fury. His tone was measured and composed, steady as still water, but the sarcasm that dripped from his words was like venom, impossible to ignore. Sakar's entrance this time had been conducted with his usual formality, armored in discipline, yet he did not move to dominate the atmosphere as he usually did. He had not claimed responsibility for the discussion, nor had he cast even a single glance toward Robin since taking his seat. The air surrounding him was taut, as though shackled in invisible chains. Perhaps he was consumed by thought, or perhaps he was restraining himself, holding back from an impulse that threatened to break loose at any moment. "No one is worthy of that title but you, my lord." Sakar inclined his head ever so slightly, even while seated, the gesture subdued but not without weight. "Ha ha." Amon's gravelly laugh rolled through the chamber, rough and unrefined, an attempt to smooth the jagged edges of tension. "Do not take offense, my lord. He has not been himself these past few years. And what affliction robs you of your composure, my supreme general?" Robin's eyes narrowed like the drawing of a bow. "Is it because you sense your grip slipping, that you no longer command the loyalty of those under you?" Sakar lowered his gaze, face turning forward, silence his only answer. Even Amon released a weary sigh. "Has word reached you already, my lord? I cannot fathom how this could happen. How could my decrees be so brazenly violated, disgraced to such an extent that a demon king dares cast them aside and proclaim open rebellion?" Robin's hand struck the arm of his throne, the impact resonating like a drum of war. "Do these new generations not know who I am? Do you not teach them that the blood atlas, the very scripture of evolution they gorged themselves upon, was my creation, born from my own hand? A fool of a world cataclysm took root in my lands to be born, used my space portals as his stepping stones to invade, wielded my weapons to slay, absorbed my knowledge to mutate, and in the end, he dares rise against me." Robin's voice roared like thunder, shaking the pillars of the hall. His finger stabbed the air toward Sakar and Amon. "Have your thrones truly rotted into nothingness? Has it grown so weightless that such treachery festers unchecked beneath your watch?" Even Amon bowed his head at that, his voice faltering. "My lord, surely you have heard of our response, and what exactly?" Robin's shout was a whipcrack, lashing through the grand hall. "You engaged in a battle of such scale that it claimed the life of a world cataclysm and countless millions of my followers. Yes, even if they were rebels, they were still a part of my strength, a fraction of my dominion. Such rebellion should never have taken flame to begin with." He struck the throne again, the stone quaking beneath his hand. "Instead of idling away, hunting for the next feast, you should have been vigilant. Your duty was to watch every shadow, to seed spies in every corner, to strangle such disasters before they ever drew breath." The truth was bitter. When the two had first entered the throne hall, Robin had endeavored to guide the air toward composure, to shift the discussion toward the power of the demons, the marvel of the crimson armors, and matters of their mutation. Yet Sakar's disgraceful silence, his posture, his every motion, had betrayed him. It was as though he were burning from within, desperate to confront the truth, or else cowering before it so utterly that it consumed every thought he might have had. But in either case, Robin would not spare him. "If you yearn for judgment, then come forward. I will judge you. And you." He pointed at Sakar with the same raised voice, not softer by a bit. "After that incident, your choice was to limit the movements of the other demon kings." Then he leaned forward a little, slow and deliberate. "Do you understand what that move really means, O best strategist in my empire?" Sakar stayed silent for 2 long seconds before he spoke. "My decision looks hasty and not well planned. It sounds like panic. It shows I'm afraid the same problem will happen again, and that I still don't have a real solution. If you know that, why did you make it?" Robin kept the same tone, steady but hard. "Should a supreme general look reckless, afraid, and without answers?" "Because I truly have no answers," Sakar replied in a weak voice, honest and bare. Robin had not expected this answer at all. The reply cut through the hall like a cold draft, simple but heavy. I could leave right now and kill every king I suspect, no matter how small the doubt of failing to carry out orders, Sakar explained, then raised his head to face Robin fully. But I know that's not what you want, my lord. If I keep killing anyone I suspect of poor self-control, soon there will be no one left to command. He clenched his hand until his knuckles showed. And there isn't a single king of specters who isn't loyal to you, your majesty. Even the fool we killed was calling your name and asking for protection at the moment of his death. I have no excuse to kill anyone, and even if I plant spies among them, they won't help much. The problem is instinct, an inner urge that grows stronger as the demon becomes more powerful and tastes more blood. How do you tell a fish to stop swimming, or tell a rabbit to stop jumping? Are you telling me there's no use for you anymore? Robin tilted his head to the side, as if testing the thought from a new angle. Amon stepped in quickly, eager to catch the falling tone. All demons are loyal to you, my lord. If you order them now to fight above the sky or under the ground, even the children will not hesitate. And if they see a chance to get more food, they'll ignore my orders. That's what your friend here is saying. Robin pointed toward Sakar without looking away. What is the solution other than killing every king except you and Amon? I know you've thought about this for a long time. I don't see a good solution ahead. Sakar shook his head slowly. I can kill everyone now. Up to a total of 100, I, Amon, Helga, and 2 other close kings can work together and kill the rest if any rebellion happens. But after the number reaches 100 demon kings, full control will be impossible. Amon raised his hand to draw their attention, his voice ready and smooth. I want to say that Brother Sakar is overthinking, as usual. By rebellion we mean attacking Category R planets while ignoring the laws of war. It's not a rebellion against the Lord. Everyone loves you without exception, my lord. No need to polish the words, Amon. We're talking about something else. Sakar shook his head again. The reason for rebellion doesn't matter, the result does. If I lose the obedience of a large number of kings at once, huge splits will happen. They'll leave with their own groups and live on their own planets, forming plague clusters outside our control, plague clusters that act wildly, like a true crimson plague. So what? If we can't kill them, then let them leave. They will be the ones to lose. Amon didn't find any problem in this. If they want to get back to being an ordinary crimson plague and behave like animals, then why stop them? You don't understand. Sakar raised his voice a little, his tone growing darker and slower, each word heavier than the last. Their actions will attract the eyes of the other empires. They will also lose the supply that gave them the armor which hides their true nature. In the end, people will report their presence on those nearby planets. That will make everyone notice that there is a plague outbreak spreading in Young Sector 100, especially in the starfield where we are based. And in the end, they will find us too. Chapter 1553. Amon fell silent after hearing the explanation and lowered his eyes again. He had been thinking about how to keep the rest of the kings under control, and about the best ways to handle any unrest if it appeared. One of the ideas he considered was to expel any king, together with his group, if he broke any order. A hard example like that might set a clear limit for the others and stop the blood being spilled among their followers. Meanwhile, Sakar was thinking much farther into the future. He was not only thinking about the act of expelling them, but also about what would follow after expulsion, or after they split from the whole. Each word he said sounded serious, and every prediction felt like a careful warning, almost like a prophecy. Maybe that is the reason Sakar is the supreme general. Robin nodded a few times. This time the anger and sternness in his face softened a little, and a calmer look took their place, as if the weight of the moment shifted, but did not disappear. Knowing that Sakar had not lost his sharp mind and his long, forward view was a comfort. Many other problems could be carried or solved later. In a way, Sakar is the demon army. If he were lost for any reason, it would feel like losing the whole demon race. It is not only because of his complete loyalty or his great strength. It is because his mind goes beyond the usual limits of demons, and because his presence forces others to obey. Sadly, Amon cannot replace him. Amon has power, presence, and loyalty, but he lacks that special kind of leadership intelligence that turns force into lasting order. But even with that calmer feeling, knowing his follower was still clear-headed, the seriousness of the situation did not fade. The danger stayed in the room like a cold wind that would not leave. Anyone who listens to all this might say the solution is clear, the oath tablets. Sakar and Amon could push the current kings to swear a very strict oath, with death as the punishment for breaking it. With an oath like that, everyone would be forced to hold back their instincts, even when their urges grew strong. After that, they could also force any demon with real talent to take the oath before giving him the blood atlas. This would make sure that all new kings are under Sakar's mercy, under the mercy of written law, and that the idea of splitting away or starting an inner war would die before it could grow. But there is a real problem here. Demon souls are not like the souls of humans or the souls of other living beings. At the start of his contact with the demons, when he first met the late King Morin, he made him swear loyalty, and told King Morin to make any other king who wanted to join their cause swear loyalty as well. Many of those early kings who joined with Morin and Sakar are still alive. Among the 17 kings now, some of them must be from those early kings in Nihari who took the oath. But that old oath would not work now. Over the years, through study and experience, Robin learned that demon souls are different in kind, and the usual soul methods cannot be used on them. This became very clear when Robin tried to absorb the souls of several dead demons after battles. Their souls never gave him more strength. All he got was information, barely enough to craft soul creatures, and even that information slipped out of his reach by itself after a few years, as if it had never been there at all. So it is very likely that all the soul imprints of the demon kings have now been erased from the tablets, just as they were erased from his soul domain. Maybe for this exact reason there is not, and cannot be, a demon who uses soul powers for anything more than sensing. That thing, that disease, the plague, was not created to have a soul, or morals, or a life after death. It was made to devour, and only to devour. After about 5 full minutes of steady thinking, Robin drew his brows together a little, then opened his mouth and spoke. You said you now have 3 loyal followers besides Amon, correct? Correct, Sakar replied without hesitation. Helga, Sayer, and Varen. I can put my own name on the line to assure you, my lord, that you won't hear a single problem from them, no trouble, no unexpected moves. Aha! Robin waited for a moment, letting the silence stretch on purpose so the words would sink in. What makes their loyalty to you different from everyone else? What makes it hold when others fail? It isn't loyalty as much as it is a different aim, Sakar answered plainly. Those 3 have other things to focus on besides food and the rush that comes with it. Helga loves the act of fighting itself, so she has no issue limiting herself to facing armies and organized battles. Sayer is passionate about eating only the strong and doesn't care about ordinary people at all. Varen, on the other hand, loves power and control even more than the hunt. I provide all of that for them, and I provide extra on top when needed. Because of this, I don't see any reason for disobedience from their side. You're saying the problem isn't loyalty, but personality, Robin said, tilting his head to one side as if weighing the idea from a new angle and testing its edges. Isn't that the solution right in front of you, then? Amon shot a quick look at Sakar, clearly wanting to hear what this solution might be and how far Sakar would take it. My lord, do you mean I should watch the personalities of potential kings and choose only the ones worth bringing in, then give them the blood atlas and add more high-quality food, the corpses of world cataclysms, which the shadow swords supply us? Sakar smiled beneath his mask, a small, controlled curve. Do you know what this would mean for you, my lord, in real terms? It means the number of potential kings will drop to at least a quarter of what it is now. If, say, I would get 100 demon kings before, maybe I wouldn't get 25 now, right? Robin said, lifting his chin slightly as if concluding a calculation. Isn't that better than living in constant worry about what the rest might do at any moment? Sakar waited a few seconds, then nodded once, slow, steady, and firm. As long as my lord will not blame me for delaying the strengthening of his army, I will begin the plan at once and keep you updated on each step. I understand it's like your earlier fix, something temporary that cannot be fully controlled, Robin replied with a small nod that showed agreement without giving full approval. But follow it for now, until we find a way to shape the new kings properly and give them stable reasons to hold back. Like what, my lord? Sakar shook his head, honest and direct. I can't gather them in a school and simply teach them how to control their thirst for blood as if it were a simple habit. Why not? Robin laughed, a short, dry sound that carried a hint of challenge. The 5 of you were born like the rest of the demons, and yet each of you carries goals that distract you from extreme bloodlust and give you a reason to hold yourselves back. For you, it's the wish to keep your race alive. For the other 3, there are different reasons: fight, strength, power. These goals were not born in a day. They were learned slowly along the way, piece by piece. He gestured toward Amon beside Sakar. When I first met Amon, he was worse than the worst demon you would suspect of bloodlust, blind in sight and blind in insight, knowing nothing except how to move his mouth and feed. Look at him now, his fierce loyalty and his leading nature, which wants to protect me, changed him completely and keeps him in line. Amon catching strays left him dumbstruck. He did not know whether to thank his lord or object to those words. His mouth tightened for a second, yet he kept silent and held his place. Sakar nodded again, accepting both the point and the task. Understood, my lord. I will try to find answers for the new generations from an early age, reasons that hold them back, aims that keep them steady. He paused a few heartbeats before continuing, choosing each word. And I will think of ways to understand the rest of the current kings better and release them from confinement bit by bit, testing them as we go, and pulling them back if they fail. Then do it quickly, Robin said, and a small, knowing smile touched his face like a seal on a plan. Because you have another major mission. Sakar lifted his head and turned fully toward Robin, alert and focused. A mission for me. Robin settled his back against the throne, making himself comfortable as if preparing for a long plan that would stretch across sectors. The demons have a long-term journey ahead, to the neighboring Young Sector 101. Chapter 1554. Young Sector 101. Amon's voice broke with astonishment, his whole body tensing as he turned sharply toward Sakar, his features confused beneath the mask. Am I missing something here? Has something slipped past me? It seems we are about to find out. Sakar's reply was calm yet heavy with seriousness, the kind of tone that silenced the room. He kept his perception locked on Robin, analyzing him carefully, as though trying to see through the folds of his mind. My lord, what exactly do you mean? Until now, I was under the impression that our playground was limited to young sectors 99 and 100, and above them, mid-sectors 99 and 100. Have you perhaps uncovered another wormhole leading to the young 101st sector? Robin's lips curved faintly as he folded his hands. No, not another wormhole. But I found something far more valuable, a deal, and with it, a potential ally. His tone grew sharper with each word, carrying both gravity and excitement. There is someone named Hedrick, a monarch wielding the 7th stage of one of the laws of the destruction path. This is no ordinary figure. He has offered to protect Nihari's galaxy seed during its ascension, but in return, we must guard another galaxy seed that belongs to him, located within the young 101st sector. Tell me, what do you think? Amon's whole body jolted, his voice coming out in disbelief. A 7th stage user? That surpasses a Nexus state, doesn't it? Sakar, however, did not flinch at the grandeur of the revelation. He focused instead on the heart of the matter. Protected from what exactly, my lord? And for how long must we commit? Robin's expression darkened, yet his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Protected from a war that spans the entirety of the 101st Yun sector. The seed is named Verilion, nearly identical in scale to Nihiri. At present, it is defended by an ancient millennial empire known as the Empire of the Shattered Meteors, but they are besieged. Every other empire within the sector has turned against them, reinforced by weapons and fleets arriving from the mid-101st sector. He leaned back slightly, smiling with pride at Sakar's clarity of thought. As for the timeframe, the mission stretches across 2,500 years, or until circumstances change. A war lasting 2,500 consecutive years, against an entire sector. Amon's rough voice faltered, betraying rare hesitation. Yet after a pause, he clenched his fists and forced strength back into his tone. So be it, then. To hell with it, the demons will have their feast. Robin raised a hand, halting their rush of emotions. When it comes to this matter in particular, I will not allow you to walk into this blindly. You will see first what awaits you before you decide. The choice will remain yours, whether to step forward or to refuse. He lifted 2 fingers to his temple, drawing forth 2 glowing spheres. They shimmered with raw power. They were his memories, carved directly from the vision he had witnessed in the meeting chamber. With a simple flick, he sent them flying into the minds of Sakar and Amon. Shoo! Shoo! The reaction was immediate. Despite the masks covering their faces, their bodies betrayed everything. Sakar's fists clenched so hard his knuckles cracked, his entire frame rigid as stone, while Amon lurched forward, gripping his head with both hands as if trying to contain the storm now raging in his mind. This is dreadful, he groaned. Robin's voice cut through their turmoil, steady and persuasive. If you do not wish to take part, I will not hold it against you. I understand. I only thought it might be a golden opportunity. The number of corpses, the caliber of powerhouses slaughtered there, it could propel you to heights you never dared dream of. Tell me, if the Crimson Plague cannot grow stronger from the crucible of a cosmic war, then what in the world could it ever grow stronger from? Silence followed, heavy and suffocating. At last, Sakar drew a long breath, then spoke with measured firmness. If we refuse, what alternative would there be, my lord? It is clear you cannot afford to reject a cooperation of this magnitude with such a monarch. Robin's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. That would not be your concern. If you decline, I will dispatch the Imperial Guards. They will handle it. His words carried finality, but his inner thoughts churned. He had never liked hesitation, especially not from Sakar and Amon. Should he press harder, persuade them now before commanding them into the storm? Perhaps. But then again, Latanya, Malik, and Wade had already proven themselves beyond doubt. Their followers were no less fierce. Sending nearly 900 of them into that battlefield would tear the enemy lines asunder. His only regret gnawed at him, that he would not be able to summon them back when Nihiri itself demanded protection at the hour of ascension. The Imperial Guards. Sakar shook his head firmly, his fangs bared. No, the Imperial Guards will be powerless in the War of the Skies. Only we have even a sliver of resistance to offer there. He ground his teeth, then at last nodded with grim resolve. Very well. We shall go. Robin blinked once, then broke into laughter. Haha, you misunderstand, Sakar. Your duty will not extend to the skies. Your mission will be far more grounded. You will eliminate every foe entrenched on the planet's surface, those who currently control half of it, and you will repel every wave that dares to land afterward. The war in the skies, however, Hedrick and his generals will shoulder. Leave that weight to them. Even as he clarified, he could not contain his laughter. The idea that Sakar was ready to rush into space itself was absurdly bold, yet not entirely impossible. A world cataclysm could indeed burst through the atmosphere and fight for a time, though eventually he would need to descend again to breathe and recover strength. Only Nexus states could truly endure the void for years, feeding directly upon primal chaos as planet spirits themselves did. Oh. The tension broke at last. Sakar's posture eased, his massive frame relaxing into his seat. Even Amon slowly raised his head, his roughness replaced with a sly grin. Well, that changes things. If that is all, then consider it done. 2,500 years, or more, it would not be an issue. Robin gave a slow nod, satisfaction gleaming in his golden eyes. This was the answer he had wanted, the answer he had expected all along. Even among billions of soldiers gathered on the battlefield, the arrival of a single world cataclysm would be like releasing a starving lion into a farm overflowing with rabbits. The mere presence of such a being was enough to shift the balance of an entire war. Robin leaned back slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with restrained power as he began to explain, his words flowing like a decree that none could misinterpret. My agreement with Hedrick was sealed a week ago. The pact was not a vague promise, it was very clear. It demanded that you reach Verilion and participate in its defense within 3 years of the signing. Hedrick has already entrusted me with the precise coordinates, which he would not have done lightly. Do you realize what this means? It means he is gambling with Verilion's very existence, holding it in place for your sake, giving you 3 precious years to mobilize. After that, the seed will move, shifting its position into the unknown. He risks everything on our reliability. Robin's voice grew colder, sharper. Therefore, the first wave must depart as soon as possible. They must not only be strong enough to carve their way through hostile armies, but also cunning enough to survive. They must endure until Verilion relocates and stabilizes, long enough for you to summon reinforcements and bring the full weight of our support to bear. Understood, Sakar replied with a grave nod, the weight of the words pressing heavily on his broad shoulders. Robin raised a second finger, his tone even more deliberate now. There is another matter you cannot overlook. Do not make the mistake of believing that simply because world cataclysms and nexus states cannot enter directly, you are free from their reach. Their soul sense will stretch across the battlefield like a net. They will feel for every ripple, every spark of power. That is why you must keep your numbers small and your presence subtle. Hide yourselves constantly within your upgraded armors, never remove them without cause. Dull the brilliance of your strength, show only enough to stand above your enemies by the narrowest margin. Let them believe you are dangerous, but not impossibly so. Force them into a slow, exhausting war of attrition. He leaned forward, his tone low but pressing. And remember, never allow yourselves to be seen in moments of vulnerability. Conceal yourselves before you eat, before you rest. Find a place deep beneath a mountain or buried in the crust of the planet if you must. Robin then turned his gaze fully toward Sakar, his expression sharp as a blade. The Imperial Guards possess a number of sophisticated stealth arrays. They were forged for concealment in the darkest of campaigns. Go to Sky Opening City and demand them. Use them to cloak the lair you choose. Let it become your den, invisible to every probing sense that seeks you out. Understood, Sakar said again, but this time his voice was heavier. He understood perfectly. Every word was not instruction, but warning. Discovery of their true origins would mean not only death, but the unraveling of everything the Lord had built. Good. Robin's stare lingered on Sakar, and for a heartbeat it felt as if he could see through the man's very soul. I trust you will make use of this new battlefield, just as I trust you will not forget our earlier conversation about the choosing of new kings. You have always known how to seize opportunity when it rises. His voice shifted, threading another command within the praise. And at the same time, do not halt the invasion of the young 100th sector. Time itself will prove that to be the most profitable investment you will ever undertake. Understood, Sakar murmured at last, bowing his head, acknowledging not only the direct order but the hidden implications buried beneath it. Every phrase from Robin carried layers, strategies nested within strategies, meanings that only Sakar, among all others, was capable of grasping and carrying out to perfection. Clap. Robin brought his hands together, the sharp sound echoing like the closing of a chapter. Good. All that needed to be spoken has been said. The coordinates are now embedded within your minds. Prepare yourselves. Depart at the earliest possible opportunity. Do not waste a single heartbeat more than necessary. At once, Sakar and Aman rose in perfect unison, their imposing figures casting long shadows across the chamber. For a few long breaths, they held Robin's gaze, the silence between them heavy with unspoken loyalty and the acknowledgement of a trust that could not be broken. Then, as one, they struck their fists to their chests and delivered the formal military salute. We will rise to meet our lord's expectations, they declared with voices that shook the walls. And without another word, they turned, cloaks trailing, and departed with the weight of destiny pressing upon their backs. Chapter 1555. After an entire day, stillness reigned. The vast throne hall was silent, save for the faint hum of its living ceiling. Robin leaned back in his chair, head tilted upward, his golden eyes fixed on the grand dome above. The ceiling was not made of stone, nor glass, nor any earthly material. It was alive, an ever-shifting canvas where entire wars played out, beginning and ending in mere instants. Legendary beasts clashed with claws and fangs, ancient titans hurled mountains as weapons, and celestial maidens danced in spirals of divine light. It was a vision of eternity condensed into a stage above his head. Yet Robin saw none of it. His eyes were open, his gaze unwavering, yet the images failed to reach his mind. He did not allow them to. He closed the gate of perception, refusing to let the splendor distract him. His thoughts were elsewhere, consumed by something far more urgent, far more personal. At the conclusion of his meeting with Hedrick a week earlier, he had received something, a relic, a token, no, a key. Not a metaphorical key, but the very literal means to break chains older than empires. The key to freeing Jabba. From the moment he held it in his hand, his heart had been burning, smoldering with impatience. It was as though every heartbeat urged him to return to the young belt, to use it, and to set him free. Even his detour, the 6-day trek to the Spectre Valley planet, had been nothing more than a distraction, an excuse to gather spirit energy and to amuse himself with temporary strength while awaiting the true moment. Without that key, he would never have returned at all. New orders, new techniques, planetary weapons, all of that could have been passed on to the Shadow Swords without issue. His instructions to Sakar and Aman regarding Verilion could also have been entrusted to a Shadow Messenger or even scrawled in a sealed letter. No, none of that mattered. The only reason, the single spark that pulled him back, was to use the key on Jabba and bring him back. The anticipation inside him was unbearable. His very soul screamed to rush headlong to Nihiri, to tear through mountains, and to drag Jabba from his slumber. Yet when he stood before the gate that should have taken him to Nihiri, he stopped. He hesitated. He told his guards to set the coordinates for Jura instead. And when he arrived there, the hesitation only grew heavier, more suffocating. He found himself wasting time in side meetings, drifting into unnecessary conversations, doing anything to delay the inevitable. Because how was he supposed to face him? Jabba was his disciple, yes, but their bond was severed. He had once fought against him, and then redeemed himself with the ultimate sacrifice. Theirs was not the simple bond of master and pupil anymore. It was fractured, tangled, and awkward beyond measure. What should Robin do once he stripped away the eternal stillness from him? Should he act cold and detached, telling him to go his own way? After all, Jabba had been the one to shatter the bond. The break remained. Or should he act with anger, striking him and scolding him for daring to throw his life away? Or perhaps he should break the wall entirely, pull him into an embrace, and whisper the words he himself longed to hear, "Welcome back home." Bam! Robin slapped his forehead with his palm, disgusted with his own imagination. The very thought of playing out such scenarios made his skin crawl and brought goosebumps across his arms. He loathed the idea of displaying such vulnerability. Maybe he should give the key to Zara and let her be the one to face Jabba. Perhaps she would handle it better, with less awkwardness and less hesitation. Knock! The booming echo of fists upon the colossal gate snapped him back to the present. Malik's voice filtered through the barrier, steady and respectful. "Your Majesty, His Highness Theo requests permission to enter." Robin blinked, momentarily pulled from his spiraling thoughts. He hesitated for only a heartbeat before calling out, "Enter." Creak! The monumental throne gate stirred, opening with slow weight. From the shadows beyond, a figure emerged. Step by step, he crossed the threshold. Armor as black as night covered him from head to toe, each plate gleaming faintly under the ethereal light of the hall. A dark cloak trailed behind him, swaying like liquid shadow with every movement. As he came closer, his features became clear. It was a young man's face, serene, calm, and composed. His eyes, however, were another matter. They were two pools of darkness, so deep they swallowed light, so black that the white sclera was barely visible at all. There was no mistaking him. It was Theo. "You are asking permission to enter now." Robin's laughter rolled through the vast throne hall, echoing against the marble pillars and gilded walls. He leaned slightly forward on his throne, watching his adopted son approach with a glint of mischief in his golden eyes. "Tell me then, who is going to leap out from beneath the seats to surprise me from now on, if even you are suddenly so proper?" Theo's footsteps were steady, each one softened by the deep crimson carpet stretching from the throne to the gate. His posture was upright and formal, yet there was a warmth hidden in his tone as he replied, "Even if the one seated upon the throne is my father, as long as your Majesty wears the crown, formality must be preserved." He stopped at a deliberate distance and lowered himself into a respectful bow, his cloak shifting with the motion. "I greet His Majesty." Creak! The towering door behind him groaned as it began to swing shut. The faint beam of gentle daylight that had slipped through its crack dwindled steadily, until the throne hall was once again bathed in the solemn glow of its own luminous crystal lamps. Just as the doors were about to seal completely, another voice rang out from beyond the threshold. "Your Majesty, may I also enter? My time is short. I have urgent matters to attend to afterward." Robin raised one brow ever so slightly, his gaze drifting toward the dark silhouette wedging itself against the massive door. The shadow resolved itself into a familiar figure, Arrow. Robin opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, another sharper voice cut in. "His Majesty is currently engaged in audience with the Shadow Sword's Highness Theo. Go occupy yourself in the streets until His Majesty summons you." The tone was blunt and dismissive. It was Wade. "That is far too insolent." Standing beside Arrow, a horned girl stepped forward, her curved double horns gleaming faintly under the light spilling through the half-closed door. Hands planted firmly on her waist, she hissed, "Even if you are a captain of the Imperial Guard, you have no right to speak in such a manner to a supreme general." "My duty is His Majesty's safety, as well as the order of his audiences," Wade snapped back, his frown visible even through the narrowing gap of the door. His voice carried the unwavering edge of authority. "Not every stray figure wandering these halls gets to barge in, not on my watch." He inclined his head toward another girl standing near Arrow, his tone laced with mockery. "Why do you not explain how things work here, you slow one?" A new voice joined the fray, cool yet clearly irritated. "His Majesty himself issued an urgent summons for the third Supreme General. I was present when the message arrived." Even Robin, within the hall, recognized it instantly. It was Latanya, and the sharp, bitten tone made it clear she did not appreciate Wade's insult of calling her slow. "Enough." Malik's voice finally broke through the rising tension. He stepped forward, staff clasped tightly in both hands, then raised his palms in a gesture of peace. With a slight bow toward the throne, he spoke with his calm, measured timbre, "Let His Majesty decide the importance of the matter." "Your Majesty, shall they enter, or shall they wait?" Robin chuckled quietly to himself. Malik's grip on his wooden staff was no idle gesture. He was ready to drive Arrow and Flora back by force if Robin so commanded. The thought was amusing, but force would hardly be needed. Robin knew Arrow well. If he commanded Arrow to wait a year, he would wait. If he demanded a century, Arrow would not complain. After all, Arrow was only a caretaker, a placeholder ruling his empire by proxy. The true empire, the heart, the will, the power, belonged to Robin. Arrow's urgency stemmed only from fear, from worry that something might endanger what was Robin's by right. The three Imperial Guards outside might be powerful warriors, veterans in destruction and hunting, but compared to true personal guardians, they still had much to learn. "Enter," Robin said at last, raising his hand in a sweeping gesture. His tone carried both command and ease, authority wrapped in casual grace. "All of you." Then he lowered his hands onto the carved arms of his throne, settling into his seat like a king ready to dictate destiny itself. "We have the fate of the entire Mid-Sector 99 to discuss today." The weight of his words filled the hall like thunder, silencing every whisper beyond the door. And with that declaration, a genuine smile returned to Robin's face, bright, relaxed, almost joyful. For him, it was always the same, speaking of stellar fields, of deciding the rise and fall of empires, of determining the destiny of countless living beings. That was easy. That was comfortable. It was far easier than dwelling on personal matters, and far easier than learning how to untangle his emotions or how to express them aloud. Chapter 1556. After Robin's direct command, the 5 figures who had been waiting outside entered the hall one after another, their footsteps echoing faintly across the vast marble floor. Arrow walked at the front, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, his posture relaxed yet dignified. Beside him, Flora followed with furrowed brows, her expression heavy with restrained thoughts. Behind them, the 3 Imperial guards advanced in perfect order, their faces set with serious, disciplined expressions. None of them knew why they had been summoned so suddenly to the throne room, and yet, as soon as they stepped inside, all 5, without exception, lowered their heads and bowed respectfully before Robin. Only then did they offer a brief, almost ceremonial salute toward Theo. "Sit down," Robin gestured with casual authority toward the rows of lavish seats that lined both his right and left. His voice was calm, but carried the kind of weight that allowed no room for hesitation. "We have an important matter to discuss today." Without delay, Arrow and Theo exchanged brief glances and moved toward the seats arranged on Robin's right. Meanwhile, the 3 guards headed toward the seats on the left, as if they had silently agreed beforehand to sit together. The symmetry of their division created a subtle tension in the hall. But Flora remained standing where she was, unmoving. She clasped her hands in front of her and raised her chin. "If I may be allowed to speak, Your Majesty," she said firmly, her voice cutting through the stillness of the throne room, "I have a petition to present." "Flora." Arrow stopped in his tracks and turned back to her, his brows furrowed. He clearly had no idea what his wife intended to request from His Majesty, and confusion shadowed his face. Robin himself looked slightly surprised for a moment. Then, seeing her resolute posture, his lips curved into a gentle smile. "Go ahead, speak." Flora hesitated only briefly, her eyes flickering toward her husband before she fixed them on Robin again. "Your Majesty," she said with measured boldness, "would you consider taking Arrow as your adopted son?" "Oh." Robin leaned back slightly and let out a small laugh, the sound rich with amusement. "And what would be the reason for such a request?" "Flora, enough," Arrow cut in sharply, his frown deepening. "Do not trouble His Majesty with nonsense." But Flora pressed forward undeterred, her voice rising with conviction. "Please think about it carefully. I have observed how the Shadow Swords and the Imperial Guards treat His Highness Theo, His Highness Caesar, and even His Highness Pion, who does not even hold an official title, far better than they treat my husband. And their treatment of Supreme General Sakar is also far from satisfactory." Arrow exhaled heavily, clearly frustrated, but chose not to argue further. With a reluctant sigh, he resumed his walk and settled into one of the seats. The 3 guards, however, glanced at each other in surprise. Their brows rose almost in unison, and one of them, Wade, opened his mouth with evident disdain. "And what exactly is the problem? The Shadow Swords and the Imperial Guards are not under your husband's command. Should we be expected to shower him with loyalty and obeisance every time we cross paths with him? What about simple respect? Have you ever heard of that?" Flora shot back, folding her arms tightly across her chest. Her eyes burned with unyielding determination, and though her words were bold, she stood her ground without hesitation. Robin let out a weary sigh, his expression softening slightly. He could understand her feelings well enough. Bringing up the idea of adopting Arrow had been more of a dramatic plea than a practical request, but even so, Robin knew this was not something that could be resolved by a word of his alone. After all, Arrow was not an insignificant man. He commanded a massive army, his strength was overwhelming, and his uniqueness had even played a role in Robin's discovery of the 5th path of training. But the 3 squad leaders seated to Robin's left were wielders of a major fundamental law, veterans with vast experience on countless battlefields. Their physical prowess was not inferior to Arrow's in the slightest. From their perspective, they had no reason to view themselves as beneath him, and when it came to their official standing, they held the honored positions of the Emperor's personal guards. That role, by its very nature, elevated them above most others. In fact, one could argue they were higher in standing than Arrow, as they were expected to remain at the Emperor's side at all times. The same situation applied to Sakar. Even though his raw power currently surpassed theirs, he was still, in the eyes of many, a demon. To most, demons as a race were seen as inferior, a stigma that clung to him regardless of his battlefield feats. It was no surprise, then, that the treatment they received differed significantly from the treatment afforded to the commanders of the First Army. Robin finally turned his head toward the trio of guards on his left. "And what do you think of this matter?" "Pure delusion, Your Majesty." This time, it was Latanya who replied, her voice steady and sharp. "Everyone would do better to focus on their assigned duties rather than fuss over minor issues like manners of treatment." She then turned her gaze directly onto Arrow. "When I was tasked with delivering 2 prisoners at the level of a world cataclysm, the Supreme General himself saw fit to shut the portals and block my way back. He did not present me with roses or spread pearls across the ground in my honor. You dare imprison an Imperial Guard?" Wade rose to his feet slowly, his voice a low growl filled with restrained fury. He could mock or provoke Latanya as much as he pleased, but there was a clear and sacred line that no one outside the Imperial Guard was ever permitted to cross. No outsider could touch one of them, restrict their movements, or force them into obedience. To violate that rule was an act worthy of death. Robin raised his hand in a calm, firm gesture, signaling for him to sit, before turning his sharp gaze toward Arrow. His expression grew noticeably serious. "Did something like this truly happen?" he asked, his voice carrying a weight that made even the massive throne hall feel smaller. Arrow leaned forward slightly, eager to clear himself of any suspicion. "She told me that her mission was completed once she delivered the 2 prisoners, and that she was preparing to return to Jura to wait for Your Majesty's orders there." so I asked her to stay a few more days and lend me her strength on the battlefield. The Grave Empire is lacking in world cataclysm level experts, and the warfront was stretched thin. Is it not better for her to fight for a short while rather than return to Jura and sit idle, doing nothing? He rushed his words defensively, then quickly threw a glance at Latanya. Hey, did I not promise you a quarter of the battlefield spoils as payment for that help? I have not seen a single coin or shard from you, Latanya retorted, waving her arm with sharp annoyance, her voice echoing in the hall. And second, you keep sending the shadow swords on suicidal missions behind enemy lines, missions designed only to gather information for your negotiations. Many of them never return from those operations. That is the reason they resent you. That is precisely why your name does not inspire loyalty among them. And furthermore, enough. Robin's tone cut through her words like steel. He raised his voice only slightly, but it was more than enough to silence everyone. Bringing his hand up, he pressed two fingers between his brows as though to calm his thoughts, then looked toward the three guards again. His golden eyes gleamed as he spoke. When rank and status are equal, the proper way is to treat each other with respect. Perhaps generals may need to pass through you in order to reach me, but remember, there will come a time when you might rely on their armies. Perhaps you will need them to help search for something irreplaceable, or to secure privileged positions for your own relatives within the military structure, or for reasons you cannot yet foresee. Power shifts, and no one stands alone forever. He let the words hang for a moment, then continued with added force, and most importantly, all of you are on the same side. Every single one of you will live and die under my banner. Trying to use your authority, whether you or the generals, to suppress or humiliate each other is nothing but arrogance and folly. Do you understand me clearly? The three guards exchanged uncertain glances, their pride momentarily clashing with Robin's authority. But in the end, each of them lowered their heads in acknowledgement, nodding in unison. On the other side, Arrow also gave a reluctant nod, though his jaw clenched. He let out a long sigh, and inwardly cursed Flora for raising the matter in the first place. For a brief moment, he even wished he could march over and silence her himself, but all he could do now was swallow his frustration. Robin, however, did not comment further. Instead, he turned his eyes toward Theo without speaking a single word. The silent exchange was enough. Theo inclined his head slightly. I will handle the matter, he said with calm decisiveness. The confirmation seemed to ease Robin's mood. A faint smile touched his lips again, and his posture relaxed. Then he looked back toward Flora, softening his tone as he gestured for her to go sit beside her husband. I heard the two of you have a child now. My congratulations. Haha, thank you, Your Majesty. Arrow answered before Flora could, his voice loud and brimming with pride. Though to call him a child now is difficult, he is already 60 years old and nearly at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Time passes quickly, Robin mused, nodding several times. His voice carried both nostalgia and solemnity. I recently entrusted headquarters with several pieces of planetary equipment. Tell him that I personally grant you permission to take one for your son. I would very much like to see what kind of prodigy emerges from the bloodline of a lightning bull fused with that of a red flame dragon, especially when both parents themselves possess such extraordinary talent. Planetary equipment. Arrow exclaimed, his eyes widening. He immediately sprang to his feet and pulled Flora up with him, the two bowing deeply in perfect unison. Thank you for your Majesty's endless generosity. Planetary equipment, is it? Theo muttered on the side, curiosity in his tone as he tilted his head. Go to your sister and you will know everything. They are preparing a handful for you as well, Robin said dismissively, closing the matter with finality. Then his features hardened once again, and the faint warmth in his tone faded. His voice dropped, heavy with importance. The true reason I summoned you here today is to speak of the time and location of the Galaxy Seed's ascension, and of what will come afterward. Chapter 1557. I have summoned you here today to discuss the time and the location of the Galaxy Seed's ascension. Robin's voice rang out clearly across the throne room, each syllable echoing with weight. He let the words linger in the air, pausing deliberately, forcing their meaning to sink into every listener before he continued, and what will follow afterward. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Every expression inside the hall changed. The silence was suffocating. No one dared speak, no one dared even shuffle in their seats. All eyes were fixed on Robin, anticipation and dread mingling in the still air, waiting for what would come next. You have heard me repeat it many times, Robin resumed, his tone grave and deliberate, that a tremendous event is approaching. Some of you have already speculated about what it might be, and even when it might happen, though until now it has remained only guesswork. But the time for speculation is over. The signs are aligning, the picture is becoming clear, and the moment has come for us to speak plainly, without veils or pretense. His golden eyes sharpened, his voice resonating like a bell. In 600 years at most, Nihiri, and every planet surrounding it, will be forcibly elevated to the mid-belt. Theo and Arrow both gave solemn nods. For them, this was not shocking news. The truth had been clear in their calculations and quiet discussions. Yet for the three Imperial guards, the words struck like thunder. Their brows furrowed in unison, but in their eyes there was no fear, only a spark of raw excitement, a hunger for the future that was suddenly within reach. Only Flora reacted differently. She gasped aloud, her hands flying up to cover her mouth as she exclaimed, "What?" Robin's expression did not waver. I have already granted authorization to Prime Minister Kristen, to Lady Emily of Headquarters, and to Lady Zara of Sky Opening City to begin the preparations for relocating the planets around Nihiri, so that together they form the core of the new galaxy. He leaned forward slightly, his tone colder now. With grade 4 planetary displacement devices at our disposal, there will be no difficulty in transporting over 1,000 planets within the 6 centuries we have left. 8,000 planets, all of them elevated at the same time. Flora's voice quivered, her eyes wide. She had lived in the mid-belt for 60 long years, long enough to know what terrors awaited there, long enough to have seen fragments of the ruthless politics and wars that devoured weaker empires. The vision that now formed in her mind was overwhelming, an entire cluster of worlds ripped upward in one sweeping ascension. It was a terrifying prospect. Your Majesty, are you saying that the planets will be drawn to orbit around Nihiri? Arrow's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. His voice was low, restrained, but behind it throbbed a feral edge. Nihiri itself will not move first. Robin smiled faintly, as though pleased with the sharpness of the question. Correct. Nihiri will remain where it is, in young Sector 99. And from there, it will ascend directly into mid-Sector 99. Crack! The sound of breaking bones reverberated suddenly through the throne room. Arrow had clenched his fists with such force that the knuckles cracked audibly. His usually calm demeanor shattered. His features twisted with suppressed fury. The warmth in his expression bled away, and even the gentle smile that so often lingered on his face was gone. In its place, a wild grin split his mouth, baring his massive fangs like a beast ready to strike. The hall seemed to darken with the weight of his aura. You intend for the ascension to occur in mid-Sector 99, Your Majesty? Theo interjected, his brows drawn tight. Would mid-Sector 100 not be a better choice? The Cradle Empire there is centuries more advanced, with broader alliances and far more planets under its dominion. The comparison was brutal but true. For 2 centuries, Caesar had struggled bitterly against the Nine Paths Empire, clawing for every fragment of strength, begging or bargaining for world cataclysms to join him. His progress was stunted, his armies fractured, and time and again he lost followers when the Nine Paths withdrew their support under the convenient excuse of defending their own borders. His rise had nearly stalled. But then came the influx of enslaved world cataclysms, the rented Nexus states, the resources that tipped the balance. The foundation Caesar had built over centuries suddenly exploded into power. Within a single century, he conquered dozens of worlds, weaving them into a formidable empire of iron and ambition. By contrast, the Grave Empire burned with explosive growth. When they first reached mid-Sector 99, they already held world cataclysms under their banner, and they stumbled upon unclaimed planets ripe for the taking. In only 60 years, they seized 17 worlds, clashing with countless empires, carving their name into legend. Everywhere in mid-Sector 99, Arrow's name was whispered as a symbol of raw military might. Yet beneath the glory, cracks remained. Only 17 planets were under their control, with no strong alliances and no great networks of trust. Their foundation was shallow, their power impressive but precarious, like a mountain balanced on a narrow peak. Robin, of course, understood the reasoning behind Theo's objection. He himself had wrestled with the same thought many times in the past. Slowly, he raised a hand, dismissive yet steady. Mid-Sector 100 may become the stage for a cosmic war between other great entities. If we set our ambitions there, the end will not be favorable to anyone. A cosmic war between other entities. Theo's voice trembled slightly with disbelief, his eyes widening. How is it that I have never heard of such a thing? His mind raced, but his words pressed on. Do you mean, then, that you want us to halt all operations there? The suggestion hung in the air like a blade. Caesar would no doubt collapse in rage if such an order reached his ears. His veins pulsed with obsession for mid-Sector 100. But as Robin had said, it was better to retreat now than to weep later over ashes and corpses. There is no need. Robin's reply was firm, his head shaking slightly. The Cradle Empire still has a mission, one that they themselves will learn in due time. They must continue their expansion, at their own pace or faster. Then, suddenly, a smile returned to his lips, one that sent ripples of unease through the chamber. And second, the fact that we will not set our sights on ascension in mid-Sector 100 does not mean we will stand aside from the coming banquet. On the contrary, we will be there, and we will claim our share of the feast. Theo, and indeed everyone else, immediately narrowed their eyes, straining to decipher the hidden meaning behind Robin's words. A sense of anticipation, of looming inevitability, swept over the throne room like a rising tide. Robin, however, let the silence stretch. He left them to wrestle with their own doubts and conclusions, allowing each to interpret his meaning as they pleased. His golden eyes shifted instead toward Arrow, and when he spoke again, his voice was steady and direct, carrying a weight that demanded honesty. Do you truly have the capacity to receive the seed and prepare a stage worthy of it? I will need support, Arrow replied immediately, without hesitation, his voice brimming with eagerness and conviction. His back straightened, his chest swelled with resolve. I can establish an empire for you, an empire equal to the Cradle Empire, or even greater than it. But to make that a reality, I require the same number of world cataclysms that they command. Without them, I cannot match their momentum. And beyond that, I will need 1 or 2 Nexus states at the very least. Only with them can I wage full-scale wars of annihilation, not just pluck a planet or 2 here and there from each empire like a petty thief. I need overwhelming strength to crush entire realms in one decisive sweep. Impossible, Theo cut him off sharply, his voice ringing through the chamber like a blade drawn from its sheath. His face was set in grim determination, and his words carried no hesitation. We do not have the resources to buy such numbers, nor can I strip them from the Cradle Empire. The situation there is already at its breaking point. He turned his gaze toward Robin, his tone lowering but growing heavier. Unlike Supreme General Arrow, who fights wars of interest where he can advance or retreat as he pleases, Elder Brother Caesar is waging a desperate war of extermination against the Iron-Boar Empire and their vast alliances. Without the enslaved world cataclysms and the rented Nexus state bolstering him, he would already have fallen. He cannot endure otherwise. Robin leaned back slightly, his fingers drumming against the armrest of his throne before tapping it twice with finality. His eyes narrowed, thoughtful. And even now, there is still no way to purchase Nexus states outright. Give me 500 years at most, Theo answered with practiced speed, as though he had anticipated this very question. I have already secured a pledge from the syndicate. They promised to make 2 available for sale within that time frame, no later than 5 centuries from now. That is the absolute best I was able to extract from them, despite every effort and negotiation. 500 years. Robin repeated, his tone contemplative. Then his lips curved into a faint smile. That will be before the Great War begins. Not a bad arrangement at all. He waved his hand lightly, dismissing the tension that hung in the air. Very well. In the meantime, rent him 1 or 2. You do not need to overcalculate things. I will send you additional credit through the Soul Society at the earliest chance I get. Understood. Theo nodded, though hesitation lingered in his voice. His mind, however, was far from calm. Renting a Nexus state was ruinously expensive, each costing upwards of 300 million pearls for a single century. 2 would devour 600 million pearls. And when combined with the one already rented by the Cradle Empire, the tally drew alarmingly close to a full billion pearls every century. With 6 centuries still remaining until the war, that meant nearly 6 billion pearls squandered solely on rentals. The thought knotted him like a worm burrowing into his bones. It was like hurling treasures into a bottomless abyss, a waste so immense it could cripple an empire. Yet in this matter, there was no other solution. Thank you, Your Majesty, Arrow interjected quickly, as if seizing the chance before it slipped away, striking the iron while it was still hot. His voice was filled with urgency, almost desperate to keep Robin's focus. But what about the world cataclysms? A Nexus state will help in the final decisive battles, yes, but I cannot march a single step without world cataclysms beside me. I will need no fewer than 30 at the very least. I need them in every campaign, every battle, every conquest. Without them, my armies will stall before they even reach the gates of our enemies. Oh, is that all? Robin's smile deepened, his tone taking on an edge of amusement. He leaned slightly to his left, the golden light of his eyes glinting dangerously. Tell me, why should we keep throwing fortunes away on buying more slaves when we already hold a strength capable of crushing world cataclysms outright? Chapter 1558. Why would we continue buying more slaves? Robin's voice rolled like thunder in the chamber, when we already command a force capable of crushing world cataclysms outright. His lips curved into a calm, almost playful smile as his golden gaze shifted to the left. Malak, Wade, and Latanya all stiffened at once, their brows rising in unison. The moment they realized Robin's eyes were fixed on them, a ripple of unease passed between them. Wade was the first to speak, his tone edged with confusion. You mean, the Imperial Guard, Your Majesty? No, Robin replied, his smile widening with unshakable confidence. I mean the Black Wasps. He paused just long enough for the weight of the name to sink in, then continued smoothly, though Halak never intended it. Those impossible missions he forced upon you forged a legend. Now, your reputation has spread across every corner of Mid-Sector 99. There is not a noble, not a warlord, not a single power of importance that does not know of the Black Wasps. Even within the great stellar academies, your portraits hang upon their walls. He leaned forward slightly, the light of ambition sparking in his eyes. If the Black Wasps were to announce their official allegiance to the Grave Empire, the effect would be explosive. It would not only add a terrifying edge of combat strength to that empire, but would also cloak it in an aura of danger, giving it a fearsome reputation that would ignite Mid-Sector 99 overnight. Robin then turned his gaze toward Arrow, his smile turning sharp. And I have no doubt that you would know how to wield such renown to its fullest, would you not, my third Supreme General? With the greatest benefit, Your Grace. Arrow's joy could not be hidden. He rose swiftly from his seat and bowed low, his face practically glowing with excitement. I will use their name to subdue empires and force kingdoms to bend their knees without the need to fire even a single arrow. That is my promise to you. The hall erupted into silent shock. The Imperial Guard under Arrow's command? This was madness. Just 4 days of Latanya's presence on his warfront had solved one of his most pressing crises, allowing him to seize half a planet with a single stroke. And that was only one of them. What would happen if Arrow marched into battle with 900 such individuals at his side? The thought alone was terrifying. Your Majesty, Wade muttered, his voice tight, his brow deeply furrowed. Are you saying we will have to submit to the authority of Supreme General Arrow? That falls outside the scope of the Imperial Guard's duties. This is. Robin turned his gaze back upon the 3 guards, and his expression hardened. The warmth in his tone vanished, replaced with the stern authority of a sovereign. Imperial Guards, Shadow Swords, Supreme Generals, whatever names you carry, all are titles I created. They are tools to anchor my reign and extend my dominion. If the interests of the Empire demand changes to your assignments, then changes there will be. Do you have any objection to that? No, Malak raised his hand before Wade could protest further, his voice calm though his eyes betrayed unease. We hear and obey, Your Majesty. We only ask that the Supreme General does not humiliate us by treating us as lesser followers. That is all Wade meant. Oh, that is a simple matter then. Robin clapped his hands once, the sound sharp in the silent chamber, before turning his gaze back to Arrow. The Supreme General knows well enough that you are being sent as support. He knows that once the Grave Empire stabilizes and secures world cataclysms of its own, you will return to your rightful duties as Imperial Guards. Is that not so? Of course, Your Majesty. Arrow pivoted smoothly, turning toward the trio. His voice was quick, almost reassuring, but carried the force of command. All I ask of you is the public declaration of your allegiance under the banner of the Black Wasps, and the occasional battle here and there, so that all may see you still stand with me as a force of deterrence. Nothing more. What His Majesty commands will be done, Malak, Wade, and Latanya answered at last, their voices low, their heads bowing in reluctant unison. The thought of serving under anyone but Robin was bitter, painful even, but his command was absolute. If this was his will, then their only choice was obedience. Good. Robin nodded, satisfied. His tone softened just slightly. Only a few days ago, I told Latanya that you guys required better means of training that does not make your reputation worse, rather than stirring up trouble wherever you went. Supporting the Grave Empire, striking down its rivals directly and politically, this will give you the tempering you lack. Then, as though remembering something suddenly, his eyes sharpened. By the way, where is the serpent's head? You mean Supreme Guard Halak, Your Majesty? Malak answered quietly, his voice still carrying a trace of unease. We have neither seen nor heard from him in some time. We fear we do not know where he is. Robin arched his brows slightly, his golden gaze sharpening as it shifted toward Theo. Where is Halak? He is on planet S-280, Theo replied at once, his voice steady, as though he had anticipated the question and prepared the answer long ago. He is in the Young Belt? On one of the S-class planets. Robin's frown deepened, his tone carrying both surprise and curiosity. Why would he be there? Theo exhaled slowly, his hands clasped behind his back. He told me that there is nothing more he can teach to the surviving Imperial Guards. In his words, those who endured the trials have already absorbed everything he can offer. And as for himself, he believes he can no longer improve his strength. He reached level 50 after the modifications Your Majesty granted him, and beyond that, there is no path he can take alone. So, rather than waste his time stagnating, he began traveling across the S-class planets, aided by scouting teams from Sky Opening City, searching for new candidates who may be worthy of becoming Imperial Guards. Oh. Robin's expression softened, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. But why did he go himself this time? Was it not Zara and the forces of Sky Opening City who gathered the candidates for him the first time? He said that familiarity and background checks alone are not enough, Theo explained. He refuses to waste the Empire's time and resources training people destined for death. This time, he wishes to meet the candidates personally, to read their characters, their instincts, their very cores, before approving them and beginning the brutal cycle once more. The three guards who stood nearby raised their eyebrows ever so slightly. They said nothing, but the news struck them deeply. Once, they had been more than 11,000 strong. Before their appointment as guards, they had watched over 10,000 of their brothers die in the most horrific of ways, cut down before they could be tempered. Perhaps, this time, Halak's direct involvement might spare future candidates from such meaningless slaughter. A dangerous journey, yes, but also one filled with hope. And in the silence, a flicker of excitement sparked within them. Could their three squads soon swell with new blood? Robin's smile grew wider, his head dipping in a series of approving nods. Halak reaching level 50 in bodyforging placed him above every living warrior in the Empire save for Robin himself. And yet, instead of seeking comfort, instead of resting upon his laurels or chasing selfish ways to climb higher, Halak had left the puzzle of his future strength in Robin's hands and marched off to recruit more protectors for the throne. His loyalty, once so hard to win, was now unshakable and absolute. Since you are in contact with Halak, Robin said suddenly, his tone sharpening again as he addressed Theo, I want you to deliver him a message. Tell him that I am watching his tireless efforts closely, and that I have already discovered a method that will allow him to ascend to the rank of a world cataclysm in body strength. I keep it in reserve, for the right time. For years, strengthening Halak had seemed like an unsolvable riddle, yet now Robin knew that Shaddad's ancient methods contained an answer, costly, yes, but real. And for a man who poured his soul into forging the Empire's defenders, Robin would not hesitate to spend $1 billion, or even $2 billion, to see him rise higher. He will receive the message, Your Majesty. Theo bowed, his voice solemn, accepting the weight of the words. Robin leaned back in his throne, then shifted his piercing gaze toward the three guards in arrow. His tone dropped into one of iron command. 600 years, that is all you have. When this time expires, I expect to see nothing less than a centennial-class empire flourishing in mid-sector 99. He paused, letting the enormity of his demands sink in, before his voice hardened further. I know there are empires that linger for millions of years without ever earning that title, but we are not an ordinary empire, and you are not ordinary men. Understood. All of them nodded fiercely, their voices ringing as their resolve burned bright in their eyes. Then what are you waiting for? Robin's hand cut through the air like a blade as he gestured toward the towering gate of the throne room. Go, bring down governments, topple kingdoms, and carve our name into the marrow of that sector. Your Majesty. The 6 figures within the hall moved as one. They stood tall, bowed low in reverence, and strode with purposeful steps toward the radiant gate of the throne hall. Theo, you remain. Robin's voice called out firmly, halting him mid-step. There is something I wish to speak to you about. Chapter 1559. Home. After Arrow, Flora, and the three guards left the hall, their voices could already be heard echoing in the corridors as they began debating the best ways to cooperate and divide their responsibilities. Meanwhile, Theo quietly returned to his seat, lowering himself with deliberate calm, then rested both hands firmly on his thighs as if to anchor himself in the moment. He raised his eyes toward Robin, his tone softer now that they were alone. What is wrong, father? With the chamber emptied of others, Theo no longer felt bound by the formality of court etiquette. He knew all too well that Robin disliked being addressed as Your Majesty when no outsiders were present. To persist with such formality now would only earn his father's irritation, and Theo had no wish to build walls between them at a time like this. I inquired about Richard, Robin said after a short silence, his voice heavy, his gaze distant. They told me his whereabouts are unknown. Is that true? More or less, Theo replied with practiced calm, though his shoulders sagged slightly. We know the star field he currently roams, but we do not know his exact location within it. Starfields, Robin muttered, his brows knitting together in frustration. They can encompass hundreds of thousands of planets. Jura, Greenland, and Nihari, along with most of the S-class planets in Young Sector 99, are all contained within a single star field. A vague clue like that is hardly reassuring. Theo, it is as good as nothing. His tone carried both impatience and worry, emotions rarely revealed together in the Emperor's words. This is the limit of what I can manage, Theo admitted, spreading his hands slightly as if to wash himself of guilt. Your youngest son detests surveillance, and with that girl constantly at his side, his movements are even harder to trace. If you wish, we could drown that entire star field with shadow swords until we flush him out, but you know very well he would not take kindly to such a measure. Then, softening his tone, Theo gestured toward Robin almost pleadingly. There is another way. If you prefer, I could issue an emergency summons for him to return to Jura. Richard is still the crown prince, after all. He has not openly renounced his title, nor declared rebellion. If he hears the imperial call, there is a chance he will come back of his own accord. Will he return? Robin narrowed his eyes, his suspicion clear. He might, Theo admitted with a faint shrug. I cannot see into his heart, nor do I know what schemes that girl whispers into his ear. But the advantage here is that this is a hypothesis easily tested. Shall we try it? A single summons, and we will know. You mean sending him an immediate, formal order that leaves him no choice but to return? Robin looked away, his gaze drifting over the empty hall as if searching the shadows for an answer. After a long pause, he shook his head. No, if he comes back and finds no grave reason for it, he will only grow resentful. I have only just begun repairing the bond between us. I will not risk tearing it apart again with a careless command. Father, is there something more? Theo pressed, his brows knitting tighter. Richard is not weak. At his peak, no force can subdue him. Even a world cataclysm could not lay a hand on him. You know this better than anyone. He has wandered freely for 3 centuries, and in all that time you never once demanded news of him. Why now? What has changed? Robin closed his eyes for a moment, as though steadying himself. I cannot explain it in terms you would accept, but... He opened them again, his gaze sharp yet troubled. I have a bad feeling about him. Theo's heart skipped, and his expression hardened immediately. He clenched his fists against his thighs and spoke with decisive resolve. Then I will dispatch a full squad of shadow swords and a contingent of Imperial guards to retrieve him at once. We cannot afford to gamble with your instincts. His words left no room for doubt. Theo understood something very few dared to acknowledge openly. When his father spoke of a bad feeling, disaster always followed soon after. They had tested this truth too many times across countless years and battles. To ignore it was to invite ruin. There is no need, Robin said heavily, exhaling as if to release some of the tension in the air. If we drag him back by force, we might only ensure his doom. It could turn out that my foreboding points not to the dangers lurking in that distant starfield, but to a calamity waiting for him here, on our very soil. If so, then forcing him home would deliver him directly into its jaws. Causality warnings are never clear, never merciful. They twist upon themselves, leaving us to question whether interference protects or destroys. This was not the first time such a thing had happened to Robin. He remembered it all too well. During his war with the Great Serpent Empire, that gnawing, uneasy feeling had pushed him to expand his armies beyond reason, gathering more soldiers and resources than even his generals thought necessary. He stationed large portions of his might inside Nihari, tightening his grip on the region. Yet when the dust of that campaign finally settled, the truth emerged. The foreboding had not been about the Serpent Empire at all. It had been warning him of the sudden invasion of Jura and Greenland, 2 regions he had left stripped of defenses because of that very bad omen. The irony still stung him to this day. And now, as he weighed the idea of summoning Richard back by force, a new fear wormed its way into his heart. What if the warning was not about his absence, but about the consequences of my interference? What if it was connected to that mysterious girl at his side? If Robin summoned him abruptly, dragging him home under the banner of authority, he might kindle nothing but resentment in the boy's heart. Richard could grow to hate him, reject him forever, and perhaps that would be the true disaster the omen pointed to. Robin exhaled heavily, then raised his hand and waved it twice, dismissing the idea aloud. Maybe one day these signals will reveal their meaning. I can only hope. For now, just do your best to monitor his movements more closely. I want every step he takes shadowed from a distance. And prepare a squad capable of reaching him swiftly. If he truly falls into peril out there, we must be ready to intervene at once. Theo lowered his gaze and gave a solemn nod, already shifting in his mind the pieces of a strategy. He had commanded armies, designed campaigns, and orchestrated defenses, but this task carried a unique weight. The crown prince of the empire must never be allowed to fall in foreign lands. To lose him would not simply be a personal tragedy. It would shake the very foundations of their realm. Robin leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes narrowing. You said you know the star field he is in. Tell me, how could you possibly be sure of something like that? Richard could step through any space portal and vanish into another star field in mere minutes. That is true, Theo admitted, his tone quiet but confident, but we have been tracking their behavior patterns for centuries, studying the echoes of their choices. In the beginning, the younger brother wandered without purpose. Richard would descend upon random planets, doing whatever whim seized him, sometimes lending a hand to construct cities, raising monuments and strengthening trade, other times unleashing destruction, leaving smoldering ruins in his wake. He was chaos incarnate. But all of that changed after that girl appeared at his side. Since then, their movements have carried a methodical rhythm. He folded his hands, recalling the countless reports. According to the data, they drift from one planet to the next with a peculiar consistency. They remain for exactly 1 week, no more, no less. In that time, they tour its landmarks, observe its most defining features, and then depart toward the nearest neighboring planet. It is almost ceremonial. You could say they are conducting a sightseeing tour across the starfield, walking through worlds as though leafing through the pages of a vast atlas. Once they exhaust its offerings, they move on to the next star field entirely. Robin's lips curved in a faint smile, half amusement, half curiosity. Sightseeing, is it? Ha! Tell me, Theo, am I on the verge of gaining a daughter-in-law, or what? Perhaps, Theo replied with measured calm, though a flicker of uncertainty passed across his face. We have not observed overt intimacy between them, nor have we seen them settle down openly on any planet during their stays. What they truly do during those 7 days remains hidden from us. Still, it is possible, perhaps even likely, that the younger brother has found a partner of his own choosing. And to be frank, I do not believe she exerts a negative influence on him, even if she aids him in eluding our surveillance. Oh. Robin raised his eyebrows, intrigued. How can you be so sure? Because before he met her, Richard was a storm without a tether. He destroyed 6 ruling systems across 6 distant regions, each collapse echoing like thunder across the cosmos. The last of those spirals ended with him clashing against a world cataclysm who possessed the gift of a planet itself. The battle was immense, devastating, and nearly cost him his life, at least according to the fragments of intelligence we managed to gather. Yet after he encountered that girl, such calamities ceased. We have seen no further cataclysmic rampages. Robin's head dipped in acknowledgement. That reckless chaos, that thirst for conflict, yes, that sounded exactly like Richard. It was the kind of madness only his younger son would embrace without hesitation. There is one more thing, Theo added after a pause. His voice lowered, heavy with significance. They are no longer in the star field where they began their journey. We believe the shift was her doing. She must have sensed danger looming around them, or perhaps received information from some unknown source, and whisked Richard away just in time. They escaped the entire region. Robin's expression hardened, his brows drawing together. They fled from an entire star field? Fled from what, exactly? I was under the impression that Sector 101, sitting in the mid-belt, was a peaceful zone, kept under the iron rule of a behemoth. That was the impression, Theo conceded grimly. But from all the signals we have gathered, there is a high probability that a cosmic war is on the horizon, one that may ignite there sooner than anyone dares to believe. Chapter 1560. From what we can gather, it truly seems that a cosmic war may soon erupt, Theo declared, his tone firm and weighted with a seriousness that made the words hang heavy in the air. A cosmic war. Robin's entire body stiffened, and his eyes narrowed until they were like slits of sharpened steel. His voice carried both disbelief and alarm. In mid-sector 101? What in the heavens is happening there? He had already seen with his own eyes the cosmic conflict tearing through young Sector 101, the war over the Virulian seed, a battle so immense that entire civilizations were being drawn into its orbit. But mid-sector 101? That sector was supposed to be quiet, untouchable, secured under the supreme authority of the behemoth Kales. The very idea that a war could ignite there was absurd, yet Theo's tone left little room for doubt. This is something our agents reported after tailing the Crown Prince, Theo explained slowly, measuring each word as though he weighed the gravity of the truth. A colossal number of warships and armies have been appearing in that starfield, more than we have seen in centuries. But here is the strange part, they do not belong to mid-sector 101's native powers. These are outsiders, foreign forces gathering in someone else's backyard. Robin's brows rose slightly, though his expression remained guarded. Where exactly is this starfield you're speaking of? Starfields were nebulous things, almost impossible to pin down with boundaries or names. They were rarely used as proper measurements. Most of space was nothing but endless black, barren and empty, where even finding a drifting stone could take years of travel. But starfields were different. They were oases of the void, bursting with life, vast regions where stars and planets clustered closely together, forming tangled webs of gravity and light. Sometimes they contained dense star clusters, other times entire galaxies nestled within. A single sector could hold 2 starfields, or 100, depending on their density and breadth. To say something was happening in a starfield was vague by nature, and Robin found it difficult to imagine the true scope of what Theo meant. I am speaking of the southwestern Aurora field, Theo finally revealed. It lies pressed against the barrier wall itself, that vast curtain separating young and mid sectors. It is the place where planets rising from young sector 101 naturally gather as they ascend. Oh. Robin let out a breath, leaning back against the throne as the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. A faint, knowing smile flickered on his lips. That explains much. Most likely, it is simply the reinforcements on their way to annihilate the Virulian galaxy seed. If so, then they were only sighted because their path happened to pass through that starfield. Nothing more. By now, the reality of the Virillian situation was no secret. Every power under Kales' dominion was funneling fleets, soldiers, and resources toward its eradication. Neighboring sectors too, sensing opportunity or hoping to gain favor, were dispatching support endlessly, day and night, toward young Sector 101. Countless armies converged upon the borders of that war-torn place, hungry for glory or survival. That so many fleets had been spotted in the Aurora field near the border between the young and mid sectors was not surprising in the least. Yes, on the surface, that is what it looks like, Theo agreed, though his expression only grew more troubled. His brows furrowed and his eyes darkened. But beneath that explanation lie hidden layers. Something darker. Because of the sudden flight of Richard and the girl from that starfield, I took precautions. I planted several shadow swords there, to watch, to listen. I suspected we had missed something, and as it turns out, we had. He hesitated, his words sinking like stones into the silence before continuing. Nearly half of the forces that enter the Aurora field never make it as far as the barrier wall, nor cross into the young sector at all. They just disappear. Disappear. Robin barked, his tone sharp with shock. He leaned forward, the throne creaking under his sudden motion. What do you mean, disappear? Are you saying someone is destroying them? No, Theo replied at once, shaking his head firmly. There is no wreckage, no battlefield debris, no signs of struggle. And these are not small fleets we are speaking of, they are vast, carrying numbers far too great for random accidents or isolated ambushes to explain away. Instead, it happens with eerie silence, a vanishing so subtle that no one notices until it is too late. Only we caught on, and only because the younger brother and his companion acted so strangely, departing that field with such abrupt urgency. He spread his hands slightly, his voice tightening. To put it plainly, if 100 warships enter the southwestern Aurora field, we observe that perhaps 60 of them eventually reach the barrier wall and push on into young Sector 101. But the remaining 40, they vanish, as though swallowed by the void. No signal, no fragments, no survivors. Nothing. Then Theo pressed on, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of tension, and that is not the end of it. Those 60 ships that cross into the young belt, they may launch an assault against Virillion, or set up encirclements around it, or sometimes even hold position at a distance as if merely observing. But when their short task is complete, they withdraw again into mid-sector 101, slipping back through the barrier to re-establish themselves in the southwestern Aurora field. And once there, half of them vanish once again, as though swallowed whole. This cycle continues, repeating like the tides, until, across decades, perhaps even a century or two, the fleets will converge in full, little by little, until an ocean of steel and fire has been gathered in secret. This. Robin's eyes narrowed into sharp lines, his golden irises burning with suspicion. And where, Theo, do you think they are going? There is no need to think about it, father. Theo lifted his hand in dismissal, his voice filled with certainty. Sector 101 borders our dominion. Every tremor there reverberates against our walls, and anything tied to the making of a cosmic war is something I cannot afford to ignore. So I dispatched more shadow swords, doubled our spies, tripled our monitoring arrays. I left no stone unturned, until at last I reached a conclusion, clear, undeniable, absolute. He paused, letting the weight of the revelation build, before continuing in a low, deliberate tone. Those fleets and armies that vanish are not vanishing into the void. They are regrouping, hiding on planets within the very same star field. They bury themselves inside mountain ranges, hollowing them out like dens. They burrow beneath the ground, building chambers deep under the crust. They sink into the fathomless oceans, where no ordinary eye can pierce. And year after year, century after century, these concealed hosts have multiplied, accumulating into a force whose scale is beyond measure. We lack the exact numbers, but make no mistake, after such long, patient concealment, their total is beyond imagining, vast enough to shake sectors to their core. Theo's eyes glinted dangerously as he leaned forward. A colossal force is being readied in silence, father. It is drawn not only from Sector 101, but also from Sectors 100, 102, even 103 and 105. They are not fragmented, they are united, bound together in secret alliances, working in perfect silence and with precision so meticulous that not a whisper leaks. Tell me, father, why else would such powers move with such patience and subtlety? A cosmic war, Robin breathed at last, a heavy sigh rolling from his chest. His words rang like the toll of a distant bell. There is no mistaking it. A cosmic war is simmering on a slow burn, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to erupt. That is what we too have become convinced of, Theo replied, nodding gravely. It may well be that the girl at the younger brother's side sensed this looming storm, or learned something from some hidden channel. Perhaps that is why she spirited him away so abruptly. Our investigations suggest as much. And indeed, the moment they left the southwestern Aurora field, they resumed their old, aimless wanderings as though nothing had happened. It was too precise to be coincidence. And I suppose the target of this quiet war is plain enough, isn't it? Robin's voice was heavy, his lips curving into a strained, almost bitter smile. There is no doubt in my mind, Theo said with conviction. It is Lord Hedrick, the very man you clashed with during the auction, father. His situation in young Sector 101 is already precarious to the point of collapse. He could be destroyed at any moment. And now, beyond that, an enormous trap is being woven for him here in mid-Sector 101. A trap of such magnitude he cannot possibly resist. His generals, his fleets, they are all stretched thin, scattered around the Virillian seed, guarding it desperately. Soon, he will face an impossible choice, either defend the seed or defend his empire within mid-Sector 101. And from all I can see, from every angle, the result will be the same, both will fall. He will lose everything. He. Robin let out a low chuckle, his hand rising to cover his face. At first it was a quiet sound, muffled behind his palm, but then it grew, spilling out in sharp bursts, before bursting forth as uncontrollable laughter. Ha, ha 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 ha. Theo blinked, taken aback by the sheer rawness of the reaction. He had expected anger, or grim satisfaction perhaps, but not this manic joy. Do you despise him so much, father, that even hearing of his downfall fills you with such happiness? Well, it is your right as he openly stood in your way, and in the end, it makes little difference. Soon enough, he will be erased from existence altogether. Hey hey ah ha 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 ha. Robin's laughter broke into a roar, booming through the hall, unrestrained, echoing off the vaulted ceilings like the laughter of a god watching the fall of empires. Chapter 1561. Ah ha ha ha. Robin slapped his thigh with his right hand while covering his face with his left, his laughter echoing like a thunderclap across the chamber. In front of his father's hysterical outburst, Theo furrowed his brows in deep puzzlement. Is there something amusing here that I simply don't understand, father? Ha ha, hee hee. Robin's laughter faltered, slowing down until it died with a sudden abruptness. No, he shook his head weakly, almost trembling. No, there's nothing funny at all. His voice carried the weight of denial, as if he himself wanted to believe it. Theo wanted to press further, to demand the reason behind such a strange reaction, but seeing the gloom spreading across Robin's expression, he chose silence instead. Moments of suffocating stillness stretched between them before Robin finally spoke, his tone heavy. Tell me more about this awaited cosmic war, he asked, his words carrying both dread and curiosity. When do you think it will begin? That depends entirely on its true purpose, Theo answered, his voice steady like a commander briefing his army. If the aim is simply to drive Lord Hedrick away from the galaxy seed and keep him entangled, or if the true intent is his total erasure, to strike him down and bury the very empire he forged with his own two hands, then the scale will be far greater. Theo's eyes gleamed with a calculating sharpness. The millennial crumbled dreams empire stands as the strongest in Middle Sector 101, second only in status to the Radiance galaxy of the behemoth Kales. Lord Hedrick commands an overwhelming number of generals, brilliant aides, and armies so vast they seem endless. To uproot him will require more than simple force, it will demand the united fury of many sectors. Robin leaned back, listening intently. And Theo continued without pause, even though Hedrick dispatched most of his generals and a huge portion of his fleets to the young sector, the Empire's core remains sturdy. Diverting such a colossus will require enormous armies. And with the infiltrations and concealment tactics the enemy is currently employing, I believe it will take only a single century before they finally strike. When that day comes, Lord Hedrick's grip on either sector will collapse entirely. Robin nodded slowly, lost in thought. Whether Hedrick kept his forces stationed near Verilion to guard it, or recalled them to defend his properties in Middle Sector 101, he would inevitably lose whichever front he abandoned. And what? Robin's voice dropped lower. If the true will of war is to erase him from both sectors altogether. Theo hesitated, the air thickening as he pondered. If the architect of this war was indeed Lord Zarian, then it was clear he sought nothing less than Hedrick's annihilation, leaving him no chance to breathe, no moment to rebuild. This galaxy seed had given Zarian the perfect excuse to summon forces from all surrounding sectors. And with such an opportunity, how could a man of his caliber let it slip away? Theo finally answered after a long pause, staring directly into his father's weary eyes. I would give him 3 to 4 centuries of survival at most. Beyond that, nothing. Ugh. Robin groaned, clutching both sides of his head as though he could crush the torment inside his skull. Why must this war come within 600 years? Why must the only man who extended him a hand of support be doomed to die before Robin could gain any real benefit? What choices were left to him now? 3 paths alone stretched before him: aid Hedrick, ignore the storm and drift with the tide, or attempt to fish amidst the chaos. But how could he aid Hedrick when he himself was desperate for aid? Hedrick required generals of the Nexus state, guardians and sovereigns, titans of immense power. What could Robin's meager fleets and limited ground troops do in a war of such magnitude? Could he simply ignore it? Stand by and watch as Hedrick is ground to dust, his empire scattered into ashes? Perhaps, but then what? Robin would lose his greatest supporter, no, his only supporter. Who else did he have left? The Cosmic Elder was already dying, and Aldera had made herself perfectly clear that neither she nor the Academy would ever help an empire expand, nor even defend itself, no matter the circumstances. And so, the last path, fishing in troubled waters. Perhaps he could snatch a fragment of Verilion amidst the chaos? But how, when countless predators circled, waiting to devour it? Or maybe he could seize a piece of the millennial shattered dream empire itself? No, mere delusions, as if the invaders would leave behind even scraps of flesh or bone. And even if he did manage to claim something, would it ever outweigh the benefit of supporting Hedrick directly, of honoring the promised aid to his armies and his brilliant generals? Father. Theo finally spoke, frowning deeply as he saw the struggle etched into Robin's face. It's clear you have some kind of bond with Lord Hedrick, but I thought there was enmity between you? There is no eternal enmity, nor eternal affection in this world, my son, no eternal enmity, no eternal affection. Robin's voice was distant, his gaze wandering into emptiness as if staring at futures only he could see. At last he lifted his hands away from his face and turned aside with eyes that no longer focused on the present. This war, Robin whispered, heavy as a death knell, will overturn everything. Well, it's all just one-sided speculation, Theo admitted at last, his tone softening when he noticed the heavy lines of frustration tightening his father's face. He tried to ease the weight pressing on Robin's shoulders. There's still a chance, however small, that Lord Hedrick already knows what's happening, that he's been gathering clues and preparing for it in secret all along. He. Robin gave a dry, almost bitter laugh. Trust me, he doesn't know. His chuckle turned into something hollow, more like mockery of fate than amusement. He had met Hedrick only a week ago, had spoken with him face to face, and the truth was unmistakable. He is completely blind. The way he spoke of the seed's future, the war, the Radiance Galaxy, everything about him screamed ignorance. He is marching forward, proud and unknowing, like a general stepping into a trap with open arms. Theo narrowed his eyes but inclined his head. I wouldn't dismiss that possibility. After all, even for us, gathering this information was grueling. His voice carried respect for the effort it had taken. The Shadow Swords were, without a doubt, the most efficient and far-reaching network when it came to acquiring intelligence. Robin knew well why. The major law of darkness, coupled with the limitless supply of resources and authority he had granted them, had made the Shadow Swords a dominating force across both Sector 99 and Sector 100, whether it is the young or the mid. In those four sectors, they moved like shadows over water, untouchable, absolute. No one held greater sway except for that syndicate, and even then, Richard's presence in Middle Sector 101 had forced them to spread their roots deep into that contested ground as well. If even the Shadow Swords had bled and strained to uncover these truths, then who else could possibly hold such knowledge, if not maybe the syndicate itself? So what do you think, Father, should we tell him? Theo's voice was calm, but the gleam in his eyes hinted at mischief. Robin's brow furrowed, his thoughts grinding like millstones. Do you believe it would truly help? He asked at last, his voice low, uncertain. I think it would certainly make the war more interesting. Theo's lips curled into a cold smile, one far beyond his youthful age. At the very least, Lord Hedrick wouldn't crumble as quickly as they are hoping for. He might even drag their plans into the mud with him. Robin closed his eyes for a time, letting the silence draw out, weighing the many strands of consequence unraveling before him. Then, after long moments, he finally nodded, slow and deliberate. Return to your base in Sector 100. From there, prepare me a detailed report and send it through the Spirit Society. Leave nothing vague, I want specifics. Include the exact number of planets where those hidden forces are lurking. Evidence is what I need. Understood. Theo bowed his head, his voice steady with resolve. Do you have any other orders, Father? No, Robin replied with quiet pride. You know what must be done with the rest. You always know what must be done. He gave his son a faint nod, but one heavy with satisfaction. Before such a rare and genuine smile from his adoptive father, Theo felt warmth surge within him. His chest swelled with pride, and a faint glow of happiness lit his features. He returned the smile, bowed deeply, and then turned to leave, his footsteps echoing in the hall. Tap, tap. Yet once Theo's presence faded from the room, the matter refused to fade from Robin's mind. The silence only sharpened his turmoil. Should he forward the report to Hedrick? And if he did, what would it cost him? Would Hedrick immediately demand the fourth-tier planetary displacement gear, straining his empire's resources beyond measure? But if he withheld the report, if he left Hedrick blind, who else could fill the void when the war came crashing down? Ugh. Robin growled in frustration, dragging his fingers harshly through his hair as though trying to tear the indecision out by force. His skull throbbed with the weight of impossible choices. This isn't the time for endless doubts, he muttered. Straightening his posture, Robin turned his head toward a distant direction, his eyes locking onto the invisible pull of the nearest space gate. His expression hardened, the hesitation swept away. Now, he whispered with quiet finality, is the time to awaken someone. Chapter 1562. Middle Sector 100. Caesar stood before the vast war map, his wide eyes gleaming with a predatory focus. He did not merely glance at the sprawling display, he devoured it with his gaze, as though he meant to carve every line, every speck, into the walls of his memory for eternity. The map itself was no ordinary creation. There were no valleys or rivers sketched across it, no mountains or borders. Instead, it was a canvas of endless black, and upon that darkness were scattered a multitude of glowing dots of various sizes, each one representing a world, a fortress, or a point of life waiting to be claimed. Around the edges of this towering map stood a circle of human generals, their armor gleaming faintly under the cold light. The chamber was hushed, filled only with the rustle of cloaks and the occasional breath drawn too sharply. Every one of them held themselves in rigid silence, as though the faintest sound might shatter the tension pressing down on their chests. They waited for a decision, for a spark of command. Tap. After long minutes of suffocating stillness, Caesar finally raised his finger. His hand hovered above the map like the blade of an executioner, and then descended upon a single glowing point. His voice cut through the silence like thunder. Here. The Violet Dream Empire. Alexander's brows knitted tightly as his eyes darted to the place Caesar had chosen. The name alone carried weight. It was no petty kingdom, but a formidable dominion. Slowly, he lifted his gaze again, meeting Caesar's face with searching eyes. Are you certain? Of course. Caesar's nod was sharp and unyielding. His voice swelled with confidence, rolling across the chamber. That empire controls 22 planets, and they have been bled dry by decades of struggle against us. If we strike now with a broad campaign, we will uproot them, planet by planet, until nothing remains but dust. His gaze tore itself from the map and swept across the assembled generals, heavy with command. Each of you will take an army, each will descend upon one of those worlds. 2 weeks from this very day, the campaign begins. Ready your legions. Raiden's voice rose, measured but edged, breaking the rhythm of certainty. A strong plan, yes, and the Violet Dream Empire is indeed a fine target. After all, we crushed the 3 empires closest to them. They will not expect such boldness from us so soon. But, he paused deliberately, letting silence build weight behind his words. Haven't you overlooked something, Your Highness? Raiden lifted his hand, one finger pointing at a glowing spot on the map, then another. then a third. With every motion, the silence in the room deepened, and the other generals nodded almost instinctively, as if the truth in his gesture was undeniable. Those 3 points marked not mere worlds, but the capitals of the empires they had already conquered, among them, the heart of the Iron Boar Empire, which now stood diminished, reduced to the Iron Boar Kingdom. Leaving 3 bloodlines behind us, Victoria's voice slid into the air, sharp and cold. Bloodlines that hate us with every breath they take and wait like carrion for our fall, that is folly. We must rip out the roots entirely. Otherwise, we may find them united, striking us tomorrow rather than centuries from now. Even crippled as they are, each of those capitals still shelters at least one Nexus state cultivator. Her eyes flashed with deadly certainty. It is good that you remember this truth, Caesar replied, his brows furrowing as his tone grew iron hard. But tell me, how exactly are we supposed to kill, or even bind, those Nexus state experts? His hand swept outward, his voice thick with disdain. With the hired relic who farts every time he coughs. He jabbed a finger toward the shadows of the chamber. Or perhaps with his lameness, our so-called silent majesty, who needs a crane to be hauled from one chamber to another. In the corner, sitting cross-legged on the cold stone floor, was the so-called young old man, long white hair cascading down his back, a beard so pale and lengthy it seemed carved from snow. His eyes were half-lidded, his posture slack, as though the weight of centuries had dulled every spark of care. He had heard every word hurled his way, but he offered no reaction, not even a flicker of irritation. All gazes turned, one after another, toward their supposed planetary emperor, the Silent One. He sat unmoved, his expression empty, his silence heavier than words. A collective sigh rippled through the hall as the generals tore their eyes away, returning once more to the glowing map. For now, their strength on land was undeniable, an army vast enough to crush resistance beneath iron heels. Their fleets filled the skies, and their banners promised dominion wherever their shadows fell. Even the number of world cataclysms among their ranks had swelled with the arrival of more human powerhouses eager to join their cause. Yet, for all their might, there remained a chasm they could not bridge, Nexus states. Neither the hired elders nor the Silent One could fill that void. Both were little more than ornaments, tokens to display, not champions to rely upon. The Silent One's uselessness was understood. Theo had explained the reasons for his silence and indifference from the day he was first brought into their fold. But the hired elder, he had deceived them cruelly. During the last invasion of the Iron Boar capital, his task had been simple: to neutralize the emperor, to push him aside, to keep him from the battlefield. Nothing more. Yet when the battle reached its fiercest blaze, when the moment demanded resolve, he had turned and fled. It became clear, after repeated failures, that the hired Nexus states had long carried strict instructions from their true masters: preserve your lives above all else, never throw them away for another's cause. They were not mercenaries bound by loyalty, but pawns protected like treasures. The moment they sensed real danger, they vanished like mist. If they judged a mission too perilous, they would simply refuse to step forward at all. Their power was mighty, yes, but chained by invisible orders. Once the murmurs of frustration faded, Caesar slammed both of his hands down on the massive star map, the sound echoing like a war drum through the chamber. His eyes burned with the ferocity of a predator as his voice rose. We have repelled the aggressors. We have crushed them, beaten them back. In the last 60 years, we raised 2 empires to ashes. Now the path lies open before us. Continue forward, strike again, tear down the rest. Uproot every planet that can be uprooted, grind them under our heel, and spread our dominion swiftly across the starfield until no one doubts our reign. He lifted his head slowly, letting his gaze sweep the room like a blade across their throats. Each general straightened under the weight of it. We must become more than conquerors. We must become a colossus, an empire vast enough to claim the Nihiri galaxy seed once it ascends. Not a mere centennial empire, no. We must aspire to become a millennial empire. His palm struck the map once more, a sharp bang that reverberated across the chamber. We will seize their holdings, strip them to the bone, and let them rot in their capitals if they choose to cower. Or, better still, they may crawl, bow their heads low before me, and submit to the dawn of our new era. Understood, came the chorus of voices. Roughly 20 generals raised their hands in salute, their boots striking the stone as one. Even Victoria, Ryden, and Alexander, who frowned deeply, doubt shadowing their eyes, nodded in compliance. Yet beneath the surface, unease stirred. It was clear to them all that their supreme general had not considered the possibility of those scattered remnants uniting, of the conquered capitals rallying together in vengeance. They knew it too well: a coalition of desperate enemies could burn brighter than a healthy empire. Still, they could not deny the truth. Without a realm Nexus state at their side, their options were few. Halting expansion would be suicide, leaving them vulnerable to rivals. And so, what remained? Only to march forward, to gamble, to pray that momentum and fate themselves would carry them to survival. Step. The heavy silence fractured as the echo of footsteps entered the chamber. Heads turned. A newcomer strode in, his movements unhurried, a small, knowing smile curving his lips. His presence alone seemed to shift the weight of the room, drawing every eye as he approached the star map. His tone was casual, yet laced with intrigue. So the sprawling Violet Dream Empire is to be your next target? How very interesting. Instantly, the generals lowered their heads in unison, their voices a tide of obedience. We salute your highness. Peon. Caesar's face hardened, brows furrowing like thunderclouds. His voice cracked across the chamber. What are you doing here? We agreed on the division of political roles. This year is yours. Sit at your desk, fulfill your duty, and leave this war council to me. Not today, Peon replied calmly, though his eyes glimmered with something that betrayed him: curiosity, eagerness, perhaps even hunger. He lingered near the map, drinking in its glowing points, savoring the atmosphere of the war council as though it were a feast. A visitor has arrived, one beyond my jurisdiction. You must go yourself. Don't worry. I will keep your chair warm until you return. Beyond your jurisdiction. Caesar's voice dropped, low and sharp, carrying the edge of accusation. There is no one above you but myself and your father. Do not tell me you've come here seeking escape. You are correct, Peon admitted with a weary sigh. But in this matter, it cannot be me. It must be father who makes the decision, or you may go in his stead, and bear the burden upon your own shoulders. I want no part of it. He lifted his face then, turning fully toward Caesar. His eyes, once gleaming with mild amusement, now shone with the weight of revelation. The chamber froze in anticipation, every heartbeat thudding louder than drums. It is Rhaenyra, Peon declared at last, each syllable heavy, striking the chamber like a thunderclap. She has come, herself. Chapter 1563. Clang! Caesar pushed open the towering gates of the reception hall of the multiplanetary Cradle Empire, his steps echoing across the marble floor. His face was carved with curiosity, one eyebrow raised higher than the other, as if he had come half convinced this entire summons was no more than an elaborate prank. Yet the reality before his eyes confirmed every word his brother had spoken. It was her. Though he had never once seen her in person, recognition struck him instantly and without hesitation. There she sat, deep within the vast hall, a vision of devastating beauty. Her features were so flawless they might have been painted by the brush of a divine artist. She wore a gown tied above, clinging like liquid silk to her form, then flowing wide below, trailing across the floor like a river of fabric. Upon her head there was no crown, for she needed none. The natural majesty of her presence was greater than any jewel or diadem. Her hands were folded delicately one atop the other, her posture regal, her small nose tilted upward in an expression that seemed to dismiss the world itself. And then, the final strokes of the masterpiece, the furry fox-like ears upon her head and the 9 long, swaying tails behind her. They drifted in the air like branches stripped by autumn winds, each one a silent proclamation of power and lineage, and together they sealed the scene into something unforgettable. Rhaenyra, sovereign of the 9 Paths Empire, sat in that moment as though she owned the hall, the land, and even the very air around them. Four figures surrounded her, each formidable in their own right, either peak world catastrophe realm cultivators or failed Nexus state warriors, but beside her they blurred into the background, diminished to shadows, irrelevant. Her Majesty, the sovereign of the 9 Paths Empire herself, here in person. What a marvel indeed. Caesar's voice, though steady, carried the awe that had briefly seized him. For a moment, even the Supreme General faltered before her aura. Then, regaining his composure, he placed one hand behind his back, lifted his chin, and advanced with a faint smile tugging at his lips. Had I known, I would have prepared a welcome worthy of your stature. How could you not know? Rhaenyra's voice was sharp and crystalline as her small mouth opened, her amber eyes locking with his. You are the one who drove away every envoy I sent, telling them I must come personally. Or perhaps you were certain I would never answer, and this was your convenient way to sever ties and then tell your father the fault was mine. You caught me. Caesar raised both hands in mock surrender, the playful gesture at odds with the charged atmosphere. Taking the seat directly opposite her, he left a broad span of air between them, yet close enough that the faint fragrance of her presence reached him, mingling with his own. Resting his arms upon the chair's sides, he leaned back and let out a soft laugh. It is indeed a surprise. Her Majesty, who shattered the historic ties between our empires through endless refusals and broken exchanges of envoys, is the same one who now comes here of her own accord? Tisk tisk, the world truly does turn on its head. Rhaenyra's fingers clenched tightly in her lap, the light tremor betraying the storm that surged beneath her calm expression. Caesar, barked one of the failed Nexus state elders at her back, his voice booming in protest. Cosmic powers rise and fade by the day, alliances form and collapse by the hour. We came here today to mend what time and misfortune have broken. There is no need for such poisonous words to provoke the 9 Paths Empire. We are here for reconciliation and for the benefit of all. Caesar slowly turned his gaze toward the speaker, raising his head in deliberate mockery, a strange smile playing across his lips. Oh, it's you, sir. The one once tasked with protecting and supporting my army. The same man I used to beg to march with us, to send even a single world cataclysm expert to aid us, yet all you ever did was pretend to sleep, or give me a nod at best. And now, you've finally found your voice. Caesar. The elder roared again and stepped forward, his anger boiling over, ready to remind this upstart general that he had once been beneath his command for nearly 2 centuries. I am Supreme General Caesar, you old fuck. Caesar's voice cracked like thunder through the hall, arrogant and absolute. If you wish to beg for aid, then beg properly. If not, then do not come at all. Beg. You dare. The elder advanced 2 more steps, veins standing out along his neck. He knew restraint was needed, yet the pride forged over hundreds of thousands of years burned in his throat like fire, refusing to be swallowed. Enough. Another elder, one with 7 long tails swaying like whips, stepped forward to halt him. His voice was deep, resonant, and final. Enough. Grinding his teeth until sparks of soul force almost seemed to flicker from his jaw, the first elder forced himself back 2 steps, retreating to his place in silence. For no matter what pride or fury consumed them, the truth was undeniable. They had seen the countless world cataclysm auras surrounding this place since their arrival. They knew beyond doubt that at this very moment they were being enveloped, trapped in an invisible cage. They knew the silent planetary emperor lurked nearby. Yet even with all that, it was not those dangers that stayed their hands. It was Caesar himself. They could not touch him. They could not even risk angering him. To oppose this fourth-stage law user recklessly would not simply bring consequences, it would bring their inevitable end, each step of defiance dragging it closer and closer until it devoured them whole. The elder with 7 tails, the same calm figure who had once carried to Rhaenyra the bitter news of her abdication and told her she must go herself to the Cradle Empire, allowed a faint, knowing smile to cross his lips as he stepped forward with deliberate grace. "I have heard," he began, his voice carrying a calm weight that filled the vast hall, "that you are the eldest son of Lord Robin Burton, the planetary emperor of the True Beginning, sovereign of the Young Sector Empire. Tell me, may I ask just how close your bloodline stands to the silent emperor himself?" Caesar blinked once, genuinely surprised by the question. Slowly, his gaze slid back toward Rhaenyra, studying her carefully. The meaning behind such a question was crystal clear. It meant Rhaenyra had kept her silence. She had not told them that Robin Burton was in truth the one they called human, the future great truth chosen who was rising with unstoppable momentum, a man whose wealth was without boundaries and whose influence reached further than their imagination. To them, the silent emperor was still a puzzle, perhaps a servant, perhaps an ally, but certainly not the same man. "At the very least, it seems we still have some foundation to build a conversation upon." Caesar nodded with satisfaction, his lips curling faintly. "Very well then, what is it you wish to propose?" "Haha, excellent that you asked, younger brother." In fact, the 7-tailed elder responded quickly, eager to seize the moment. But he never finished his words. "Did I ask you, old man?" Caesar's voice cut across the chamber like a blade. He did not even grant the elder the courtesy of his gaze. His head remained unturned, his eyes still locked on Rhaenyra, dismissing the others as though they were little more than dust in the wind. "I intend to negotiate with your ruler, not with the chorus that trails behind her." He flicked a hand toward the gates behind him, the gesture sharp and final. "Please, step outside and wait." The 4 elders froze, their brows furrowing into deep lines of displeasure. Finally, the strongest among them moved. His voice, rough and heavy with the authority of countless years, rang through the hall. "Brother Caesar, at present the 9 Paths is governed by council. It is our law that all must be present to hear and to vote." Though he tried to cloak his tone and reason, the venom in his words was unmistakable. This was Darmike, Rhaenyra's own uncle, the same man who had once nearly drawn his blade against Robin upon his first arrival on the planet Azakra. "Oh, a council, is it?" Caesar laughed softly, the sound rich with mockery. Still, his eyes never strayed from Rhaenyra's. Her fists tightened in her lap until her knuckles turned white. There was nothing more humiliating, nothing more corrosive to her pride, than hearing such words in her presence. Caesar's sharp eyes caught every flicker of that humiliation. He saw the suppressed anger in her cheeks, the shame hidden behind her lifted chin. That was enough for him. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the 4 elders, his smile hardening into something edged. "I have no intention of binding myself to an empire that cannot even speak with one voice. Imagine it, every request, every treaty, every promise requiring me to pacify each of you, to wait for your council to assemble, to argue until you are all convinced, and then to endure a vote that might be repeated endlessly depending on your moods. This is not governance, it is childish squabbling dressed as politics, and I have no patience for children." Once more his hand rose, pointing firmly to the doors behind him. "Leave. Wait outside and allow me to speak with the sole representative of your empire. Or, if you will not, then take her with you and let us end this farce here and now. I will not waste another heartbeat." The 4 elders exchanged long, dark looks, the fury smoldering in their eyes plain to all. Yet age had taught them the bitterness of restraint. With the forced dignity of elders too seasoned to erupt in open rage, they curved their lips into stiff, brittle smiles. Step by slow step, they retreated, their exit drawn out like a silent protest. Each one, however, turned back before crossing the threshold, their gazes stabbing toward Rhaenyra, heavy with unspoken warnings, as though to caution her not to tread too far astray. Creak! The massive doors groaned shut behind them. Caesar waited, motionless, until the final echo of the latch faded. Only then did his smile return, sharp and satisfied. "Now," he said, his tone lighter, more relaxed, "we can talk. This hall is sealed, soundproofed to the last stone. No ear beyond these walls will ever hear a word." Rhaenyra released a long breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The storm of humiliation that had built within her slowly ebbed, replaced by the icy composure she had perfected over years. She straightened her back once more, her chin lifting high, regal and unyielding. "Very well, let us speak. I demand." But Caesar interrupted, his grin curling into something dangerous. "Oh, before you start demanding, did you know your dear sister lies naked at this very moment in the bed of the Twilight Spectrum's emperor?" Chapter 1564. "Do you know," Caesar said with a smile that was little more than a dagger sheathed in mockery, "that your sister lies naked in the bed of the Twilight Phantom's emperor at this very moment?" His tone carried a venomous sweetness, deliberately designed to sting. Crossing one leg over the other with leisurely arrogance, he laced his fingers together and leaned back in his chair. "Is this your grand strategy for wearing down your enemies? To be honest, it is quite an innovative method." He. Rhaenyra did not answer. On the contrary, her composure seemed to sink into something even deeper, as though she had plunged her spirit into ice to avoid giving him satisfaction. The poised mask upon her face froze completely, every muscle refusing to twitch, as if a single slip might betray the volcano simmering beneath. A long, suffocating minute passed in silence, each second stretched until it was almost unbearable. Only then did her lips part, and her voice, quiet but laden with steel, emerged. "Since that day, 400 years ago, the day I crowned your father emperor, and the day I worked with him, until the moment he declared he no longer needed me and we were forced to separate in peace, there have been countless storms between our empires. There have been quarrels, escalations. Yet through all of it, one thread never broke. Even when the tide of our relations sank to its lowest, there was still a measure of honor. Her amber eyes glimmered, both sharp and sorrowful. I will admit it openly. I sought at times to slow your pace. I confined the world cataclysms. I tried to limit the number of worlds you occupied. I had many reasons, political, strategic, personal. But you also exploited the name of my empire, flaunted its prestige, and siphoned its strength for your private gains. Neither of us was innocent, and so neither has the right to claim the higher ground. Her voice tightened, heavy with conviction. But even in those blackest nights, I never once revealed a single secret of your father. Every arrangement began as trade, as mutual profit, and every arrangement ended as such, without betrayal, without treachery, with honor. And yet, listening to you now. She drew in a slow, trembling breath, her brows knitting. It seems even that last veil of honor has been torn away. Caesar's grin widened, cutting into her words. You kept silent about my father's secrets not out of honor, but out of fear. Because of the golden soul shard. Because of my father's place among the upper heavens. It was convenience, not nobility. His laughter echoed, sharp and cruel. You cannot crawl into my heart and dictate my motives. Rhaenyra shot back suddenly, her voice rising. The truth that matters is simple. I did keep your secrets. She leaned forward slightly, eyes burning, her composure cracking like glass. And what do I receive in return? Instead of acknowledgement, instead of hearing my proposal, you insult me and seed vile rumors about my sister? About the second pillar of the Nine Paths Empire? Are these the lessons your father raised you on, child? Is this the morality of the cradle? Her final word lashed like a whip. For a heartbeat, silence rang through the chamber. Rhaenyra tried, she truly tried, to bury her fury beneath the ice of discipline. But the venom of Caesar's provocation had struck too deep. Her tone cracked at the edges, her voice rose against her will. Her eyes closed tightly, shutting away the hot sting of tears that threatened to betray her pride. She forced her breath to steady, inhaling and exhaling in slow, deliberate rhythm, fighting to reclaim the mask of cold nobility. Humiliation. A searing humiliation unlike any she had endured. On any other day, if such words had ever been uttered in her presence, she would have risen on the spot. With one movement of her tails, she would have severed Caesar's head, and let the heavens judge the consequences. But this day was not any other. This day she carried the weight of a collapsing empire on her shoulders. Those cursed elders, they had cornered her, demanded that she negotiate with the Cradle Empire, demanded that she secure aid at any cost. She had resisted, again and again. But the fall of Carta, only 2 days ago, had shattered her final defense. Carta, one of the core worlds of the Nine Paths Empire. A planet already refined by a senior elder, master of a great hall. Yet a Twilight Phantom elder now sought to refine it for himself. If he succeeded, the elder would die instantly, snuffed out with his planet. And if that happened, the council and the halls would revolt. They would abandon Rhaenyra. Perhaps they would even sue for peace, surrendering outright, too frightened for their own lives tethered to the few planets still remaining. So she had come here. She had trampled her pride beneath her feet, swallowing every thorn of humiliation, just to preserve what was left of the empire passed down by her forefathers. If she left this hall without an agreement, everything would be lost. And Caesar knew. That arrogant child, that fourth-grade law user, knew her plight as clearly as if he had read it from her soul. He was exploiting it, grinding her into the dirt, breaking her pride deliberately, as though he wanted to snap her neck without lifting a finger. But she would not give him the chance. She could not. She had to summon every ounce of diplomacy drilled into her over centuries. She had to weave calm from fury, reason from pain. She had to redirect the poison of his words, bury the rumor before it sprouted, drag the conversation back toward the possibility of cooperation. And perhaps, one day, one distant day, when the moment was right, when the balance of power shifted, she would remember these words. And she would make Caesar bleed for them. Tisk. That is a flood of words just to confess you are blind, a fool who has no grasp of what truly moves around you. Caesar's chuckle slithered like a blade drawn across stone, sharp and taunting. His eyes gleamed with deliberate cruelty. While you sit here weaving tales of honor, your sister is parading herself between the beds of the 3 Nexus states and the royal soulmaster of the Twilight Phantom's empire, one after another, like a prized guest at their court. Enough! Rhaenyra's voice rang out like thunder, her hand slashing violently through the air as she shot to her feet. Her tails trembled faintly with the surge of her fury, and the air around her rippled as if on the verge of eruption. The techniques she had drilled into herself for centuries to contain her temper fractured in an instant, crumbling to ash. Even manipulation, even posturing for advantage in a negotiation, has its boundaries. Show some restraint, show some respect. Ha! Caesar did not flinch at her rage. Instead, he reached casually into his robe and drew out a thick folder bound in black leather, bulging with documents marked by the sigil of secrecy. Without ceremony, he tossed it onto the table between them. The impact reverberated like a slap, scattering a few papers loose. This, he said with a smug tilt of his head, is a full report from my shadow swords. Every step, every movement, every whisper of your sister since the day she left you in your last meeting, the very one where you were arguing about whether to reveal my father's secret. From that day, all the way until Carta fell. 2 days ago. Rhaenyra's breath caught violently in her throat. Her amber eyes widened until they seemed to burn, her body stiffening, trembling as though her spirit itself had been shaken. She almost staggered backward, her composure threatening to shatter completely. Impossible. How could he know? That meeting had taken place within the throne hall of Azakra, one of the most impenetrable sanctuaries in their empire. Layer upon layer of seals and arrays, guarded by elders whose vigilance bordered on madness, yet somehow, this boy sitting across from her now spoke of it with casual certainty. Her mind spun, colliding with both fury and disbelief. But curiosity, poisoned though it was, gnawed at her until her hand betrayed her. Slowly, stiffly, she extended her fingers, grasped the file, and pulled it toward her. The black papers were cold to the touch, as if the ink itself had been drenched in shadow. She opened it with trembling hands and began to read. Meanwhile, Caesar leaned back into the high seat, his posture a portrait of arrogance, as though the chair itself had become a throne. One arm draped over the armrest, his voice rolled lazily through the hall. After leaving you, she did not march straight to her front rows as she told you. No, she was cautious, slipping across trade planets, drifting to abandoned worlds, circling again and again to make sure no one followed her. But eventually, she went where she was always destined to go, Macquarie, capital of the Twilight Spectrum. Their fortress. Their lair. He smirked. And from that day, she has never left. She passes from chamber to chamber among the four great elders, all in what she no doubt thinks is secrecy. His laughter was low and biting. But of course, nothing remains hidden from us. He stretched his arms outward, mocking, as though spreading invisible wings of dominance. We don't know all the details, but my men have eyes sharper than most. A few months ago, they saw something strange. One night, in the heat of her indulgence, she lost control and released her aura. And what did it reveal? The unmistakable presence of a mid-stage nexus state. She broke through, right there, in their bedchambers. His tone grew heavier, savoring each word. And it did not stop there. According to the continuous reports, her aura has been climbing ever since, rising in steady waves. At this pace, not even 1,000 more years will pass before she touches the high-stage nexus state. So tell me, Your Majesty. He leaned forward, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin, eyes narrowing with cruel amusement. It seems you are no longer the strongest within the Nine Paths Empire. Isn't that so? He. Silence burned like fire in the hall. Caesar tilted his head back, his smile widening into something grotesquely triumphant. Perhaps you might have an explanation for such a miraculous rise? Perhaps you have some idea why this has occurred. Your Majesty, are you still with us? His voice mocked like a serpent's hiss. Chapter 1565. Long ago, Rhaenyra, though appearing no older than a young teenager, sat in majestic composure, her 8 magnificent tails fanning out behind her like a living tapestry of ethereal grace. She occupied the heart of a grand chamber, its vast expanse echoing with silent reverence. The floor was draped with carpets embroidered in shimmering golden threads, while the towering walls were entirely consumed by shelves, each straining under the weight of countless tomes, both ancient and recent, volumes on the science of governance, the philosophy of devotion to homeland, and the subtle yet profound arts of leadership. Some of the manuscripts breathed out the rich scent of ancient ink, their pages weathered by centuries, while others glowed faintly, bound with spiritual seals that shimmered with restrained power, warning against even the slightest attempt at tampering. Rhaenyra sat cross-legged in the very center of this sanctum, her small hands turning page after page in patient silence. Her entire being seemed devoted to the act, drinking in each line as though she were a parched traveler and the words an endless sea. Even the air itself had fallen still. The chamber's atmosphere was heavy with solemnity, as if reality itself paused to listen alongside her. Then, a sound broke the silence. Knock, knock. At last, Rhaenyra raised her head from the forest of words. Extending her spiritual sense outward, she instantly recognized the one waiting behind the door. A faint, almost unnoticeable smile touched her lips, softening her regal expression. Eleanor, come in. Hey, Rhaenyra, came the bright, ringing voice of a little girl. Eleanor, no older than 10, burst into the chamber. Her 8 orange tails swayed and fluttered behind her with boundless energy, each movement alive with childlike vigor. She strutted in with steps that practically skipped, her face glowing with uncontainable joy. The radiance of her wide grin seemed enough to light the golden carpeted chamber on its own. With a sudden burst, she ran the last 2 steps and flopped down beside her sister, her short legs swinging merrily off the edge of the seat. I want to ask you something, she chirped, her voice a song of excitement. Go ahead. Rhaenyra closed the heavy tome in her lap with deliberate gentleness and set it carefully to her side. Despite her outward appearance of only 13 years, the weight of dignity and authority clung to her like a mantle worn by ancient queens. Her every motion radiated composure. Placing her hands atop her knees, she leaned slightly forward, her calm eyes steady and watchful. Did you learn anything new today? I did. I learned that father has gone off to another war, this time against a bunch of bad people called the Twilight Spectrum Gang. Eleanor puffed her cheeks in dramatic seriousness, her little fists clenched with determination. Her tiny, furred ears twitched nervously atop her head, but the spark of innocence in her voice betrayed her excitement. But, why are they fighting? Well, Rhaenyra's tone softened as she stretched out her hand to gently pat her sister's head. Since you are already strong enough to reach level 31 and became a sage, you are certainly old enough to begin understanding the real reasons behind these wars. Her voice remained tender, but the weight of her words carried undeniable gravity. That gang, or more accurately, that empire, makes it their practice to kidnap maidens from among our people. They take them away, forcing them into lives of servitude as concubines. Their fate is cruelly dictated, to remain confined at home, to bear their children, to raise them like livestock, and, if they resist, to die. You. Eleanor scrunched up her nose and pressed her hands against her mouth, pretending to gag as she stuck out her tongue in exaggerated disgust. But why? Is it just because we're beautiful, and their girls are ugly? No, Rhaenyra replied with a faint shake of her head. It is because they carry the bloodline of an ancient beast, the blue Arctic fox. That beast is of the same lineage as the nine-tailed fox whose blood flows within us. Their blood came from the very same ancient source as ours. There are even rumors that both foxes were siblings, once bred together inside the beast garden of the behemoth, Zavaros. She leaned slightly forward, her voice calm yet edged with the sharp clarity of truth. Like us, they obtained only a small fragment of that sacred bloodline. Unlike us, however, they did so earlier, and they exploited it mercilessly to forge an empire far larger than our own. But here lies the difference. Her gaze sharpened, though her voice remained soft. Although the blood of the nine-tailed fox is equal in raw strength to that of the blue Arctic fox, our blood carries something unique. It is more diverse, more alive. When our children are born, they receive, at random, an affinity to one of the 9 heavenly paths. This gift, this bond to power, is something their bloodline cannot offer. She exhaled slowly, her shoulders lifting with a sigh. That alone, combined with the fact that both bloodlines can merge and nourish one another, makes our maidens the most desirable prey imaginable for them. So, they steal our girls just to have children who inherit the amazing nine-tailed fox bloodline we carry. Eleanor tilted her head to the side in innocence. 2 of her orange tails curled unconsciously together, weaving around each other as if to echo her confusion. Not quite. Rhaenyra's voice fell quieter, and she shook her head. Their true purpose is far darker. By mating with our maidens in a specific ritualized way, they awaken the blue Arctic fox blood inside their living warriors. This makes those men stronger and their command over the heavenly laws grows smoother, more precise. And if children are born of such unions, most inherit the blue Arctic fox bloodline, since the seed comes from the male. Yet, on rare occasions, a child emerges with a natural affinity for one of our 9 paths, a gift stolen through birth. Her voice trailed off, and her golden eyes grew heavy. That is why they target only maidens, why they have rejected countless offers of peace through marriage or alliance. Their ambition is singular, they wish to slaughter every male of our lineage, to erase them from existence, and keep only the untouched maidens. With this, they can empower their warriors, expand endlessly, preserve the purity of their empire's blood in future generations, and grant their children stolen affinities to additional paths to walk. For them, the entire process is overflowing with advantages. It is little wonder, then, that they are willing to throw themselves into a war of destiny against us for such gains. The males of the Twilight Spectrum gang, they really become stronger when they mate with one of our girls? Eleanor asked, her young voice filled with bewildered innocence. Her small eyebrows arched high in surprise as she blinked rapidly, as though trying to process the weight of what she had just heard. She turned her head aside for a fleeting moment, as if searching for an answer in the silence of the chamber, then looked back directly at her sister with wide eyes. And what about the girl? What happens to her then? The blood of the beast awakens in her as well, Rhaenyra replied slowly, her voice carrying the calm clarity of someone who had already borne the pain of knowing. Her strength grows, her talent blossoms, and her mastery over the laws of existence increases noticeably. Her tone was even, but there was no mistaking the shadow of sorrow threaded within her words. We have reclaimed a few of the maidens who were once stolen away, and we saw the results of this with our very own eyes. But, isn't that a good thing? Eleanor tilted her small head to the side in innocent confusion, her orange tail swaying back and forth as if echoing her uncertainty. All girls are going to marry someday anyway, aren't they? Then why not marry those who make us stronger? Rhaenyra's lips curved faintly into a bittersweet smile, touched by the childlike logic of her sister's question. Because, little one, strength is not everything. We bear a responsibility toward our ancestors, an oath passed down through generations, to protect this bloodline and preserve it pure. Her gaze softened but remained firm. If we were to take outsiders as husbands, then our children would no longer carry our sacred blood. In time, our lineage itself would vanish, and the nine-tailed fox would be nothing more than a memory. Eleanor pressed a tiny finger to her cheek, her expression thoughtful, her large eyes shining with innocent curiosity. She let the silence linger for a moment before speaking again. Then why don't we do both? We could marry them for just a while, only enough to awaken the beast blood inside us, and then later go back to marrying the weaker males of our own family. That way we get stronger, and we still keep our bloodline. Rhaenyra's features hardened slightly, her regal aura showing itself even through her youthful appearance. Because we are not harlots, Eleanor. Her words were sharp, tinged with a rare strictness. What you suggest is shameful, unacceptable in every way. To live without honor is worse than to live without strength. But it is the best way. Eleanor burst out, lifting her small arms in a flare of childish frustration. Her voice rose, trembling with conviction. Everyone would agree with me if they thought about it. It would even help the males of our family too. Can't you see our brothers? They're all less talented than us. She tapped her chin in mock seriousness, a mischievous grin curling across her lips. You know what? Maybe we could even import a few of the Twilight Spectrum girls for them instead. Rhaenyra let out a faint sigh, though her eyes gleamed with pride as she straightened her back. The Twilight Spectrum Empire would never allow that, little sister. Do you know why? Because they have pride, just as we do. But I still don't understand. Eleanor's voice cracked in frustration. Her small tail thumped against the ground with a sharp snap, betraying the anger she could not contain. It's so clear to me. This is the best way for everyone. If we all worked together, everyone would grow stronger. So what's the point of war? Why fight, when it only leaves countless dead behind? For a moment, silence filled the chamber once more. Rhaenyra closed her eyes, her long lashes shadowing her cheeks, and inhaled deeply before letting out a slow, steady breath. Her hand rose and came to rest upon her sister's head, stroking her hair with a tenderness that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. When she spoke, her tone was softer than ever, as calm and soothing as the cool wind of an autumn dusk. There are things, Eleanor, that cannot be measured so easily. Strength, gain, loss, and sacrifice, these are not the only scales by which we live. There are bonds, there is honor, there is the meaning of who we are. You will not understand now, but when you grow older, when the world has shown you its truths, you will understand what I mean. Chapter 1566. Fast forward a few thousand years. Bam! Woe to us. What a calamity. We are doomed, doomed beyond saving. Ah, what are we supposed to do now? The throne hall of the planet Azakra no longer carried the tranquil majesty it had always been known for. In this hour, it had transformed into a place overflowing with confusion and despair. The chamber was packed with trembling elders, each one clutching his head with both hands as if trying to keep it from splitting, or pacing in frantic circles like trapped beasts, their faces carved with horror and helplessness. The grand hall, once a solemn symbol of power and authority, now looked no different than a swarm of frantic ants scattered upon a blazing sheet of iron. Enough! Dharmak roared, his voice crashing through the hall like thunder. Though his eyes were bloodshot and swollen from sleepless nights and his throat rasped with fury and exhaustion, he fought to stand firm, forcing strength into his trembling frame. The death of my brother is not the end of all existence. He lived as a true man and fell as a true man. He is gone from this world, but we ourselves laid him to rest in the heart of the star of Azakra, and by now his body has likely already dissolved into its burning core. That chapter has ended. What matters now is not endless mourning, but deciding what must be done from this moment forward. Empty words, Dharmak, an elder snapped back, his voice quivering with both anger and despair. His Majesty was slaughtered in an ambush, torn from us while we stood helpless. All we managed to recover were broken fragments of his body, and even that cost us 3 elders who gave their lives. And what of His Majesty's uncle, the second and last Nexus state in our empire? He is lying crippled. The Twilight Spectrum Empire attacked the planet he refined, ripping it away from him. His sole domain has shattered and collapsed upon itself. A century will not pass before he follows His Majesty into the void. His death is certain. The elder buried his face in his palms, his voice breaking. If we had not forced him into attending today's funeral to put on a facade of strength, this day itself might have been the final one of our empire's existence. Should word of the imperial uncle's broken state leak, then by tomorrow's dawn a storm will fall upon us, an annihilating assault that will erase us completely from the cosmos. Our world is already as good as ashes. The only thing left to discuss is how we might surrender in such a way that at least our bloodline does not vanish with us. Rubbish. Dharmak's shout boomed as he slammed his fist against the throne's armrest. Isn't the answer clear? We need only forge another Nexus state before the imperial uncle perishes. He turned, his arm thrust outward in a commanding gesture. It is not impossible. It can be done. His gaze fell upon a corner of the hall where 2 young girls sat together, Rhaenyra and her sister. Both of them were drenched in grief, tears streaming as they had just watched the remnants of their father's broken body cast into the sun, powerless to stop it. Yet now the eyes of the entire assembly swiveled toward them, forcing them to endure the crushing weight of expectation. Rhaenyra and Eleanor, one of the hall's presiding elders, muttered, stroking his beard with disbelief. Yes, the girls are undeniably gifted. To reach the pinnacle of world cataclysm at their age is something extraordinary indeed. But both of them still possess only 8 tails. To ascend to the Nexus state realm is a feat bordering on the impossible, and to achieve it within a mere century? Utter madness. Have we not preserved 10 drops of the 9-tails fox's blood? Dharmak's voice rang out, sharp and resolute. If we infuse one of the girls with the full measure of those 10 drops, her blood will surge with density beyond mortal limits. A 9th tail will emerge, and the beast's ancient blood within her will ignite, powerful enough to pierce into the Nexus state in less than 100 years. He then fixed his stare on the girls once more. And I nominate Rhaenyra. She reached the world cataclysm realm earlier than her sister, her temperament is calmer, and above all, she has the heart to seek counsel rather than acting alone. Do you expect us to squander one of our most sacred treasures so recklessly? Another elder bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. If we do nothing, we will have no treasures left at all. Dharmak's fury erupted like a storm, his words cutting through the hall like blades. He spun to face the assembly as a whole. If any of you hold a better solution, speak it now. In one swift motion he drew forth his broadsword, its edge gleaming under the dim lights of the hall. But if you intend only to object without reason, then bring me your neck, and I will sever it myself. Clamor, clamor. Voices rose in chaos, feet stamped, and the vast hall shook with uproar. Ah! Rhaenyra pressed both hands to her head and buried her face between her knees. The crushing grief of her father's death and the horrifying sight of the elders turning upon one another filled her heart with despair. To her, it felt as though her entire world was crumbling into ruin before her eyes. Rhaenyra! Rhaenyra! Rhaenyra slowly lifted her head, her cheeks streaked with tears, her eyes swollen and shimmering with grief. Standing right beside her was Eleanor, her younger sister, whose expression was uncharacteristically sharp and unwavering. There was no trace of childlike mischief in her face this time. Instead, it carried a rare focus, a determination that made her seem far older than her years. Her voice came clear, cutting through the noise and chaos that filled the throne hall. Stand up, sister, and announce your acceptance of Uncle Dharmak's proposal, that you will be the next empress. You must. I will stand with you, I swear it. Ha! Rhaenyra blinked, her mind fogged and dazed by sorrow, not fully comprehending the words. For several heartbeats she stared at Eleanor, as if those words were too foreign to register. Then, all at once, her awareness snapped back, and she cried out, her voice cracking with pain, "What are you saying? Father has only just died. How can I even think about? You must. Eleanor interrupted, clutching her sister's shoulders with both small hands and shaking them as if trying to jolt Rhaenyra awake. Her voice, though belonging to a girl of only 10 summers, carried an urgency that silenced the noise in Rhaenyra's ears. If you do not rise now, everything father built will crumble into dust. We must not, let his death mean nothing. Stand, sister. Stand and fight for the empire he entrusted to us. Rhaenyra's lips trembled, and her voice failed her. She turned her gaze toward the turbulent hall. The chamber was filled with elders arguing, bickering, and plotting, like scavengers circling a carcass. Her eyes burned red, her heart pounded in despair, and her body felt impossibly small and fragile. She whispered to herself, almost as if confessing a secret, "Oh, will they even accept me? Every single one of them will scheme for the 10 drops, each hoping to keep them for himself. If I take the position this way, will they ever bow to me? Will they treat me as their sovereign, or will they forever see me as a child? They will try to manipulate me, use me as a pawn. I will never truly gain my place in their eyes. To them I will remain a fragile flower in a gilded vase, a puppet queen carrying a tale of power, but a tale that does not belong to me." Her lips twisted into a broken half-smile, bitter and mocking. "And even if, somehow, I manage to ascend into the Nexus state and secure the throne, the moment word spreads of our imperial uncle's death, the vultures outside will descend. Every rival will rise to shatter an empire ruled by a mere child who has only just broken through. They will not forgive such weakness." But Eleanor refused to let her words take root. She tightened her grip and shook her sister again, her small frame radiating a fire that seemed too vast for her years. "Forget all that for now. Empty your heart of fear. You are the eldest daughter of the ruler who has just passed, and by blood and by right those 10 drops belong to you. Whether the elders like it or not, some will side with you, if only to deny their enemies the power. That alone is enough to tip the scales in your favor. You must seize this moment before it vanishes forever." Her voice rose, echoing against the walls of the great hall. "And do not be afraid of the future. I will not remain weak. I will become strong as well. I will reach the Nexus state with my own hands, I promise you this. When enemies rise against us, I will be there, fighting beside you. When the elders plot against you, I will stand as your shield. Together we will not merely preserve this empire, we will raise it higher than it has ever been. As long as we live, as long as we stand together, this legacy will never wither. Our names will not vanish into the shadows of history. They will endure." Rhaenyra's eyes overflowed, her tears falling like rivers. The weight pressing on her chest did not vanish, but for the first time she felt a thread of strength coiling around her heart. She leaned forward, embracing her sister tightly, clinging as though she were the last anchor keeping her from drowning. Her voice broke in sobs, yet her words rang with newfound resolve. "Then, let us do as you say. Together, we will carry this burden." Chapter 1567. Crack. Sitting alone upon her throne as always, Rhaenyra suddenly clenched her small hands with such force as if she wished to grind something into dust, only to release them a moment later. That fleeting surge of emotion did not alter even the slightest fragment of her aura or her expression. By now, she had mastered the art of controlling them flawlessly. With the support of Darmike and a number of venerable elders and hall leaders, Rhaenyra inherited the final remnants of the 9-tailed fox bloodline. She absorbed its evolution, her 9th tail sprouted, and most importantly, she had stepped into the exalted state of Nexus. Yet the aura of innocence and nobility still clung around her like a veil, an image staged day and night in the Grand Throne Hall, presented to anyone who wished to gaze upon the newly ascended Nexus of the Empire. Was she strong? Incredibly so. In terms of bloodline density and raw talent, she was in no way inferior to her father. It was only a matter of time before she surpassed him entirely. But when it came to authority, just as she had foreseen that very day, she had been installed as nothing more than a decorative vase. The elders and hall leaders refused to acknowledge her as an absolute ruler. If she wished to make any decision, she was forced to persuade them first. If she dared inquire about the empire's state, she was never given the true picture. Some would answer with vague, empty phrases, while others bluntly told her there was no need for her to worry. The only silver lining in this suffocating arrangement was that the Twilight Spectrum Empire had ceased launching direct assaults on the planets of the Nine Paths Empire, and had abandoned their attempts to temper the elder-protected worlds that safeguarded their lives. They still kidnapped women, dozens each year, sometimes even daily, but that crime was nothing compared to the outright annihilation campaigns they had once attempted in the past. Why had they stopped? Did they truly believe the imperial uncle's lie that his health remained intact? Or had they simply become preoccupied with some other matter? It no longer mattered. All Rhaenyra could do was remain seated upon her throne, conduct herself with dignity and strength, and preserve what little could still be preserved, for as long as fate allowed. Creak! The monumental gates of the throne hall opened slowly, and through them a swaying shadow emerged. "I have returned, Rhaenyra." The calm expression on Rhaenyra's face, serene like an isolated summer lake, shattered in an instant. Her eyes widened fully. "Eleanor." With a sudden whoosh she leapt down from her throne and rushed forward, embracing her sister with all her might. "You're finally back." Then, with a tone of half-reproach and shimmering tears in her eyes, she whispered, "You left me alone for far too long this time." "I'm sorry. I was trying to fulfill my promise," Eleanor laughed, then stepped back and spun gracefully in place. "Well, what do you think? This?" Rhaenyra gave her a full up-and-down look. "What's with these revealing clothes? What have you left for the street girls to wear?" Her brows furrowed sharply, and then she suddenly shouted, "This aura, you've lost your purity." Instantly she slapped a hand over her mouth to silence herself, then demanded in a hushed voice, Did you get married? You are a princess. Something like this cannot happen without an official ceremony." "Married? Pfft, that is actually funny." Eleanor burst into loud laughter, then swayed her 9 tails again with playful pride. If I were you, I would have noticed something far more important, Rhaenyra. 9 tails? How? Rhaenyra rushed closer and began examining the newly grown 9th tail, her eyes widening further with disbelief. Wait, are you actually a Nexus state now? This has everything to do with that question you just asked me about marriage earlier. Eleanor leaned in, tilting her body slightly, and whispered teasingly into her sister's ear. Do you still wish to know the truth? What? Rhaenyra's face flushed crimson as she turned sharply, her steps retreating toward the throne as if seeking shelter. Her voice trembled yet carried defiance. No, forget it. I don't want to know, I don't want to hear any of it. Hee hee, just as I expected. Eleanor's laughter rang softly, a teasing melody, yet there was weight behind her words. Still, if you actually listened to me, if you dared to walk the same path I chose, you would become stronger, far stronger. After all, your blood is already rich, pulsing with power waiting to be awakened. She drifted closer with feline grace, her hands clasped behind her back, circling her sister like a shadow. Tell me, don't you crave it? Don't you long to be strong enough to protect this empire without fear? Not through such means. Rhaenyra's voice cut sharply, though her shoulders trembled beneath the weight of her own doubts. She shook her head again and again, as though trying to shake off temptation. If I ever marry, then my husband must be a man of true authority and towering strength. Our wedding must be a grand event, a celebration that raises the 9 Paths Empire's name higher than ever before, one that brings prosperity and glory to our people, not something shameful and hidden like this. But you are the Empress, Eleanor pressed with a sly smile, her eyes shimmering like stars in mischief. No one in our bloodline has more authority, more strength than you. Tell me then, do you truly intend to take someone outside our kind? Marry an outsider? She leaned in close, her whisper stinging with irony. And what about all that talk of preserving the lineage, of your sacred duty to the bloodline? Was that nothing but empty chatter? Then she raised her finger, her smirk deepening. Throw aside those chains if you wish. I will support you, but at least choose wisely, pick someone wealthy, someone whose blood resonates with yours. You will grow stronger, and in the process, we'll gain a powerful ally. Preserving the purity of our bloodline, one that has endured, unbroken, for over 6 million years, is not some trivial nonsense, Eleanor. Rhaenyra's brows knitted in iron resolve, though her heart raced beneath the weight of her own words. And yet, perhaps I am dreaming too much. Perhaps I am asking for the impossible. I must not, marry outside of our race. I will see what destiny decides later. Eleanor suddenly burst into laughter, her voice bright and cruel at once, covering her mouth with a mocking flourish. Oh, don't tell me you'll become like the rest of the pitiful girls in your position, marrying some pathetic human just to keep the family line crawling forward, haha. A human. Rhaenyra froze where she stood, her eyes widening as though struck by lightning. The very idea made her blood boil. She waved her hand furiously, her voice rising with denial. On second thought, there's no need for marriage at all. She grasped Eleanor's hand tightly, pulling her away as if to drag her from dangerous waters. Her tone softened, pleading yet firm. Come, tell me instead of your adventures, tell me everything you've seen through all these years you've left me alone. Are you certain? Eleanor's chuckle was light, but her gaze burned with hidden fire. Those adventures are what tempered me, what gave me strength. If you followed the same path even once or twice, you'd feel the power for yourself. You'd grow stronger beyond doubt. Don't you want to hear? Don't you even want to try? No. Rhaenyra's refusal came sharp, her grip tightening on her sister's hand. If that method worked for you, then keep it to yourself. Continue as you wish, but I do not want to hear about it, not even a whisper. She shook her head fiercely, as though casting away a curse. I don't want my view of you, my beloved sister, to be stained or changed in any way. Then she exhaled, her features softening into a smile, fragile yet bright. Just tell me anything else, anything but that subject. For a fleeting moment, a strange light shimmered in Eleanor's eyes, sorrow and fury entwined in silence. But she buried it swiftly, masking her heart with a playful grin. Very well then. Come, let me tell you about that ridiculous 5-legged dog I once encountered, hee hee. Chapter 1568. Eleanor, where have you been this time? Empress Rhaenyra shot up from her throne the moment she saw her sister enter, her voice sharp and trembling. No one has seen you for 3,000 years. Hee hee. I had a very deep cultivation session, sister. Eleanor spun gracefully, her movements light as if flaunting her form. Do you notice? My cultivation has solidified and advanced, and my blood has grown even denser. Rhaenyra, who had begun stepping toward her, froze in place. Her expression darkened at once. Your clothes, they have become far more revealing as well. And your aura, it has grown unbearably foul. Who cares about such things? Eleanor walked closer, patting her sister's shoulder with casual familiarity. Her eyes were barely half open, her lips painted deep with crimson. I speak of power and blood density, and you still babble about aura? Hee hee, as always, my elder sister, just a little foolish. Rhaenyra's brows knitted tightly as she sat back on her throne, her voice heavier now. I tried to reach you countless times. During your absence, the Twilight Spectrum Empire attacked us. I had to go out and defend personally. Her hands clenched into fists. I realized then, the Emperor's brother is far stronger than the reports claimed. I don't know how he managed it, but I nearly died in that battle. Had I not retreated swiftly, I wouldn't be standing here. Oh. Eleanor folded her arms, smiling faintly. Yes, I heard about that battle. Wasn't it because they were trying to abduct a number of girls from the academy on Dakik 4? She sighed dismissively. If you had just let them take the girls, none of this would have happened. They took them anyway, you were wounded, and the planet itself was lost. What are you saying, Eleanor? Rhaenyra's voice rose, filled with outrage. How could I possibly receive a report that they were going after so many girls who were supposed to be under my protection, and then do nothing? That academy holds some of the most brilliant females of our bloodline. Even daughters of the elders are among them. Eleanor tilted her head, shaking it slowly. 3,000 years ago, didn't I personally retrieve a number of females who had been abducted for a long time? I returned them safely to their families. And they came back with denser blood, stronger than before. You should have left these ones as well. I would have found a way to return them too. They came back broken. Rhaenyra slammed her palm on the throne, her voice shaking with fury. Scarred beyond repair, shattered in spirit, and half of them pregnant with children bearing the blood of the blue Arctic fox. The dignity of our empire, the honor of our bloodline itself, is being dragged deeper into the mud with every passing day. I'm telling you they came back stronger. Eleanor spat her words with disgust, her expression twisting as though about to retch. Stronger, more fertile, able to bear even more talented children with the males of our race. And all this without us losing a single soul or a single planet. The Twilight Spectrum doesn't even want our worlds. They only want the girls. I'm offering you a path of survival, even a path to strengthen our bloodline as a whole, and you still prattle about honor. She turned her head sharply, her lips curling. If that's how you think, just try not to destroy the Empire in the near future. I am trying to protect our people, to raise their heads high. Rhaenyra's voice broke into desperation, pleading. Eleanor, you must stay with me. You must help me resist this, otherwise our end is inevitable. If a great war erupts, I'll return and take part, Eleanor replied coolly. Then, with a languid sway of her hips, she began strolling toward the gates. But these scattered skirmishes? I don't see the point. They have nothing to do with me, and I don't approve of them. If you wish to continue this cat-and-mouse game with them, then play it alone. Eleanor. Rhaenyra rose from her throne and shouted with all her might, but her sister had already walked away. Eleanor. Her cry echoed through the empty throne hall, unanswered. The present. Your Majesty. Caesar snapped his fingers several times right in front of Rhaenyra's unfocused eyes, his tone carrying both impatience and a flicker of concern. Did you drift off to the Soul Society, or lose yourself in some trance? Poof. Rhaenyra collapsed back onto her seat, her body folding as though every ounce of strength had been stolen from her legs. Her once proud figure looked fragile, and her eyes were vacant, hazy, reddened, and trembling at the edges with unshed tears that finally brimmed over. Caesar's brows drew together like thunderclouds, his composure faltering. He straightened in his chair, posture stiffening, and with a subtle movement he tilted his head just enough to sneak a glance at the report still clutched tightly in her pale hands. Not a single page had been turned. The photographs and documents remained untouched. She had hardly read beyond a few scattered lines, if even that. So why had her demeanor shattered so completely? What exactly triggered such despair? Had she simply believed the information outright without hesitation? The silence between them thickened like smoke. The atmosphere felt foreign, even suffocating, and the entire scene left Caesar unsettled. Still, he did not speak further. It was painfully obvious her thoughts were drifting far away, lost in a storm he could not see. Nearly half an hour crawled by before Rhaenyra finally lowered her gaze, her hands shaking faintly as she forced herself to resume reading, each sentence taking her an eternity to process. Then at last, her broken voice escaped into the quiet chamber, hoarse and choked. How? She struggled to breathe the word out, her arms trembling as she raised the file slightly. How did you obtain information this precise from within planet Crythorn, the very birthplace of the Twilight Spectrum's ruling bloodline? Caesar's eyes narrowed, though a faint curl tugged at his lips. At the very least, you didn't cry out that the intelligence was fabricated. That alone tells me the surprise wasn't quite as earth-shattering as I expected. His tone was calm but edged with amusement. Yet, noting the raw state she was in, he chose not to press further. Even a child could sense the cracks in her spirit. Perhaps you've heard the name Shadow Swords? They happen to be rather close allies of mine. His grin widened with satisfaction. Their law of darkness may hold little weight in domains crawling with nexus states, but do not underestimate them. Their reach extends farther than most can dream, their talents are razor-sharp, and their leader commands a merged law unlike anything else in existence. Of course, all of that flowery explanation was simply his way of admitting the truth. The Shadow Swords had already infiltrated the heart of the Twilight Spectrum's empire. They had bent several of its guards to their will, one of them an elder no less, and through them, funneled every crucial secret straight into Caesar's grasp. Shadow Swords. Rhaenyra repeated numbly, nodding a few times, her eyes blank and void of focus. Yes. She leaned forward until her elbows pressed into her knees, both hands rising to cradle her head as though it were too heavy to bear. Yes, I know the Shadow Swords. Your expression doesn't scream shock, Caesar observed coolly, lifting one eyebrow with calculated precision. It whispers disappointment. Tell me, did you already suspect the truth? I had whispers in my mind, doubts, suspicions, fragments of inner voices I buried again and again. Her words cracked, her tone a bitter confession. They tried to warn me, and I silenced them. Perhaps I always knew where the path was leading, but I never possessed the will, never the strength to face the reality head-on. With visible effort, Rhaenyra drew herself upright once more, forcing her shoulders back and her neck tall. The regal posture of an empress returned, though her face was pale and drained of all warmth, carved into an expressionless mask. Very well. You've delivered your personal blow, dragged me into humiliation. Congratulations, Caesar. Now, can we return to discussing the terms of the agreement? This was never personal. Caesar waved a hand dismissively, as if brushing dust from a table. What some wayward woman does in her idle hours has no bearing on me. His eyes gleamed darkly. I revealed it merely to show you the restraint it took for me not to unleash my armies, to crush your empire flat and erase it from existence. You contradict yourself. Rhaenyra forced the words through clenched teeth, swallowing the venom of his threat. Her voice trembled, but she fought to keep her poise. You say it doesn't matter to you, and in the same breath admit you nearly waged war over it. And why wouldn't I? Caesar's calm fractured, his brows slamming together with sudden fury. His voice thundered through the chamber. That cursed woman leaked information about my father. Chapter 1569. That wretch leaked information about my father. Caesar's brows furrowed sharply, his voice booming. There is no crime greater than this. What did you just say? Rhaenyra's body trembled, her face pale with disbelief. That's impossible. Eleanor may have strayed from the right path, yes, but everything she did was to protect herself and to safeguard the Nine Paths Empire. She would never, she couldn't, do something like this. Are empires protected these days by spreading their legs? Caesar let out a cold, mocking laugh. Choose your words carefully. Rhaenyra snapped back fiercely. She did all of this to grow stronger, to stand by my side and shield the empire from its enemies. Maybe she sought to continue growing, to gain enough strength to influence their decisions, perhaps even to destroy them from within. Perhaps. I've no patience for your speculations today. Caesar cut her off with a curt raise of his hand. Whatever her motives, that is your bloodline to worry about, not mine. His face darkened, the levity fading from his eyes. But her daring attempt to meddle with us, with my father, will not go unpunished. Rhaenyra steadied herself, swallowing hard before forcing out the words. What exactly did she leak? That's a question for you. Caesar pointed directly at her before leaning back, resting his arms on the throne's armrests. After your quarrel with her, when she left planet Azakra, we received an official envoy from the Twilight Spectrum Empire. That envoy came to us with an offer to purchase the merged law of permanence frost. The merged law of permanence frost. Rhaenyra's brows knitted in shock. The only ones who knew the true source of that merged law, aside from herself, were Eleanor and the highest elders of the empire. She had been forced to tell them, since she had drained an enormous number of pearls to purchase that very technique in the form of stellar scout ships. Why are you so certain it was Eleanor who leaked this? Rhaenyra asked quickly, desperate. I cannot claim absolute certainty, Caesar admitted with a short nod. We know who she met with and when. What we do not know is what was said in those meetings. Still, we have our suspicions. He continued, that day, when they brought the request to purchase the merged law, I feigned ignorance. I refused outright and ordered the envoy to leave. But instead, the man made a peculiar counteroffer. Caesar leaned forward, his elbows pressing onto his knees, his eyes gleaming. He said he was willing to help us exact revenge on you, to replace you with someone else, someone far more understanding. They offered to replace me. Rhaenyra's beautiful features twisted in shock. But that's impossible. No one in the entire empire could take my place except. Her voice faltered, her words cut short. She lowered her gaze, lips trembling. Except your sister, correct? Caesar smiled knowingly. You know what? Let's assume the best of her. Let us say it was not Eleanor, but one of the 9 hall chiefs who leaked the secret. At that, he flicked his wrist, and another file descended onto the table with a heavy thud. Inside, you'll find a list of 4 hall chiefs, 3 of them females. Every single one maintains ties to individuals in the Twilight Spectrum Empire, and by sheer coincidence, all 4 are either directly or indirectly in contact with Eleanor. All of them know where she is and what she's been doing. No. Rhaenyra whispered, her voice unsteady, her hands trembling as she snatched up the new file. She skimmed through it quickly, and instead of rejecting its contents outright, her eyes only grew wider and wider with every page. Do you see it now? Caesar's smile deepened. Those 4 are the eldest in your senate. For over 1,000,000 years, not a single one of their planets has been attacked, for their territories are untouchable. Their families are the strongest, the wealthiest, the most influential, thanks to the superior beast blood coursing in their veins. It can be said that nearly all the elite units and most of the subordinate world cataclysms under your empire are descended from their lines. Crash! Rhaenyra crushed the file in a sudden, furious motion, the papers folding and tearing beneath her trembling fingers before she flung the ruined stack onto the table where it landed with a slap. The sound echoed in the chamber like a verdict. Caesar's jaw tightened. He almost raised his voice at her outburst, but checked himself at the last heartbeat when he saw a single tear escape Rhaenyra's lashes and fall to the floor, tiny and undeniable. For a moment his expression softened, not from pity, but from the recognition that this wound ran deeper than politics. Are you telling me? Rhaenyra's words came out strangled, brittle with disbelief. Are you telling me my empire has been running widespread prostitution in secret all these years? Her voice cracked on the last phrase, the accusation half a roar, half a plea. Caesar steepled his fingers, lowering them slowly as he delivered the truth with the cool precision of a man who had watched empires tilt for less. I'm not sure in secret is the right term here, he replied carefully, each syllable measured. Your sister and those 4 hall chiefs did not confine themselves to dealings with the Twilight Spectrum alone. He enumerated the names almost casually, as if listing supplies. They made arrangements with the Empire of Nightbeasts, the Ismandra Empire, the Milfon Empire in the northern Starfield, and the... Enough! Rhaenyra's shout cut him off like a blade. The indignation in her voice was absolute. They were running this across the entire sector. Her hands clenched so tight her knuckles blanched, part fury, part the cold realization of what that scale implied. We cannot say the entire sector, no, Caesar conceded with a shrug that felt like a dismissal of morals. But it is safe to say they cultivated intimate ties with every power-carrying predator beast blood, especially the fox and wolf clades. The benefits gained from some of those powers are cruder than those performed by the Twilight Spectrum, who themselves carry blue dusk fox blood. Still, it seems to have become an addiction. His voice softened fractionally, not in sympathy but in observation. They discovered a short, cheap path to power. For many, the cost was negligible compared to the gain, so they tried it. Yet they remain cautious of you, Rhaenyra, as a mid-level nexus state. Thus they operate in limited channels. Each elder selects a handful of promising girls and sends them away quietly. At one point roughly 80% of their families had not tried this method. Recent sieges changed that, and hundreds of girls were sent to various powers to accelerate strength gains. I estimate the number now sits around 70%. Rhaenyra buried her face in her hands, the weight of the revelation crushing. Please, no more on this subject, she whispered, her voice raw. You failed in your role as Empress. Caesar's tone slipped into bitter analysis, a man who weighs outcomes like coin. He nodded slowly, almost pitying. If you judge success by honor and public dignity, then perhaps you have failed. The record looks bleak from that angle. But if you adopt your younger sister's pragmatic view and widen these breeding programs, you could build a centennial empire in short order, and a millennial one thereafter. Rhaenyra's head lifted, eyes blazing. With emotion that startled even those who had watched her for years, she slammed her palm down on the table so hard the wood trembled. I would rather see the empire and all its people perish. Chapter 1570. I would rather see the empire, and everyone within it, utterly vanish into dust. Rhaenyra struck the massive table before her with a force that made the chamber echo. My great-grandfather did not abase himself and toil for centuries to lay the foundation of some sordid nightclub. My father did not bleed and die upon the battlefield to preserve a brothel masked in imperial robes. And I, Rhaenyra, rightful empress, will never allow myself to be seated upon a throne that rules nothing more than a den of shame. Our exalted, proud blood does not surge through our veins simply to be treated as cheap, open stock for others to indulge in. The practice of dual training, or the so-called blood activation meetings, was the name given to those who yearned to stir the latent power in their blood and pry open new horizons of cultivation through coupling with another. Sometimes it was with one of the same bloodline but of higher density, sometimes a bearer of an entirely different lineage that resonated compatibly with their own. This practice was anything but rare. In truth, it coursed like a hidden river throughout the entire cosmos, especially among the followers of the second cultivation path, the path of blood mutation. Every empire across the mid and young belts scoured the stars for suitable spouses for their princes, princesses, and heirs. They did so not for love or companionship, but for survival, for the promise of more powerful descendants. Indeed, this was one of the greatest reasons why so many of the mutated empires bound themselves to one another in intricate webs of political marriage and alliance. Yet even in these alliances, the glowing vows and official decrees were only half the story. There was always another side, a shadowed, unspoken counterpart. Across the vast mid-belt, entire clans and lesser empires made this practice their very livelihood. Their survival did not rest on armies or resources, but on selling the potential of their bloodlines. Such powers were outwardly strong, bristling with talent and influence, but when viewed against the wider cosmos, they had no lasting weight. Without formal marriages or sacred treaties, none of their clients were bound to rush to their aid when peril fell upon them, nor were they compelled to vote in their favor when matters of the starfields arose. In whispers and mocking tavern tales, these forces earned two infamous titles, the clans of permissible blood, or more cruelly, the heavily guarded nightclubs of the mid-belt. Caesar observed the storm of rage trembling in Rhaenyra's features, and for the first time, his lips curved into a smile not born of derision or mockery. It was a gentler, purer smile, tinged with something resembling respect. He inclined his head slightly. Perhaps, at long last, we have found something worth discussing. Discuss. Rhaenyra's proud brow furrowed in confusion, then her shoulders slumped and she looked aside, her voice faint. Oh, I nearly forgot what you had truly come for. That is not something that should ever be forgotten, Your Majesty. Caesar's voice grew deeper, steadier. The sharpness in his tone softened, though the gravity increased. It is your duty to safeguard your empire. This is not only your right, it is also the sacred right of your ancestors, whose bones paved the road for your throne. But beyond mere protection, you must now choose with unwavering clarity the path upon which your nine paths empire will walk. He leaned back, clasping his hands as if weighing the very stars. As for the Twilight Spectrum Empire, they are both the closest patrons to one half of your people, and the bitterest foes to the other half. For millennia, they never sought your absolute extermination, despite having the strength to do so, yet they never permitted you peace either. They pressed upon you, squeezing the room you needed to breathe, to grow, to rise. It is those same Twilight Spectrum who now reach out their hands to meddle with us. He paused only briefly, then pressed on. My intelligence confirms they already have the merged law of permanence frost in their grasp, handed to them by the treachery or folly of your loyalists, yet still they came, bold enough to request to purchase it officially. They even came bearing a colossal sum, 400 million pearls, and beyond that, a promise to replace you as Empress of the Nine Paths Empire with another more suitable candidate. Why do you think that is? To draw you into their orbit, after I lost you. Rhaenyra released a long, weary sigh. Her mind churned as she pieced it together. Was it not her sister who poisoned the relationship in the first place? Were not those four venerable hall chiefs the ones who bent the council's will whenever the matter concerned obstructing the human armies? Yet even knowing this, her own responsibility could not be erased. Crack! Her nails dug into the armrest. She nearly broke into sobs once more, but she clenched her jaw and restrained herself. For them to weave their schemes and manipulate her since the death of her father was one thing, but to cast aside an excellent ally, to barter her throne away to curry favor with the Twilight Phantoms, that was submission beyond shame. That was degradation beneath even despair. What, in the name of her ancestors, had she spent her life enduring, building, and suffering for if it was to end in this pitiful farce? You say they want to win us over, perhaps. Caesar gestured toward her with a dismissive flick, then turned his hand toward himself, but I call it a veiled threat, nothing more, nothing less. His voice hardened, his expression tightening into grim seriousness. Their so-called offer came only after we repelled the massive, orchestrated assault launched against us, after we turned the tide with our counteroffensive, and after we began seizing victories that no one thought possible. And when we rejected them, they made no further attempt to negotiate, no second envoy, no subtle words. To me, that silence speaks louder than any messenger. We know you're captives. We know your secrets. Accept us as allies, or keep your distance and stay out of our path. Rhaenyra fell into silence, her lips pressed tightly together. After a long breath, she asked quietly, almost hesitantly, "And what is your judgment then? Will you truly consider them allies? Give me a single convincing reason to refuse them." Caesar tilted his head ever so slightly, a mocking half-smile on his lips. They stand as a formidable empire, commanding not mere dozens, but hundreds of thriving worlds. They wield 3 Nexus states, and beyond that, a royal soulmaster sits in their court. It is plain they are ready to soothe us with every concession imaginable, or at the very least to deflect the storm of destruction they know we can unleash upon them. That alone shows the cunning and alert brilliance of their sovereign. Imagine this, they hold the merged law of permanence frost in their arsenal, and yet they have not dared to establish a single regiment trained to wield it. They hide it, protect it, wait in silence. That is restraint, intelligence, foresight. Tell me then, why should I spurn such pragmatism? I see no obstacle to cooperation. He spread his hands theatrically, and his tone shifted with sharp contrast. Now, on the other hand, what do you offer me? His gaze sharpened as he leaned forward. A ruler who falters, pardon my bluntness, one who cannot even recognize that her empire is sliding inexorably toward becoming nothing more than a permissible blood power. You tore up your accords with us because some whisperer filled your ear with poison, convincing you we were villains. And now you appear before me, your first words nothing but a demand. I demand. What the fuck do you have to demand anyway? His palms opened wide in feigned helplessness. Tell me, who am I truly meant to choose? Do not be deceived by their polished masks. Rhaenyra burst out, her voice rising with sharp urgency. The twilight spectrum are foxes clothed in shadows. They know no friendship, no loyalty, no sacred bond, only shifting interests. The instant fortune favors them, they will coil behind you and drive a blade into your spine. That is their way, and you know it. Caesar's brow arched, his amusement cold. And you? Were you not the one who abandoned us after we seized 13 planets, leaving us to face the fury of the world alone? Tell me, where was your loyalty then? I was. The words leapt to her lips, desperate to defend herself, to explain that she had been misled, manipulated, overwhelmed by influences pressing down upon her. Yet the explanation froze in her throat. She was no child, no naive fledgling to cast off responsibility. She was a sovereign in her own right, seasoned in age and in power. To admit weakness would be disgrace. Her lips trembled before finally forcing a hushed whisper. Is there any path to repair what was broken between us? Or have you come only to strip me bare, to remind me of how blind and foolish I have been? The truth gnawed at her heart. She had come not from her own conviction but under the relentless urging of the elders. Their pressure forced her hand. Deep down, she had believed her empire could weather this storm alone, but she had bowed to their demands, choosing to silence them, to appease them, to prove she could restore the aid and resources once promised to her people. Yet reality struck her like the broadside of a warship, merciless and deafening. There is indeed a way. Caesar's voice cut through the silence, sharp and deliberate. He nodded slowly, more than once, savoring each word. As you can see with your own eyes, the expansion of the Cradle Empire is no dream. It is a living fact, unstoppable, irreversible, and no power will halt its march. We no longer crave partners or fragile alliances. Those days are dead. What we require now are followers, subjects, vassals who understand their place. He leaned forward, his gaze piercing like a blade through the air. So I will ask you only once, are you interested? Chapter 1571. Followers. Rhaenyra replied with difficulty, her voice trembling slightly as she forced a bitter smile onto her lips. Me. Yes, you, Caesar answered without hesitation, his tone calm but cutting. What's the problem? Every single one of us is a follower of something greater, every one of us bound by invisible chains. We are all slaves to ideals, to people, to dreams. I follow my father, and my father follows his unshakable dreams. His finger rose and pointed toward her like a judge declaring a sentence. And you follow your sister and your ever-whispering elders, those same men who dragged your honor into the mud and reduced your empire's planets to fewer than 40. Do you realize what that means? A downfall unparalleled since the legendary founding by your great-grandfather, the one who shed blood and tears to raise this realm from nothing. His head tilted toward her, eyes glinting. Do you even know what is being plotted against you at this very moment? Do you understand why the Twilight Spectrum Empire is expanding so aggressively? We have secured a verified internal report. Their aim is not merely territory or wealth. No, their aim is you. They intend to annihilate your image as a powerful sovereign before your own people, strip away your legitimacy piece by piece until nothing of your reign remains. They will keep advancing until all is ruined, and then, your younger sister will arrive. She will unveil her hidden strength, unleash her cultivated power, and step forth as a savior who drives them back. And when that time comes, he continued, voice heavy with inevitability, the 4 elders who already kneel at her feet will raise her up to the throne. And it will not end there. At least one of the remaining 5 elders will also stand beside her, if any among them even live through that long. For every planet they refined will be attacked very soon. And you, he said, his gaze narrowing, you will willingly relinquish your throne. You will accept the transfer of that terrible burden to your younger sister, convincing yourself it is the noble choice. You will bow to her as your rightful empress, and when her first decree comes, it will be the orchestration of your marriage to the planetary emperor of the Twilight Spectrum Empire. You, Rhaenyra, will become his 7th wife, your dowry a staggering 30 planets. And you would most likely accept such terms, all in a desperate bid to preserve the broken remains of your ancestral empire. He lifted his hands in a slow, almost mocking gesture, palms open as though presenting a masterpiece. Your sister will seize the throne and transform your empire officially into a permissible blood clan openly and officially. She will gift you a soft, quiet existence far from the realm of politics in which you flounder. The 4 hall elders will be free at last to enact their every desire without restraint, and their families will clutch with greedy fingers the 30 worlds they are handed anew. Then, with a soft, almost tender smile, he asked, tell me, what do you think? Isn't it a marvelous plan? Rhaenyra's eyes widened until they ached, disbelief shattering across her face. All of it has been plotted around me? Even my marriage? Her hands shook as she looked away, her head swaying in denial. Perhaps I truly was a fool. Too naive for far too long. Perhaps I should not have locked myself in the throne hall while the world conspired outside its doors. Perhaps I should have used my authority, my crown, with more resolve. She exhaled shakily, then forced herself to meet his gaze again. Thank you for opening my eyes. Her lips curled into a strained smile. But tell me, your solution to all of this is that I become your follower? That instead of being married to the man who killed my father, I bow and swear loyalty to you. Exactly. Caesar inclined his head without a flicker of shame. What is the problem in that? My father will one day be a behemoth. That is not speculation, that is destiny. You know full well what he is capable of, and you know the immensity of the entity that stands behind him. Why not pledge your allegiance to him now? If this sector were to gain a true behemoth, wouldn't you be forced to follow him regardless of your will? Your father is no behemoth, Rhaenyra shot back sharply, her tone like a blade. None of you have even reached the Nexus state yet. And yet, Caesar countered, his laughter low and cold, I already hold dominion over 47 planets in the very starfield you call your own. More than you, slightly, but more all the same. Does that not speak volumes? It is only a matter of time before my father achieves what he seeks, and I am the blade that carves his path. His brows arched as he leaned forward. You and the Twilight Spectrum Empire inhabit the same starfield as us. That alone makes you targets, whether you wish it or not. There are only 2 options, submission, bending the knee and acknowledging us as your superior power, or annihilation. The obliteration of your forces, the capture of your leaders, or your deaths as individuals. No hostile power will be allowed to remain in our starfield for long. He waved his hand dismissively, as though brushing away her last fragments of hope. That is, of course, assuming you even live long enough to witness the future. Assuming you survive the nets already being cast around you. He held her gaze a long, measured moment, as if weighing the shape of her soul in his eyes. The bloodline of the 9-tailed fox, the Kayamaji, he said finally, his voice low and steady, is a singular thing. You people possess a gift most cannot even imagine, the potential to walk 9 distinct paths. Given time, given resources, and given the shield of protection, in mere centuries your line could become a blunt instrument of power, a true, striking force across the starfields. You could be forged into a weapon fit for the hand of the coming behemoth, my father. Rhaenyra felt the words like a blow. She ground her teeth until the taste of metal rose in her mouth. We are not anyone's weapon, she snapped, though her voice shook around the edges. The protest sounded smaller in that cold, politically measured room than it had felt in her chest. Then go, Caesar said, contempt curling the edges of his tone, and marry the man who killed your father, if that is your preference. Why waste my time with rituals of politeness? He leaned back a fraction, casual and cruel. What would I want from you? Wealth. We have so much money we could purchase your empire and the people in it outright. Techniques? Military protection? Don't flatter yourself, Empress. I have no intention of allying with a house known for sordid dealings, and for the record, I do not intend to make alliances at all. I will not come to the Twilight Spectrum aid against you either. His face hardened, an almost clinical calm over his words. I told you this only because you had enough sense to arrive in person, and because I find their soft threats vulgar. He shrugged, a small movement that suggested dismissal and threat in equal measure. Return to your halls, continue your struggle against them, and continue to fight your sister and those 4 elders who bend the council to their own benefit. I will watch with great interest and amusement how this war unfolds. Consider me a spectator, I will cheer for the eventual outcome from the sidelines. Silence answered him. After that final barb, Rhaenyra did not leap to her feet with some bold riposte. She did not call out, we shall see, nor shout promises of revenge. Instead she remained where she sat, small and still upon her throne, eyes fixed on the cold floorboards at her feet. Return? Return to what? The questions tumbled through her mind like stones. Everyone around her plotted and pivoted to their own ends. Her sister and those 4 elders schemed to declare the empire open as permissible blood, to commercialize and legalize the very practice she loathed. The other 5 elders hated her, resented the loftiness of her name and the legacy that made her a target. They coveted the chance to bend her to their whims and use her as a puppet. There was no way she could marshal them all to subdue the rest. It was far from inconceivable, perhaps painfully likely, that the remaining chiefs might fall in line, that they would accept an open blood clan and greenlight a marriage as a political tool. Many of them still did not know the full breadth of the plot. Had they known, they might have halted it or seized it sooner. The 4 elders who already moved in secret, however, likely aimed first to harvest the richest benefits for their own houses and bloodlines, keeping others in ignorance for as long as possible. If she walked out of that chamber tonight without a binding agreement that secured her claim, she would only step outward to watch the ruin of her ancestors' work with her own eyes. She would be a witness to the slow collapse of the dynasty whose bones and names were carved into the history of the 9 paths, and that thought closed her throat. In the face of that heavy silence, Caesar found his opening and pressed it like a blade. 1 billion pearls in immediate support, he offered, voice smooth as polished steel. Take it as fleets, as equipment, as martial arts and elixirs, or take it in raw pearls. I will also provide 20 world cataclysm at your disposal, and a nexus state that I can manifest when you call for it. You will have the shadow swords feeding you real-time intelligence, every whisper, every movement, and my entire army appearing at the decisive moment. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with the calculation of a general and the appetite of a predator. This is what I offer, clean your empire of traitors and then enter our fold as an official vassal. He paused, letting the weight of the proposition settle like dust, then added in a lower tone, or, 2 billion pearls. That is my second offer if you break ranks entirely from your council and join us alone. No one could fault you if you exposed the betrayal you have suffered. He extended his hand across the table, the gesture wide and final. Take my hand. Join us now, while you still can choose. Help us build a new order, a world under my father's dominion. Chapter 1572. The matter is not nearly as difficult as you seem to think, Lady Rhaenyra, Caesar continued smoothly when her only response was silence, his voice patient but edged with certainty. If your desire is truly to save your empire, then we can and will provide aid from behind the veil. We can supply you in secret with every resource you might need, fleets, techniques, soldiers, treasures, everything necessary until you have purged your court and regained absolute command. And if instead you wish to let go of that burden, our doors will remain open. You will not merely be welcomed, you will be drenched in wealth unlike anything you have ever known, wealth vast enough for you to build a new power from the ground up beneath your banner, if you so choose. He raised a hand as though painting a vision before her. And that is not all. The measure of activation that your women acquire through the blue Arctic fox blood, our sky-opening city can provide it in a perfected form, through a specially prepared, awakened strain of Davos blood. I give you my word, the effects will surpass anything you have now, the benefits will be greater, the activation far stronger, and the infusion will be delivered directly into your veins. He waved twice for emphasis, his eyes glinting. Of course, such research demands both time and oceans of wealth, but you are worthy of it. The bloodline of the Kayamaji 9-tailed fox deserves nothing less. Once again, Rhaenyra held her silence, her face unreadable. Caesar began as though to press further, but for once he caught himself, letting the words die. Instead, he allowed her the space to think, to weigh his offer. The Twilight Spectrum Empire, it was not simply strong, it was an entity that inspired dread across the starfields. With 3 Nexus states and a royal soulmaster, they were a wall of power, and to topple them, no, even to negotiate with them, was a near impossibility for the time being. But what truly made them terrifying was not brute strength, but the secrets they possessed. No one could measure how much knowledge they had extracted from Eleanor. Did they already know of the seed? Of the true identity of human? The revelation of even one of those truths could set the cosmos ablaze with catastrophe. To tamper with them directly was to invite annihilation. The wiser path was indirect, to bolster Rhaenyra, to sharpen her blade and send her anger crashing against them. If she were armed with weapons, fleets, and technologies and turned against the Twilight Spectrum, they would be forced to divert their focus, while the Cradle Empire quietly bought itself the precious time it needed, time to strengthen, to acquire more Nexus states, to grow beyond the reach of sudden exposure. As Caesar contemplated this, a voice, soft yet filled with memory, broke the silence. All those years ago, I was nothing more than a girl confined within the palace walls. I cultivated in solitude, I pored over the tomes left by our forebears with tireless dedication, believing, foolishly believing, that by doing so I would one day be a capable ruler. Her tone wavered, then steadied. But the truth? I failed. I failed miserably. A faint, fragile smile touched her lips. All those years ago, I was still powerless, unable to command my people by my own will. They rushed my growth forward, they said, to intimidate our enemies. But in truth, they stripped me of choice, and turned me into a puppet. A puppet locked inside the throne hall, never stepping beyond its borders, a doll in their grasp that allowed them to twist our mighty empire into nothing more than a permissible blood clan. Her chin rose slowly, her eyes hardening. And now you speak the same words, you will help me seek vengeance, you will help me unify my realm, only so that I might become a different puppet, one that dances to your hand. Tell me, is that not so? It is so. Caesar did not flinch, nodding with grave honesty. A short, bitter laugh slipped from her. Heh, at the very least, you do not bother to hide behind lies. She lifted her enchanting eyes, locking them onto Caesar's bearded face, studying him for a heartbeat that stretched too long. I remember our first encounter. For centuries past, when you attempted to scorch my shard with that dreadful black flame of yours. In that instant I realized just how strange the world I had been born into truly was. Her expression sharpened, voice hardening with gravity. But even then, I never once believed you were a true threat. You were merely intriguing. A delicate smile curved her lips. And now look at you. Your strength has barely grown. I could erase you with a mere flick of my hand, and yet you dare speak of controlling me. Do you not see how absurd, how laughable, that sounds? I have always been a man who speaks plainly, Caesar replied, his tone firm, unbending. I have no taste for circling words. If it is lies you desire, I can summon arrow here this very moment, and the two of you may weave illusions together to your heart's content. His features twisted slightly with a touch of disdain. That I can aid you, that I can even pose a threat to you with power that you dismiss as meager, that alone proves the immensity of the true beginning empire's might. It is the greatness I extend to you now, the greatness I invite you into. You speak truth. Rhaenyra inclined her head faintly, acknowledging. Then she rose to her full height. But I will not join under those terms. What do you mean by this? Caesar's brow furrowed sharply, his voice carrying iron. Are you refusing me outright? I refuse the offer as you have framed it. Rhaenyra's voice cut like steel. I will not come as a failed empress of a broken dominion, nor as a refugee fleeing her collapsing house. If I join you, I will do so with my crown unbroken and my head unbowed, or else I will walk beside my father into death. She stepped past him, her presence regal even in defiance. Thank you for the information. It is the utmost I required from you. Creak. With but a motion of her will, Rhaenyra pushed open the colossal gate without touching it, the stone groaning as it yielded. She cast a piercing glance at the four elders standing outside, sharp enough to silence breath, before striding onward. Come. Hey, what happened in there? Did we secure an agreement? Rhaenyra, speak already. The four elders hurried after her, their voices rising with impatience and desperation. They pressed her for answers, tried to wrest any scrap of detail from her, but she gave them nothing. She ignored them utterly, her steps unwavering, her face carved with an expression that could only be described as rage locked in chains, fury caged but threatening to break free. Caesar watched Rhaenyra and her escort until they had completely vanished from sight. He let out a long, weary sigh and sank back into his chair, feeling the empty weight of the missed opportunity settle across his shoulders. What a chance wasted. A shadow detached itself from the gloom beside the seat and glided forward. Perhaps you would do well to temper your bluntness a touch, your highness, the newcomer observed coolly. You frighten most of those you deal with. Caesar's jaw tightened. A strong ruler does not haggle here and placate there, he retorted, voice ringing with conviction. He rules as he deems fit. Everyone either accepts that, or they go to hell. He flicked a hand as if casting off mere concerns, the irritation in him plain for anyone watching. The opportunity to sway Rhaenyra had slipped through his grasp. Then, turning to the figure who had just entered, he asked with brisk curiosity, and what brings the right hand of the Shadow Swords, Lord Leonid himself, to my presence today? More tidings about the Nine Paths Empire and the Twilight Spectrum. Leonid stepped forward with measured dignity, hands clasped behind his back, his expression carved in seriousness. No, my lord. I carry news delivered moments ago from the Supreme Sword. Theo, I thought it right to bring it to you personally. Caesar's brows drew together. What is it? Has His Majesty chided us for the pace of our advance? Did you tell him that we are preparing a counter-invasion? I have arranged everything. Within 2 centuries at most we will stand as a centennial empire, ready to hold and protect the galaxy seed. Leonid hesitated, swallowing once, then pressed on with a steady voice. His Majesty has chosen Mid-Sector 99 as the locus for the elevation of the artificial galaxy. For a heartbeat Caesar's composure faltered, the news landed like cold water. He slammed a palm against the armrest and rose to his feet in a flash, the motion sharp. Very well, then announce a full halt to operations here. Our presence in Mid-Sector 100 must cease before the week is out. I will summon the War Council and set to work on withdrawal plans at once. His movements were decisive, already turning logistical wheels in his head. First Supreme General, wait. Leonid cried out, stunned, as if flung by the sudden command. Surely you are angry. Angry about what? Caesar shot back, stepping toward the gate with a resolve that made the room feel colder. It is His Majesty's empire, he may do with it as he pleases. I am his weapon, not his equal. He did not hesitate. We will pull back our forces and redeploy to Mid-Sector 99 to assist Supreme General Arrow. He is achieving better results there, I believe. That is all that concerns us right now. Leonid's eyes shone with a mixture of admiration and respect. He watched the man who had poured his body and spirit into expanding Mid-Sector 100, the very man who now, without a moment's wavering, would abandon everything at the sovereign's command. Your Highness, Leonid began, voice steady but urgent, there is no need for such haste. His Majesty expressly ordered that the offensive in Mid-Sector 100 continue at its current tempo, and that you receive the same level of support as before. He said plainly that the conquests here still play a part that has not yet come to pass. Caesar stood frozen for a breath, then his reaction cracked open. He let out a long, ragged exhale, ran a shaking hand across his brow as if to wipe away tension, and then, in a flash of theatrical fury, bent, slipped off his shoe and hurled it through the air. It struck Leonid squarely in the face like an accusation turned physical. You should have started with those words, you little shit, he barked. Bam! Chapter 1573. Planet Nihari. Step. Robin advanced with agonizing slowness, every movement heavy, reluctant, as though each step dragged him closer to a grave carved in his name. He felt like a man condemned, pushed forward by an unseen spear at his back. A long sigh escaped him, then he halted, hesitating, lost in thought. Once, twice, thrice he even turned halfway as though he might abandon the path altogether, yet each time, after a pause weighted with doubt, he forced his feet forward again. At last, after what felt like an eternity of inner struggle, he raised his head slightly. Before him rose a dwarf of a mountain, small compared to the giants of stone that ruled the land, yet unmistakable. Its shape was round, swelling from the flat earth like a seed striving to break the surface. Robin recognized it instantly. That mountain, humble and strange, was the one Jabba had chosen as the core of his daring scheme. Robin's gaze lingered on it. Around its slopes were countless protective arrays, layer upon layer, interwoven and precise, designed to shield it against all intrusion, against the erosion of time itself. He sighed deeply, a sound that carried both fatigue and inevitability, then began the long ascent. Ha! Robin exhaled again, bitter and wistful. The last time he had climbed this place, he had wagered his very life in a desperate bid to find Jabba. He had been reckless, teleporting again and again until his body was nearly torn apart, scouring the surroundings ceaselessly with his sole sense. Every heartbeat had been a dance with death. Yet now, though no enemy hunted him, the climb felt heavier than ever. Because this time, at the mountain's heart, awaited not a battle, but the return of a companion. In a few moments, Jabba would awaken, the stasis undone, the prison of time broken. He would breathe again after 400 long years, though he had not even lived to see a single century before being sealed. Robin's heart twisted. What could he possibly say to him? Hello, you've spent multiple lifetimes trapped on this rock? Or perhaps, how are you, my disciple? You abandoned me once, and helped me once, so I'm here to settle the score? Robin stopped midway up the slope. He stared at a scatter of boulders ahead, breath caught in his chest. Then, whoosh, he vanished. He reappeared within a cavern hollowed inside the mountain's heart. Darkness engulfed him, oppressive and absolute. The faint glowstones he had placed here in ages past had long since crumbled to ash. Shuela, a tiny flame of white fire flickered into being at the tip of Robin's finger. With a thought, he scattered it, and sparks shot out like falling stars, leaping from torch to torch around the vast cavern. Slowly, light bloomed, soft and almost sacred, chasing shadows into the corners. Then, with a quiet humph, Robin swept his hand through the air. For a heartbeat the cavern groaned as the pressure surged, then streams of fresh wind burst from his palm, rushing outward to fill the sealed chamber. This mountain had no entrance, no exit. It was a prison of stone, a hollow chamber without a breath of life. Only through the master law of creation could Robin conjure the air needed for survival. The strain pressed on him, heavy and suffocating, but it was not enough to crack his foundation. He endured it without flinching. Finally, he lifted his gaze upward. And there he saw it, a statue, or rather, a man frozen in an eternal moment. Seated awkwardly, twisted in posture, yet unyielding, his face contorted in a cry of defiance, teeth bared, eyes blazing the lifeless. One hand clutched his thigh with iron will, while the other stretched outward, pointing toward the floor where countless sigils, interlaced and endless, sprawled in a grand design, the image of a warrior embracing death with pride. Robin stood still for a long while, silent, his chest tight with emotion. Then, slowly, he drifted closer until he was beside the frozen figure. He extended his hand, his forefinger trembling ever so slightly, and pressed it gently to the figure's brow. From that touch, a radiance blossomed, purple light shaped like an ancient key, mysterious and solemn. The key of eternal stillness. The very relic he had torn from Hedric's grasp. Robin whispered, voice barely audible in the vast hollow. And what am I supposed to do once he wakes? He hesitated, frowning. Do I throw myself at him, embrace him tightly and shout that I missed him? No, that would be too strange, too unworthy of both of us. Should I play the cold one instead, tell him I only repaid a debt and that each of us should walk our own path? But, Robin's throat tightened. What if he truly does walk away? Robin raised his other hand and scratched the back of his head, his mouth twisting with faint irritation. Tisk. Fine. I'll just see how things play out, he muttered, as though tired of wasting words on a situation he had already decided upon. Then, without another moment's hesitation, he pressed the violet key downward, placing it firmly against the very center of Jabba's forehead, as if sealing a verdict upon him. R. The sound was low and resonant, and immediately, something uncanny unfolded, like a living chrysalis spun from pure light. A cocoon of luminous violet radiance enveloped Jabba's entire body, wrapping him in layer after layer of shimmering threads. It pulsed rhythmically, beating like a second heart, reacting to the presence of the key with an almost reverent awareness. As if it had been waiting in silence for this exact instant, an opening formed at Jabba's brow, aligning perfectly with the point where Robin pressed. The cocoon drank in the key, accepting it like a missing piece returning home. Then, crack, boom! The cocoon split apart, erupting in a detonation that shook the chamber. Shards of violet soul force burst outward, scattering in wild, jagged streams that shredded the stillness of the air. Each fragment glowed like a broken star, radiating sorrow and fury before unraveling into nothingness. Whoom. Instantly, Robin's arm swept wide, and with a twist of his fingers, he conjured several overlapping spatial gates. They flared into existence like black mirrors, pulling in the shards before they could dissipate. The effort demanded focus, precision, but Robin could not gather them all. For in the very next heartbeat, something else consumed his senses. A sound, a voice, a scream, raw, primal, and desperate. It erupted with such force that Robin's entire body shuddered as though struck by thunder. Now, the impossible happened. The statue moved. Jabba moved. His eyes snapped open, wide, wild, blazing with a torrent of emotion. His grim mask of resignation fractured into startled confusion. He drew in a ragged breath as if drowning and clawing his way back to the surface of life itself. The chamber, however, betrayed him. The floor no longer shimmered with divine runes, the lines lay dark, inert, like veins drained of blood. The great array he had labored for, sacrificed for, whispered to, and bled for had never even awakened. No. Jabba's voice cracked, breaking between despair and denial. His hands trembled as he pounded the floor. Why did you go dark? This can't be right. Did I miscalculate? Did I miss something? Why won't you answer me now of all times? Tisk, why the hell are you screaming like that? There was no one here but you. The sharp, cutting voice sliced through his unraveling thoughts. Familiar. Too familiar. Slowly, almost against his own will, Jabba turned his head. His breath stopped. His fear solidified. His very soul seemed to shrink inside his chest. Standing there, calm yet unyielding, was the last person he ever wished to see. Robin. Ah! Jabba screamed, his body jerking backward in sheer horror. He shoved himself with frantic strength, both arms and one leg flailing until his back smashed against the cavern wall. His face twisted in dread, his voice tumbling out in a broken rush. Why did you follow me? You should be out there fighting Pythor and his army right now. I know you're furious, I can feel it. Wait, listen to me. I can explain. The array, it failed, but I swear I was trying to do something. I wasn't betraying you, I was going to help, I swear on it. But Robin's silence was heavier than thunder. To Jabba, this was the worst fate imaginable. Not death itself, he had already made peace with dying, already steeled his soul to fall for his master, for Nihari. Death in battle was honorable. But this? To fail. To be cornered like a coward, caught in disgrace, slain not by the enemy but by Robin's own hand. There could be no more shameful ending. Whoosh! Robin extended his hand toward him. Ah! Jabba shrieked, his panic boiling over. He curled in on himself, throwing both arms over his head like a child bracing for his father's wrathful strike. But instead of a crushing blow, he felt only a dull, almost gentle thud against the back of his skull. A pat. Robin's voice followed, calm, heavy, edged with weary contempt. Get up already, and stop embarrassing yourself. Chapter 1574. Get up and stop humiliating yourself further. Robin gave Jabba a light smack on the back of the head, not out of anger but out of blunt familiarity. Ha! Jabba froze, stunned not only by those unexpected words but also by the almost playful strike. You're not furious with me. I certainly have reasons to be angry with you, but not for the things you're imagining. And no, I don't want to kill you. Robin walked away a few steps, lowering himself to sit upon the narrow stone ledge that jutted from the enormous cave wall. He leaned his back against the cold rock, posture relaxed, mirroring Jabba's own. Didn't you sense even the faintest ripple of time's current in that strange state you were trapped in? The flow of time? My state. Jabba muttered, his gaze dropping to the ground. His mind raced at full throttle, thoughts flashing and colliding so violently it felt as if his skull might burst into flames. Then, almost reluctantly, he raised his head, disbelief written across his face. Wait, what year is it now? Robin slowly turned toward him, a quiet, satisfied smile curving his lips. He nodded several times, each motion deliberate. No wonder I chose you as my disciple. You're sharp, Jabba, reckless and hot-headed like your master at times, yes, but undeniably sharp. His eyes drifted forward again, voice carrying a subtle weight. For centuries have passed since the battle against the Great Serpent Empire. Centuries? 4 whole centuries. Jabba jerked upright, every muscle tense. From Robin's tone he had suspected that time had passed, perhaps months, even years, but never such an unfathomable span. What in the world happened? You succeeded in activating the grand array you forged, the one you bound to the very blood of the Great Serpent Empire's soldiers. You triggered it, detonating them all, ending the war in a storm of fire and devastation. Robin spoke as though he were still standing on that battlefield, as though he could feel each thunderous blast reverberating through his bones, as though the ocean of molten lava still burned in his vision. Then he turned back with a faint smile. But at the very same moment, the trap buried deep in your soul domain was triggered. It wasn't, however, the lethal snare you believed it to be. Instead, it was something more insidious, something called the curse of eternal stillness. That curse locked your body into a petrified state, freezing you for 4 full centuries, until the moment I obtained the key meant to release you. The array, it actually worked. Jabba's jaw slackened. He immediately looked down, inspecting his own frame with eyes glowing bright green, testing his very existence. Then, a weary smile spread across his face. He gave a small nod. Of course it worked. It had to work. After all, I was the one who designed it. How humble of you. Robin chuckled, the sound echoing lightly in the cavern. I learned both innovation and humility from the greatest master in the field. Jabba's smile carried a trace of pride, though it faltered. He glanced sideways toward Robin. I'm sorry about what I said regarding Lady Neela, back then. I mean, what I said 4 centuries ago. As soon as the words left his lips, Jabba wanted desperately to claw them back. After all this time, perhaps Robin had long since forgotten that bitter exchange. Why had he brought it up again? I understand. Robin nodded slowly, still facing forward. I know you weren't pretending that day. You spoke straight from your heart. Why should the giant race be condemned to death for a woman I never loved? Wasn't that more or less what you said? He shrugged, dismissing the weight. I don't blame you. Had I been in your shoes, I might have been consumed by rage as well and spoken foolish words. At last, he turned toward Jabba, his eyes calm. If you feel the need to apologize for something, perhaps begin with severing our master-disciple bond just because I refused to walk the path you wanted me to. Maybe if you had told me your intentions, if you had let me in on your plan, I could have helped you more effectively. Jabba's voice rose with raw frustration, echoing off the cave walls. Counsel is valuable, without doubt. Robin tilted his head, tone patient, thoughtful. But not in every circumstance. Not when the conversation concerns the fate of someone's own people. At that point, either I would be mocking myself, or I would be trapping that person in an impossible dilemma. So your great answer was to keep fortifying your armies, to wait for Nihiri's people and the invaders to tear each other apart, and then sweep in afterward to crown yourself as the new king. An army, mind you, that you didn't move until the very last breath of Pythor's battle. Jabba's brows furrowed, his words cutting sharp. Do you even realize how pathetic you looked to me during that time? Yet Robin's calm remained unshaken. Instead of anger, he allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips. Look at you now, no longer a boy, but a man forming grand strategies and voicing objections. Ha! Your brilliant master plan was to infiltrate them, plant explosives, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Cute, but then what? Did you ever once calculate for the reappearance of that shadow, the very same shadow that tampered with your soul domain and laid a trap for you before? Because it did appear, Jabba. It revealed itself after Pythor and his men perished, and its intent was nothing less than the complete annihilation of Nihiri itself. Tell me, how would you have stopped it? What answer would you have given to that kind of calamity? And what about the countless forces that still remain scattered across Pythor's other planets, legions that kept waging war against us for many long years even after the so-called end of the Great War? Did you make room in your grand design for them as well? What about all the other empires, those subjugated under the dominion of their overlord, Helen, empires she threatened more than once to hurl into Nihiri like a tide of destruction? Were you planning to infiltrate them too, to pretend loyalty and then slaughter them all as well? Jabba's lips trembled. Words hovered on the edge of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down, silence gnawing at him. The first army you despised so much, the one you accused me of leaving aside, that very army was the wall that withstood the remnants of the great Serpent Empire's forces. It was my men who secured the survivors when everything collapsed, who built new foundations, who raised new cities for those broken peoples. It was that same army that struck fear into Helen's heart, that made her hesitate, that forced her to abandon the thought of unleashing the empires under her authority upon us once again. After the demon army was annihilated, first by the Serpent Empire, then by your hand, Robin raised a finger, his voice hard with pride. The first, human, army stood as my unyielding shield and my decisive sword. They were the force that truly ended the conflict by just being there. He slapped his thigh with emphasis, the sound cracking through the cavern. Had my first army not remained whole, had it crumbled when all else did, then every ounce of sacrifice, every intricate move, everything we had accomplished would have been reduced to ashes. It was only because the first army endured that Rhaenyra, on that fateful day, saw a bulwark so solid that she dared not unleash her followers. Without them, she would have crushed us outright. His head lifted, gaze sharp. Yes, it's true. I had wished for the great Serpent Empire's army to collapse with fewer losses, even if it meant the total erasure of Nihiri's races. But tell me, Jabba, what is so wrong with that? Because of my choices, Robin's voice grew heavier, steadier, the races of Nihiri endured. Not one race vanished into extinction. For centuries have now swept by, and the balance of numbers has begun to return, the old population slowly reborn under the peace I hammered into place, the peace that was purchased with their blood and their scars. He turned his face toward Jabba, meeting him with unflinching eyes. If I were to descend into the bustling streets of Nihiri's modern cities today and ask the people if you could turn back time, would you alter the destiny of your forefathers? Would you return to endless tribal warfare and bloodshed against Helen's empires, or would you preserve the life you now live? How many of them do you think, Jabba, would willingly abandon their peace, their families, their future, just to honor ancestors who would have fallen again regardless? Jabba exhaled with a bitter, heavy laugh. Oh, unbelievable. You speak as though letting billions of lives perish in cold blood was somehow a mercy, a twisted gift for their own good, and the terrifying thing is that I find myself convinced by you. His voice weighed with resignation. How do you manage that? How do you bend the truth until even those who oppose you begin to believe? But I cannot refute you. I failed where you triumphed. I realized it when my plan reached its brink of completion, when the truth became undeniable. So in the end, I chose to lend you my support, because your grip over Nihiri, harsh as it may be, would still be far better than theirs. I had hoped, foolishly, perhaps, that when you saw the sacrifice of Nihiri's giants, some fragment of mercy might stir within you. He paused, his throat tightening. Then Jabba lifted his head fully, his green eyes locking on Robin's. Speaking of Nihiri's giants, tell me, after 4 long centuries, how many of them still draw breath? Chapter 1575. After 400 long years, how many of them are still alive? Jabba asked with a grave seriousness, his tone heavy with the weight of history. From the way you spoke earlier, it didn't seem like you carried a personal grudge against anyone. Surely, then, the Nihiri giants must still be thriving somewhere, live strong and prosperous, isn't that right? Robin kept his gaze fixed forward, his expression unreadable. I am still a man in the end, not some flawless, detached being. It is only natural for me to take things personally, especially when those matters involve the brutal murder of my wife, the merciless torture of my son, and yes, even my own torment when I was still in the academy. Do you not remember the days when they threw me into the circus like an animal for spectacle? He gave a dry shrug of his shoulders. There were so many vile encounters with them that at times I truly felt as though the heavens themselves were plotting to annihilate their race through me. Lord Robin. Jabba's face flushed crimson as he fought to contain his rising anger. Is there truly not a single one of the Nihiri giants left alive today? Thwack! Just before you activated this array, you addressed me as master, your words filled with respect, and now you revert to Lord Robin as though I were a stranger. Robin turned sharply and smacked the back of Jabba's head again, his patience thinning. How long must I continue treating you like a reckless adolescent, speaking to you in simple terms so you'll understand? You are supposed to be a prodigy, start acting like one. And what in the hells am I supposed to say when you're practically admitting you wiped them all out? Jabba shot back, his voice rising despite himself. I didn't exterminate every last one of them. Robin waved his hand casually, letting out a long sigh. What I did was open a door for them. I gave them the chance to transform, using the purifying blood of Crexus, into something new, a different lineage altogether. I encouraged the process, even issued generous rewards for any who undertook it. Of course, any self-respecting race would normally recoil at such an idea. Who would so easily cast aside their ancestral skin, their very heritage, merely for the promise of a few benefits? But guess what happened? Jabba's eyes widened, disbelief stretching across his face. Heh, you really do know your people better than I do. Robin chuckled, his voice filled with both irony and amusement. More than 99% of them volunteered for the transformation. It is no exaggeration to say that the Nihiri giants no longer exist. Their name has been replaced by what is now known as the Creexians. Of course, there were many other hidden factors Robin chose not to reveal. He had spread carefully crafted rumors and damning stories, painting the Nihiri giants as little more than devils in the eyes of all other races, until even the Nihiri giants themselves began to believe that their very act of breathing was a gift granted by him. Then there was Kandal, along with his enslaved followers, giants themselves, who preached that transformation was salvation, equating it to entry into paradise. Those who opposed it were branded as traitors, silenced, or shackled. But Jabba did not need to know any of that. With visible difficulty, Jabba finally lowered his gaze to the massive array glowing beneath their feet. His voice was quiet, heavy. So in the end, you did what I feared most. You brought about the extinction of the Nihiri giants. My concerns were not unfounded after all. I wouldn't call it extinction, Robin replied calmly, shaking his head. It was their choice to change, not mine to force. Search the records of history if you like, you will not find a single instance of compulsory transformation. He leaned back slightly. And besides, they weren't all erased. There is still a small village, isolated, where a handful of giants remain. Jabba's head snapped toward him instantly. An entire village of giants still exists. Robin nodded with certainty. Every surviving Nihiri giant is either enslaved in the demon flesh farms, or they reside in that village. A few hundred of them, no more. They live quietly, sustaining themselves with farming and simple woodworking. They are forbidden from cultivating energy in any shape, but at the same time, no one is allowed to bully or harm them either. You could call it a closed-off, protected community. A faint, almost bitter smile crept across Jabba's lips. Or I could call it exactly what it is, a consolation prize. A handful of pet-like remnants, given to me so I won't cry too loudly about the racial annihilation you brought upon the Nihiri giants. You could say that too. Robin nodded a few times, as though unbothered by the accusation. His eyes glimmered faintly. So then, Jabba, do you like the gift? There was no need to embellish the truth with illusions. Jabba understood all too well the depth of Robin's hatred toward the Nihiri giants. It was the very reason he had severed ties with his own kin long ago. He was far too perceptive, far too intelligent, to ever believe the convenient story that every giant had suddenly, unanimously, and willingly chosen to abandon their bloodline and transform into something else overnight. For several long, heavy seconds, Jabba remained silent, his jaw tightening as if weighing the last remnants of pride in his heart. Then, with a slow, weary nod, he finally spoke. A gift accepted. It is better than nothing. At the very least, I will not leave this world burdened with the feeling that the bloodline of my ancestors ended while I'm still around. Leave for where exactly? Robin turned his head toward him, his expression caught between amusement and disbelief, a faint smile curling on his lips. Are you speaking about going to the village? Have you forgotten yourself, little Jabba? You are human now. If you step into that village in such a form, they will not welcome you as kin. They will treat you with suspicion, with fear, and they will most certainly report you to the authorities. Yes, I know. Jabba slowly raised his hands, gazing at them with a strange mix of detachment and grief. He turned them over, palm to back, as the dim light caught the protruding veins and the faint wrinkles of his transformed flesh. His fingers flexed awkwardly, as if they still belonged to a stranger's body. He was like a man not yet reconciled with the very vessel that carried his soul. At last, he lifted his eyes back toward Robin, his voice quieter now. May I make a request? Go ahead, Robin answered with calm authority, his nod steady, though curiosity flickered in his gaze. I was never a good son to my tribe, I was the one who shattered them. I was never a good disciple to you, for it was I who severed the bond we shared. I was never a good leader to the Nihiri Union sect, for because of me, they fractured and fell into chains. And I was never a worthy descendant of the Nihiri giants, for while I left, their lineage was nearly erased. I am a failure through and through, and I have always known this. Jabba's lips curved into the faintest, most fragile smile, though his eyes glistened with unrestrained tears as he looked toward the side of Robin's head, unable to meet him fully. He drew a sharp breath and pressed on, his words trembling with a desperate resolve. Today, I cannot restore my tribe. I cannot mend the Nihiri Union sect. It is far, far too late to save my race. All of those chapters have closed, sealed beyond recall. But there is one thing I can still attempt to set right, if you grant me permission. And it just so happens to be the greatest regret buried in my heart. With those words, Jabba moved. Slowly, almost reverently, he lowered himself down. His knees touched the ground with a dull thud, and he sank onto them as though they might shatter beneath the weight of his guilt. With deliberate care, he bent forward, lowering his head until his forehead pressed against the cold floor. His body trembled faintly as if releasing years of pent-up torment. Please, accept me once more as your disciple. This time, I swear I will never leave your side, not for as long as breath remains within me." A long silence stretched between them. Then, at last, Robin's stern face softened into a wide, satisfied smile, one that carried not just pride but also relief. Extending his hand, he gently brushed it across Jabba's head with paternal warmth. "Rise. If I were in your place, I would have chosen the same path. But remember your promise this time, understood?" "Thank you, Master." Jabba's voice wavered, weakened, yet filled with sincerity. "I will remember." He remained prostrate, forehead still pressed to the ground, his words softening to a whisper that seemed to bleed into the silence of the chamber. "Jabba will die as your disciple. That is beyond dispute." "Haha, good." Robin chuckled, though unease stirred faintly in his chest. He patted Jabba's head again, his hand lingering as though trying to anchor him in the present moment. Yet as seconds passed, a discomfort grew in him at seeing Jabba so unmoving, so still. But no reply came. "Hey, enough games. Quit mocking me, boy." Robin called again, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. He gave Jabba a light slap to the side of his head, intending to rouse him. "Come on, get up already and let's." Puff. At that touch, Jabba's kneeling form shuddered weakly, his body swaying as if the last of his strength had been jarred loose. Then, with a soft thud, he toppled over onto his side, collapsing without a flicker of movement, without even a final word. Chapter 1576. Puff. Robin's eyes followed Jabba's body as it descended with unbearable slowness, as if the very air had thickened, fighting against gravity itself to prolong the fall. From the moment of that single slap to the instant his student's frame struck the stone floor, only a fleeting second had passed. Yet to Robin, that second stretched into an eternity, a cruel mockery of time itself, as though the universe had frozen its gears just to force him to witness every fragment of the descent. Jabba's eyes remained open, glazed and hollow, and that ridiculous, vacant smile still clung stubbornly to his lips, turning the moment into a grotesque mixture of absurdity and dread. "Jabba." Robin whispered hesitantly, his voice trembling against the suffocating silence. He nudged his disciple's body twice with a faint push, almost playful in its gentleness, expecting, hoping, for some kind of reaction. None came. His voice rose slightly, breaking the oppressive air of the cavern. "Hey, what's wrong? Did the curse finally wear you down after all these years?" Only emptiness answered him, a vast void where sound died quickly, leaving behind only the echo of Robin's ragged breathing rattling against the cavern walls. "Jabba." Robin's tone hardened, his hesitation fading into urgency. He moved faster now, his expression twisting as curiosity and confusion collapsed into the heavy shadow of fear. He eased his disciple onto his back with uncharacteristic care, then began slapping his cheeks lightly, desperately, as though those small strikes could summon life back into his dull eyes. "Hey, do you hear me? Answer me." Tension throbbed inside him like a drumbeat. His fingers quivered against Jabba's skin, betraying the truth he tried to deny. His heart was unraveling, and the facade of composure was gone. "What's happening to you?" His voice cracked, his words frayed with fear. "I can still hear your heartbeat. It's faint, so faint, but it's still there, still alive. So why, what is?" "Bad hum." The frail rhythm, that delicate whisper of life, stopped altogether. Jabba's heart, silenced. "Jabba." The cry tore out of Robin's chest like a flood breaking through shattered gates, a raw scream that thundered across the cavern, shaking its foundations, making the stones themselves tremble in mourning. In that instant, Robin unleashed the eye of truth at its full 100% capacity. A searing radiance burst forth, flooding the cave as though a miniature sun had erupted within the eternal dark, stripping away every shadow and revealing with merciless clarity the broken vessel of his student. "No, no." The words clawed out of his throat, shredded by grief, each syllable strangled by the iron grip of disbelief. The scene laid itself bare before him like a gruesome children's picture book. The life vein was torn beyond repair, nothing but a wilted flower whose petals had burst violently from within. The last droplet of life force had vaporized, leaving behind a hollow stillness, and with that final evaporation, the heart was starved. Its silence declared the irreversible decree of bodily death. The energy-gathering center looked as though a small planet had been shattered at its heart. Its walls were cracked, the intricate engravings that upheld the laws of gravity within it withered and fractured, like parched earth splitting under a merciless sun. No apprentice, no matter how frail, should have ever borne such devastation. The energy-gathering center was nothing but catastrophic rubble now, a shadow of what it once was. Even Robin, who had torn apart and rebuilt his own foundations countless times, had never witnessed such annihilation. The only other time he had seen even a fraction of such collapse was when the cosmic elder, Zillan, had forcibly interfered with his own energy-gathering center. And then there was the soul domain, a nightmare made manifest. Its outer shell was shattered, bleeding fragments into the void like streams of crimson from an open wound. Each fragment drifted away with dreadful inevitability, heralding the oncoming blood death, a sign that the primordial soul itself was preparing to depart forever, abandoning the ruined vessel it once inhabited. Every one of the three mortal thresholds was in ruins, each alone more than sufficient to kill an advanced cultivator. But together they told a story that needed no interpretation. No, this wasn't the state of a wounded man. This was the unmistakable reality of someone already dead. No, 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 no. Robin's cry tore from his throat like a wounded beast. His body did not wait for thought. Instinct, raw and desperate, seized him. He ripped open multiple soul gates all at once, his veins blazing with soul force. In the blink of an eye, waterfalls of luminous energy cascaded outward, racing to envelop Jabba's domain. They wrapped around it in layers, like infinite bandages spun by unseen hands, and upon those bindings he slammed a seal, heavy and absolute. The sight resembled a titanic dam, struggling to restrain the surge of an endless ocean. Against all reason, against the hopeless difference in strength, the cracks within Jabba's soul domain froze in place, as though even time itself had been coerced into stillness. Yet Robin's heart roared louder than the torrents of power. What is happening? What in the name of hell is happening to you? Only minutes ago, he had spoken with his disciple, sharing laughter, shaping together a fragile vision of tomorrow. And now, that fragile vision shattered before his eyes, collapsing into nothing but a lifeless husk sprawled on stone. Smack! Robin's palm struck his own cheek with a brutal force, as if he could slap away despair itself. He forced his spiraling mind into focus, teeth clenched, eyes burning. The life vein. I have to save it. I must. But deep inside, he already knew the truth that tore at his sanity. The life vein was more treacherous than the soul domain itself. Even a pinhole tear in it could spell instant death, despite the brilliance of the greatest healers or the mastery of the most advanced arrays. And what lay before him was no mere tear, it was a complete eruption, a cataclysmic detonation. It was like watching a blade driven slowly into his own chest, knowing with merciless clarity that he was utterly powerless to stop it. No array, no cure, no hope. His voice cracked, trembling with a despair he could no longer hide. His fingers clawed into the ground, trembling so violently that the stone beneath him began to splinter. Then, whoa! Golden patterns ignited across his body in a furious storm. They blazed outward in frenzied speed, weaving over his flesh until his entire form glowed like a living constellation. In the next breath, they collapsed inward, condensing into a singular inferno until Robin himself was no longer flesh and blood, but a colossal flame wrought in human shape. His features blurred, erased beneath the crushing aura now radiating from him, an aura so suffocating it strangled the very air, so immense it could make even the heavens hesitate. Slowly, painfully, as if lifting the weight of mountains, Robin raised his hand. Every vein screamed, every muscle tore with the effort. And then, with a resolve that could cleave destiny itself, he pressed his palm down over Jabba's silent heart. Eem. A detonation of golden light erupted from within Jabba's body, so blinding that the cavern seemed to split apart under its brilliance. It gushed from his eyes, his mouth, his very pores, turning his body into a vessel of radiance. The spectacle was both terrifying and holy, like a resurrection being forged in real time. The oppressive wave of energy crushed the cavern's walls until the rocks seemed to groan and bow. Entire armies, had they been here, would have dropped prostrate to the ground without thought, unable to resist the command of such overwhelming force. Shoo! Seconds passed, only seconds, but each stretched into centuries. The blinding brilliance dimmed, inch by inch, fading from the unbearable to the fragile, until finally it guttered out completely. In its wake lay silence, a silence so dense it felt like existence itself had been smothered. Huff, huff, huff. Robin's breath tore from him in ragged gasps, each inhale scraping his throat like fire. His skin was drenched in sweat, clinging to his trembling frame. His eyes, red, raw, exhausted, spoke of torment and a weariness deeper than flesh. Yet he refused to collapse. He refused to surrender. Knees crashing into the stone, he leaned beside Jabba, his entire soul balanced on the edge of a single hope. And then, Badwum. Jabba's heart stirred, a faint, fragile thrum, but undeniable. That single beat shattered the suffocating silence, breaking the chains of terror that had crushed Robin's chest. He. The sound tumbled from him in broken laughter, trembling so violently it shook his shoulders. Tears pricked at the edges of his vision. You think you can just die here, in front of me? You selfish, damned brat. But his words dissolved mid-breath. His voice faltered, his eyelids too heavy to resist. The strength he had borrowed, the storm of willpower that had carried him this far, finally abandoned him. His body gave out at last, collapsing forward onto Jabba's chest. And there, utterly spent, emptied of everything but raw humanity, Robin's body surrendered to sleep. He began to snore softly, weakly, like a child who had fought too long against his tears, only to be claimed by a slumber filled with grief. Chapter 1577. Half a day later, amid complete silence, cut off entirely from the outside world, where no sound remained but the faint rhythm of breathing and the sluggish thudding of two hearts for countless hours, the darkness of the cavern seemed eternal. Yet finally, a fragile sound broke through the void. Cough. Robin, still lying across Jabba's chest, twitched. His eyelids fluttered slightly before his body jerked, and a faint cough escaped his throat. Then, without warning, the weak cough erupted into violent spasms. Cough, 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 cough. His entire body convulsed as his hand shot to his neck, clutching it tightly. His eyes flew wide open in panic, bloodshot veins spreading rapidly as his face shifted from pale to purple blue. No matter how desperately he fought, no air entered his lungs. His chest heaved, but it was useless. He was suffocating. For a terrifying few moments, Robin's mind spiraled into chaos, his vision blurring, until realization crashed into him like lightning. The fresh air he had prepared when he entered the cave had long since been completely consumed. Boom! Reacting on pure instinct, a shimmering soul gate burst open beside him. In the next heartbeat, 5 luminous swords shot out, spinning wildly until they aligned into a perfect circle. Their edges glowed with cutting brilliance as they whirled faster and faster, forming a blazing drill of soul energy. Zzzzz. With an explosive roar, the formation hurled itself against the cave wall, tearing into the stone with unstoppable force. Sparks and shards rained down as the swords gnawed through the rock. Bam! The final barrier crumbled, and dazzling daylight cascaded through the breach like a waterfall. A gust of fresh air surged into the cavern. Ha! Robin's chest expanded violently as he inhaled the oxygen in desperate gulps, like a drowning man breaking the surface after endless hours beneath the sea. Each breath burned, but with every intake of air his body steadied, his color slowly returning to normal. It was almost ridiculous. A cultivator could rise to level 50, command earth-shaking power, live for thousands of years, and bend entire regions to their will, yet still, in something as simple as holding breath, they were barely superior to mortals. Just a few minutes longer, nothing more. And yet, the instant one crossed the threshold of a world catastrophe, their very existence transformed, and they could battle in the endless void of space for hours, even days, without ever needing to breathe. That contrast alone was enough to highlight the immeasurable abyss separating the cultivation realms. Wait! Robin's heart jolted violently as another thought struck him. He wasn't alone. He whirled toward Jabba, terror flashing across his face. Dropping beside him, Robin pressed two trembling fingers against his disciple's neck. A faint beat, a weak, fragile rhythm, but steady enough to be recognized as life. Relief crashed over him like a tidal wave, his shoulders slumping as his breath trembled. Still alive, thank the heavens, you're still alive. Just what happened to you? Robin whispered, forcing his voice steady as he leaned in. He carefully extended his perception into Jabba's body, examining every detail without haste this time. His earlier panic had blinded him, but now his mind was cold, focused. What he found confirmed his worst fears, but also sparked a glimmer of hope. Jabba's soul domain had been sealed, not shattered completely, but locked in place under the reality seal. This was a curse, one of the techniques Robin had stumbled across during his studies in the Soul Society's ancient archives. At the time, he had dismissed it as impractical, even cruel, but curiosity had led him to create his own version, adjusting it for emergencies. He had never expected that one day he would be forced to use it on his own disciple. The reality seal was designed to freeze an injury in its exact state, locking time itself upon the wound so that it neither healed nor worsened. To activate it required no less than 100,000 units of soul force in a single breath, after which it continuously drained ambient soul energy to sustain itself, effectively lasting forever unless forcibly broken by someone on the level of a royal soul master. And so, Jabba's soul domain, cracked, broken, bleeding, would no longer deteriorate. What fragments remained were preserved. His primordial soul still lingered within, faint, flickering, but alive. Yet his consciousness, that was another matter. The devastating fractures had annihilated his awareness. His initial soul would require years, decades, perhaps centuries, to be born once more. For now, he was alive. His soul remained bound to his body, and the vital functions of that body persisted, though only barely. His chest rose and fell shallowly, his heart continued to beat, but it was the barest shadow of life. He had fallen into a coma. As for the center of his energy convergence, just one glance was enough to reach a single conclusion. It was truly fortunate that Jabba remained unconscious in a coma. Robin himself had once suffered paralysis after his desperate clash against the warlords of Hovenheim, his body ravaged by the collision of ascending layers of energy. But Jabba's case was even more harrowing. He had been dragged back to absolute zero, and the very walls of his energy core were still trembling with unstable elevation. Even if his awareness had somehow survived intact, the pain would have been unbearable, a merciless torture like 100 blades stabbing through his liver without pause. The result would have been complete paralysis, a body unable to move even a finger, and a mind drowned in endless agony. The cruelest and yet most hopeful part of all was the life vein. When Robin first examined it, the life vein had been nothing more than a shattered ruin, already detonated, offering no possibility of survival. At that moment, death had seemed inevitable. Yet now, although it was still gravely damaged, it had somehow sealed. The fatal rupture was closed. No longer did life force pour out like sand through a broken vessel. The artery had even refilled by nearly a quarter. That fraction was not the overflowing vitality Jabba once possessed, but it was more than enough to anchor him to existence for a very long time, so long as it could be maintained. Driven by desperation, Robin had acted instantly. To keep Jabba alive even a moment longer, he invoked the master law of creation, channeling its immense authority at the cost of what little remained of his own cultivation. He burned away his last 11 levels without hesitation, pouring everything into repairing the artery, patching its fissures, and replenishing its flow with every shred of energy he could muster. Against all odds, the gamble had succeeded. It was true that Robin's own strength collapsed back to zero before the treatment could be completed, before the lifeblood artery could be fully restored or completely refilled, but what had been achieved was enough. Enough to give Jabba a chance. Enough to snatch him away from death's grasp. Tisk. Robin exhaled, leaning back against the jagged wall behind him, his palm rotating idly as if testing the flow of emptiness within himself. Part of me keeps wishing I could find a permanent solution to this endless cycle of losing levels day after day, and another part of me wonders if perhaps falling back to zero every single hour would be the greatest blessing of all. His gaze shifted sideways, settling on Jabba's unconscious figure stretched beside him. The young man's chest rose and fell in faint, fragile movements, proof of a body still clinging to life. What happened to you, truly? Was it the curse of eternal stillness? No, something like that could never inflict such devastation. Did you actually attempt to end your own life? I would have felt it immediately if you had chosen suicide in front of me. No, this leakage, this collapse, it had been taking place from the very moment I lifted that curse from you. That is why I failed to notice sooner. Robin's eyes lowered toward the floor, where layer upon layer of incomprehensibly complex runes and runes had been carved into the stone. He let out a long sigh. Did you bite into a piece of meat too large to swallow, my little friend? Did you reach too far, too soon? Silence fell between them, heavy and unbroken, stretching out like an ocean of stillness. Only after what felt like an eternity did Robin raise his hand once again. Slowly, deliberately, he opened a soul gate. Boom! Step, step. From within emerged soul creatures, towering figures whose presence carried the oppressive weight of forgotten eras. Each of them bore the strength of the likes of Celebos, Lantat, and Pythor. After the massacre that had ravaged Robin's soul domain, no weaklings remained, only the seasoned entities of terrifying power had survived his command. One after another they appeared, until their number reached 20. Robin gestured calmly toward the rough breach that the spinning swords had torn earlier. Widen that passage. Carve out a proper entrance worthy of our stay. Then begin hunting and prepare a fire for roasting. When you finish, return here for further orders. It is clear that we will be remaining in this place for quite some time. Understood, owner, they all intoned in unison, their voices resonating like a chant. They had all, without exception, taken to addressing him with the title owner, a habit learned from Nihari, who repeated it like a sacred mantra. When their footsteps faded into the distance, Robin turned once more toward Jabba. His disciple's face was pale, his body so still that it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. Reaching forward, Robin gently closed Jabba's eyes and mouth, softening the harshness of his expression into something more serene. His sigh was heavy, carrying both exhaustion and sorrow. I would have loved to begin a new research with you, not on you. Chapter 1578. 3 years later. Young Sector 101, Planet Verillion. Clack, clack, clack. The ground itself shuddered from the east, trembling as if a giant beast had stirred beneath its crust. An instant later, a massive wave of compressed air burst forth, sweeping across the battlefield like an invisible hammer. It struck the lines of soldiers with merciless force, sending men stumbling backward several paces, boots dragging trenches into the dirt. No bones were broken, no blood spilled by the quake or the shockwave, yet the soldiers of the Silver Army felt a far deeper wound, one to the heart itself. Panic rippled through the officers and generals manning the western approaches, and as if bound by a single string, they roared in unison, "It's another artillery barrage. Brace yourselves." Swoo! Their warning had barely left their throats when the sky answered. From beyond the jagged ridges of the mountain chain, a tide of meteors spilled forth, burning trails carved into the heavens. They cascaded like a celestial waterfall, painting the firmament in blinding light before dipping into a deadly arc. The soldiers froze for a fraction of a breath, their awe drowned swiftly by dread. Oh no, not this again. Bam, bam, bam. Thousands of blazing meteors rained down upon the rear of the Silver Army in a storm without mercy. There was no precision in their fall, no careful targeting, yet none was needed. Dropping into a churning ocean of soldiers, each fiery stone guaranteed to claim the lives of men, crushing bone, tearing steel, and scattering souls alike. At this place, the fabled Gate of the West, the Silver Army stood. The ground beneath their boots was a narrow band of shallow land, scarcely a few kilometers across, but it was the only bridge between the planet's two greatest continents. For decades, this narrow strip had been the graveyard of ambitions. The Allied armies had pushed and bled and fought here, but never managed to plant their banners in the soil of the final continent. The strait was the wall, and for the infantry, it was unbreachable. True, warships prowled the skies and oceans freely, raining destruction into the depths. True, powerful martial emperors flew above, diving into enemy ranks to sow chaos. But almost always, their daring charges ended the same, with their bodies shot from the sky, torn apart by brutal retaliation. Victory on this world could not be claimed through tricks or terror. There were no civilians to terrify here, every man and woman was a soldier. The only path to triumph was to seize the ground and hold it, no matter how much blood it demanded. That was why today's onslaught fell. To the east, the Allied host assembled, a tide several times larger than the Silver Army. 12 armies stood side by side, their uniforms distinct, their banners proud. Each fought with its own weapons, its own battle doctrines, its own hard-won experience. Even their very blood carried gifts and curses unique to their lineages. Ordinarily, such diversity was a recipe for chaos. To weld such forces into a single blade was thought impossible. Too much pride, too many egos, too many empires unwilling to bend. Yet here, somehow, it worked. The 12 armies moved as if compelled by a single, unseen hand, a hidden will that bound their pride into obedience, forcing them to fight shoulder to shoulder. Every army bore a role. Some hurled themselves at the front lines in brutal charges, others unleashed thunder from their artillery lines far behind. Some rose into the skies to counter enemy flyers, while still more tended wounds, kept supplies flowing, and steadied the line with logistics. The Eastern Front became a living hornet's nest, each hornet with its own sting, darting and striking in its own way, yet all united by instinct toward the same goal. And that goal was simple, to seize the strait before day's end. Damn it, one of the Silver Army generals bellowed, spittle flying as his eyes tracked the devastation tearing through his ranks. His fists clenched around the rail of his command post until the steel bent. It's the heavy artillery, the cursed hallmark of the falling star empire. If we don't crush them now, we'll never withstand this wave. And so, the plan of the Allied armies revealed itself. 2 of their strongest divisions had been placed at the very front, not to break through, but to hold, to endure, to crawl forward step by bloody step whenever opportunity allowed. Meanwhile, while the Silver Army, the proud arm of the shattering meteor empire, struggled to shatter those immovable lines in the shallows, another allied army, hidden behind the mountains, unleashed their famed heavy artillery. Each barrage hammered the Silver Army's back lines, grinding their formations between an anvil and a hammer with merciless rhythm. Since the very beginning of the day, the Silver Army had miraculously avoided any serious losses on the front line, the place where the clash was supposed to be the most brutal and merciless. Their formations at the front still held firm, as though unshaken by the tide of war. Yet, while the vanguard stood unbroken, the rear ranks had been ripped apart, shredded again and again under the relentless bombardments. At least 10,000 soldiers had perished already, their corpses littering the shallow grounds like broken dolls, and still the Silver Army had been forced to reform its lines not once, but several times, desperately patching holes that kept tearing wider with each strike. Clack, clack. Not again, one of the generals shuddered, his voice carrying both rage and despair as he felt the tremor of another incoming artillery barrage. His unit had barely been replenished after the last massacre, and now yet another wave was descending upon them. The sense of inevitability gnawed at him, a weight pressing on his chest, for he knew this was no ordinary attack, it was a deliberate grinding down of their very will. Without hesitation, the general abandoned what he had been doing, his cloak whipping in the air as he ascended skyward and darted west. His destination was a raised platform, a command dais that overlooked the chaos of battle. At its center stood a polished, extravagant table, its surface covered with maps, markers, and the faint glow of tactical inscriptions. Around it gathered several figures, each clad in gleaming silver armor that shimmered beneath the dust-choked skies. They formed a protective ring around one presence in particular. Marshal. The general landed with a thud upon the platform, his voice cracking with urgency. You must do something about those cursed artillery. If you don't, we may lose the strait before the day is over. The man they all called Marshal slowly lifted his face from the map spread across the table. His eyes narrowed, sharp with fury, as he turned toward the panicked general. His voice came out low and cutting, heavy with contempt. Do you think I am blind, that I cannot see the battlefield with my own eyes? The marshal was an intimidating figure, towering and broad-shouldered, his presence alone enough to quiet lesser men. Unlike his generals and soldiers who dutifully kept their helmets on, his own helm rested upon the table, exposing the disturbing visage beneath. His skin was pale, almost sickly, his square jaw casting harsh shadows in the dim light. His eyes were not the eyes of a man but of a predator, slit like a serpent's, glimmering with cold menace. From beneath the skin of his face, the bones of his jaw jutted outward grotesquely, and 4 massive fangs pierced through his cheeks, visible for all to see. His neck was no less dreadful, a grotesque amalgam of sinew, flesh, and bare bone, as though nature itself had recoiled at his existence. Any man stumbling upon the marshal asleep might mistake him for a shattered corpse, abandoned by life. But here, now, his aura crushed such illusions. It radiated raw vitality and terrifying might, proof that not only was he alive, he was a beast of war incarnate. Another general, standing close to the marshal, exhaled heavily, breaking the silence. We've tried to carve a path for hours, Marshal, but every attempt has failed. 2 entire armies guard the artillery's ground. Any strike team we send, whether suicidal shock troops or swift warships, ends the same way, utter annihilation. Even the tunnelers, those who burrow beneath the soil, were intercepted and destroyed. No solution, the frontline general barked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had only seen the slaughter at the edge of the strait, he hadn't realized the larger noose tightening around them. Then why not call upon His Majesty? Send him the coordinates. Let him command the planet spirit itself to crush their cannons, to drag them into the depths of the earth. We have already overburdened the planet spirit with demands since the war began, another figure from the marshal's retinue said grimly, shaking his head. Were it not for its intervention, we could never have survived the last offensive. But now we must abandon that path, or at least hold it as our very last resort. If we continue to drain its strength, the spirit may fall into a deep slumber, unreachable for thousands of years. If that happens, this planet will become nothing more than dead stone beneath our feet. The frontline general's face drained of color, veins pulsing at his temples as his voice cracked into a furious roar. What does that mean? What does that mean for us? He slammed his fist against his chest plate, his voice echoing across the platform. Are we truly going to lose the strait today? Chapter 1579. Are we truly going to lose the strait today? The general muttered in dread, his voice trembling as if the words themselves were poison on his tongue. Ruoumble. The ground behind him convulsed once more as yet another wave of blazing meteors plummeted from the heavens, striking like divine hammers. In the span of a heartbeat, more than 1,000 soldiers were torn apart, their screams drowned in the deafening roar of falling stars. The acrid smell of charred flesh and iron filled the air, and a suffocating wave of dust and heat rolled across the battlefield. This brutal clash was but one of countless battles erupting across the planet. At present, the shattering meteor empire held dominion over roughly 1/3 of the world's surface, a single sprawling continent, and that landmass was under siege from every conceivable direction. Armies surged by land, fleets carved through the seas, and endless wings of aerial fighters rained down death from above. The Allies were relentless, desperate to carve out even the smallest foothold. Yet the shattering meteor empire did not merely defend. They launched suicide squads to infiltrate and wreak havoc in occupied territories. Meanwhile, Allied forces gouged open the soil, poisoning it with corruption to weaken the planet's spirit itself as they chased a singular, terrible goal, the heart. Should the heart of the planet be unearthed or destroyed, the world would wither, its spirit extinguished, and the war would conclude in catastrophic finality. Everywhere war raged. Across plains, seas, mountains, and skies, soldiers perished by the hundreds every passing second. Yet here, in this treacherous shallow strait where the seabed rose just enough to bear the weight of marching armies, lay the crucible of the fiercest struggle. This narrow throat of land was more than terrain, it was the very key to survival. If the Allies won in any other theater, the shattering meteor empire could counterstrike, regroup, adapt. But to lose here, to lose the strait, was unthinkable. For if the strait fell, the Allies would claim an eternal bridgehead. A never-ending torrent of soldiers would flood into the final continent daily, a tidal wave of steel and blood. The devastation they would unleash would consume everything, forests, rivers, cities, and fortresses alike. It would not simply be a setback. It would mark the final wave, the death knell of resistance. I volunteered to annihilate the artillery's ground. One general stepped forward, his voice iron, his eyes blazing. He raised a gauntlet hand. Give me a squad of our remaining elites, and grant me 5 shapeshifters prepared to assume Nagarath form. That will be enough. Are you entirely certain? The marshal's heavy head rose, his gaze boring into the man. His deep, fractured voice carried both disbelief and the faintest glimmer of grim respect. Do you truly comprehend what you ask of us? The general bowed slightly, then stabbed a finger toward the detailed map laid across the ornate table. I must pierce through 11 enemy armies and reach the emplacement of those accursed cannons. They are no ordinary field guns, they are specialized siege variants of ship-mounted artillery, anchored into the bedrock itself. They cannot be relocated without endless preparation. If I can reach them, if I can topple the ground beneath them, then the tide turns. Do you imagine breaking through 11 armies to be something within your grasp? The marshal growled, his bony jaw clenching. Have you forgotten how pitifully few of our elites remain? If the marshal has no objection to thinning their number further, then entrust this to me. The general straightened, pride swelling in his words, his very posture radiating defiance. Though his face was half concealed by his battle-worn helmet, the fire in his tone revealed the unshakable determination etched into his features. I will obliterate the artillery's ground. I will return to strike the allied host from behind. The rest I leave in the hands of the marshal, and my esteemed comrades. The marshal's bony brows furrowed together, deep shadows sinking across his skeletal features. The plan was reckless, almost suicidal, yet brilliant. A pincer strike, the front line would anchor while this desperate thrust pierced the rear. Should the general succeed in tearing through and unleashing the elites in the enemy's backline, chaos would consume the allied formation. The marshal could then surge forward, driving the wedge home. Such a maneuver, if achieved, would not merely rout the allies, it could shatter them, crush their morale, and cripple their campaign for decades. This is lunacy. Another general burst out, fury and fear in his eyes as he sensed the marshal leaning toward agreement. This attack guarantees the loss of General Basil and all 5 shapeshifters, if not their total annihilation, then at least the butchery of some. Are we truly willing to gamble with such lives? He slammed his armored fist against the war table with a resounding crack. Think, we have only 21 left who can still assume Nagarath form. If they are squandered, our last trump card will vanish. The marshal's gaze turned inward, silence stretching. Then, with a voice as cold as fractured stone, he asked, does anyone here possess an alternative? BZZZZZT. As if summoned by his words, a gate at the far edge of the war plaza yawned open, spilling out ranks of soldiers clad in the gleaming silver armor of the shattering meteor empire. Yet the sight brought no relief, no spark of hope. On the contrary, as the soldiers marched forward, the marshal and his gathered generals frowned deeply, the weight of dread pressing heavier upon them all. My heavens, those are deserters. One of the generals at the table muttered. Have we lost another planet? Is this the 3rd one this month? Such unexpected reinforcements meant only one thing: a world under the shattering meteor empire had fallen to the allies, and the surviving troops had fled to Verilion. Their arrival broke morale more than it bolstered strength. Does anyone have another solution? The marshal repeated, raising his voice to steer attention away from the bad news below. I propose we use displacement gear and withdraw from this sector, one general replied. If we do, the allies will lose their source of fresh troops for months. They won't attempt any major campaign until they resecure the coordinates and route their fleets to the new landing zones. During that pause their forces will shrink and the offensive will stall. Agreed, another general nodded. In that time we can reorganize our ranks and re-establish control of the strait. Agreed. Agreed. Impossible, the marshal snapped, waving a hand. We have direct orders from Lord Hedrick himself not to move for 3 years. We still have a month left on that mandate. Marshal, do you really believe those magical reinforcements will actually arrive? Reinforcements that can meaningfully help us. We must withdraw immediately. Staying longer means losing the strait, that paves the way for the planet to fall. The marshal ground his teeth and then turned to General Basil. Take whatever troops you need and execute your plan. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Marshal, you. The generals at the table went pale with panic. Carrying out the pincer plan meant the certain loss of 6 shapeshifters and half of the remaining elites. Enough. The marshal barked. We shall not disobey a direct command from the Lord, even if it means we all die. Everyone looked down, fingers clenched tight, cursing the non-existing reinforcements in their heads. Even if His Majesty the Emperor of the shattering meteor empire decreed to stay, they would have moved out, but if it's Lord Hedrick, then they can only comply. Even General Basil, the man who had proposed the plan, exhaled weakly, bowed his head, and said, I will begin at once, Marshal. He pivoted and leapt from the platform. But at that very moment, buzz. The gate activated. Have we lost another planet? Chapter 1580. A few minutes earlier, on the eastern side. Prepare. A figure in black and red military uniform, his eyes set in 5 angled slits and his mouth forming a tight round, raised his hand as high as he could and then slammed it down. Fire! Bam, bam, bam. Hundreds of colossal cannons before him discharged in perfect, terrifying unison. Each gun towered over 50 meters tall, its muzzle a yawning void and its base bolted into the ground with pins like stakes meant to anchor mountains. Enormous conduits fed each piece, pumping liquid energy essence in monstrous quantities. To charge a single one of these engines for a single salvo required as much essence as would power a warship for an entire year. Each of those guns looked like a dreadful, living edifice, a fortress of metal and hunger. The artillery commander brought a strangely shaped spyglass to his eye and fixed it on the exact drop point, the landing site for the volley. As the shells arced and the impact spread across the target zone, he began to laugh, a coarse, triumphant sound, watching bodies and wreckage scatter. Car. The victory of this war will be earned by our hands. His Majesty will reward me handsomely, he crowed, almost delirious with bloodlust. The distance between the battery and the strait was enormous, essentially another province, and yet the strike precision was brutally perfect. The projectiles found their marks with a terrible accuracy. Bzzzt. The man with the spyglass frowned as a gate on the opposite side flickered open and a number of soldiers from the shattering meteor empire spilled out. They were clearly wounded survivors, fleeing from some other battlefield. Kurr. Hit them, hurry up. He jabbed a finger toward the newcomers and barked orders, 10 units left and 3 up. Strike them before they can merge with the standing army. Understood, Marshal. RRRR. The guns adjusted their elevation and azimuth with precise, grinding motion. Their muzzles glowed and then, bam, 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 they unleashed. From discharge to impact took no more than 3 heartbeats. The freshly arrived support contingent was shredded to ribbons. Flesh and armor were flung in all directions, formations dissolved into gore, and the earth itself cracked where the shell struck. The scene that followed was one of instant, absolute ruin. Kerr. The marshal, the man commanding the Falling Star Empire's artillery, laughed aloud, stomping the ground with brute force. He cupped his hands over his ears for a moment as if trying to savor the dying screams of the newcomers. Then he flung his hands open, eyes glittering, and kicked a colossal rock nearby in childish fury. Damn them! They should invent binoculars for the ears as well. Tisk, you spoilt my mood. This calls for punishment. The marshal waved his arm theatrically and then shouted to the crews, take your time, charge the guns to maximum. In the next wave we will obliterate every newcomer along with their logistics hubs and field hospitals. They just came from the planet Farkat 5, which the Allies lost. They are broken, exhausted, unable to maneuver. This is the perfect moment to crush them before they can recoup. Understood, Marshal. The artillery officers opened the energy conduits to their limits. Not only did the muzzles glow, but the bodies of the guns themselves began to pulse and light up, veins of power crawling along their frames. The radiance intensified with each passing minute, the whole battery seeming to breathe with a dreadful hunger. The marshal watched the gate area intently, calculating the optimal strike point the instant charging completed. Minutes crawled by. Roughly 6,000 soldiers had poured through the gate before it snapped shut, a scrambling, chaotic mass. They pushed and shoved in a pitiable rush, paying no heed even to the comrades who had gone out before them and been shredded. Each man burst through the portal only to frantically search for a soldier array to shelter inside. Kerr. Not today, my dears, the marshal chortled, feeling the charge in the air prickle every hair on his skin. When he sensed the guns had reached peak charge, when the static in the atmosphere hummed like a living thing, he raised his hand. Prepare. Bzzzt. The gate's active again. For a fleeting moment the marshal looked surprised, then amusement curled into a cruel grin. Kerr. 2 units to the right and 3 units upward. Crushed the space portal and everyone streaming through it. After issuing the final order he slammed his hand down with thunderous force. Fire. Bzzzt. Step. The colossal space gate came alive with a thunderous vibration, its surface rippling with arcs of light, and from within, something began to emerge. No, not someone, something. They were massive, each towering well over 3 meters in height. Above every head curved a pair of horns, each spanning more than a full meter, black and jagged like weapons carved from the abyss itself. Their bodies were encased in fearsome crimson armor, every plate swollen with artificial veins that pulsed faintly with a metallic glow, as though blood was circulating within the steel. Their faces were completely concealed beneath featureless, smooth masks that erased every sign of identity. Even the eyes were hidden, replaced by blank surfaces that reflected only dread. And their aura, it was impossible to discern whether they were men, monsters, or lifeless statues animated by some profane power. No trace of living essence radiated from them, nothing resembling the natural presence of souls or breath. There was only one thing that bled from their existence, an overwhelming scent of blood, and a hunger for more of it. What is this? The portal's guards recoiled at once, terror flooding their hearts. What had stepped forth was nothing like the silver-armored soldiers of the Empire they were accustomed to. Identify yourselves. Stay where you are. Halt immediately. Step. The first figure crossed the threshold and, after a deliberate pause, slowly turned his head from side to side, scanning the desolate world around him. Carnage. Death. The sky above was burning red, the shallow waters of the battlefield beneath were already dyed the shade of gore, while the air itself shimmered with the choking vapor of blood. Corpses piled upon corpses in grotesque mounds, dragged toward the towering ridges that encircled the field of slaughter. Every detail was horror made manifest, a massacre, the ending of a world, the very embodiment of despair. and to him, it was nothing less than the perfect image of paradise. Sakar tilted his head back slowly, savoring the grotesque vista, his chest heaving with an intoxicating thrill. His very flesh quivered with unrestrained fervor, and his body shuddered with the uncontrollable craving for more. Behind him, more like him came out, sharing the same state. Had their masks not concealed their faces, the mere sight of their twisted expressions would have already shattered the soul of every portal keeper standing watch. But their presence alone was terror enough. The captain of the guards forced himself to step forward, raising his spear with trembling hands, swallowing hard as his throat locked in fear. Identify yourselves. To which army do you belong? How did you acquire the coordinates and the secret access codes for this portal? Oh. Sakar cut him off entirely, ignoring the man's words, and instead lifted his gaze toward the skies. So, a welcoming committee is already waiting for us. What nonsense are you? The captain followed his line of sight, and at once, his eyes constricted in sheer dread. His grip collapsed, the spear clattering from his fingers. Falling stars are falling toward the portal. Evacuate the entire perimeter immediately. Fall back. The remaining guards, along with the reinforcements that had only just arrived, scattered in all directions. Even the quartermasters, medics, and overseers stationed in the rear abandoned their posts in panic retreat. No one dared remain. The artillery fire descending from above was unstoppable even to all but the rarest of warriors, those at the peak of the combat emperor realm, who might barely repel a single strike. But against this relentless downpour, no soul would endure. If the gate itself did not collapse outright, it would still suffer catastrophic damage beyond repair. The outcome was sealed. At that moment, survival was their only possible prayer. Boss, should I crush those shiny things out of the sky? One of the armored giants asked, his voice heavy like grinding stone. I'll burn them to ash. I'll freeze them solid. Silence. Amon's voice cut across them, sharp and commanding. We have orders to conceal our true power. Stopping these artillery shots isn't something martial emperors can do. Wait, Amon. Sakar raised his left hand calmly, his tone laced with cruel amusement. Wouldn't it be rather unbecoming of us, our first act upon arrival, to run away like frightened prey? Then, his lips curved upward in a grin beneath the mask. He extended his right hand, a subtle flick of his wrist releasing a surge of power. Whoosh! Chapter 1581. DSHSHSHHH. With just a single, almost casual flick of Sakar's hand, something utterly bizarre and unsettling occurred. One of the thick, pulsing blood tubes wrapped tightly around his arm suddenly ruptured, but instead of dripping a few sluggish drops or a pitiful trickle, an overwhelming torrent erupted outward. What gushed forth was not a stream, not a mere flow, but a colossal waterfall of crimson liquid bursting with unstoppable force. In less than the blink of an eye, that endless surge of blood twisted, coiled, and expanded, gathering together as though pulled by some unseen will. Within a single heartbeat, the flood sprawled outward until it assumed the form of a vast, glimmering lake of blood, a spectacle so unnatural it seemed to defy reason and mock the very laws of the cosmos. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. What is happening here? What is happening here? The artillery marshal lost his composure entirely, yanking at his spiky hair with one hand while the other gripped the binoculars so tightly his knuckles turned pale. His voice cracked between disbelief and manic rage. Do you actually think that pitiful pool of juice will slow down my meteors? Car. Fools, absolute fools. You've already lost. Swoosh. From the skies above, the heavens rumbled as the meteors descended, flaming shards of the stars themselves screaming downward with unstoppable momentum. Hundreds upon hundreds of celestial projectiles raced closer, threatening to annihilate the space portal and erase everything within its vast perimeter. But just as their destruction was about to be unleashed, their path twisted. The blood lake had risen like a barrier from a nightmare, blotting out the horizon with its vast and glimmering surface. Poof! The very first meteor touched the lake, only to halt in place as if the laws of motion themselves had been shackled. It was like watching a delicate fly crash into a bowl filled with thick honey, its furious descent smothered and silenced in an instant. What? The marshal's triumphant laughter froze on his lips, his grin collapsing into horrified silence. Poof! One after another, without exception, every shot of the grand artillery, every blazing meteor, was swallowed by the blood lake. Each one sputtered into the crimson depths with nothing more than a pitiful muffled pop, like childish firecrackers drowning in water. No plume of steam hissed upward, no ripple even dared disturb the glossy surface of that impossible ocean. The lake did not so much as tremble, it remained impossibly still, unfathomably calm. Good heavens! Around the battlefield, soldiers and deserters alike could do nothing but gape. The guards of the portal, the desperate survivors fleeing from planet Farkat 5, even the hardened generals and battle-worn free soldiers who had seen countless horrors in their lives, all stood frozen with slack jaws and wide-open mouths. In the middle of what was already a near-cosmic battle, what they had just witnessed felt like something ripped straight from a feverish dream, too strange, too terrifying, too overwhelming to process. Yet the place where shock resonated most heavily was not the battlefield itself, but the sacred, floating platform above. What's going on below us? Who in the world are those beings? Are they our enemies? How could they be enemies if they just intercepted an attack aimed at us? Then they must be allies. Do we truly possess followers this powerful? Step. The marshal of the army of the crushed meteor empire moved away from his great table, each footstep echoing with restrained weight. His gaze locked unwaveringly on Sakar, his mind whirling like a storm behind his calm facade. Though his posture remained proud, one only needed to glimpse his eyes to realize the truth. 1,000 thoughts raced at once, collapsing and reforming. It's them, he muttered, voice heavy with certainty. This must be the reinforcement we were promised. The reinforcements. The generals around him could no longer sit still, they rushed to the very edge of the platform, leaning out to get a closer look at the crimson figures. By now, the space portal had fully sealed shut. From its depths had emerged a small army of 200 in number. 17 of them stood proudly at the very front, as if the battlefield itself belonged to them, utterly unbothered by the chaos around. Each wielded a different weapon, each turned their heads with casual curiosity, their movements brimming with confidence. Behind them, the rest poured out in immaculate, statue-like rows, their synchronized steps echoing like war drums. Is this the reinforcement? One general muttered with disbelief, his face twisting into a grimace. Too many to be called messengers, yet far, far too few to be a true army for a war like this. Another scoffed, retorting sharply, and yet tell me, is there any envoy in existence who could casually smother an artillery strike of such magnitude? A third general shook his head gravely. We cannot know if it was casual for them. Perhaps they wielded some secret planetary weapon. That only earned a bark of frustration. If I handed you a planetary weapon, could you replicate what we just witnessed? Enough, the marshal thundered, silencing the argument with a single roar. He seized the closest general by the shoulder, dragging him near. Go. Call their leader to stand before us, he commanded before shoving him toward the edge of the platform. Returning to his position above the grand map, the marshal's voice lowered to a grim tone. The so-called reinforcement has arrived. Our duty here is complete. We need no longer remain tethered to these coordinates. We can relocate. His finger hovered above the map, pressing firmly on a particular spot. And yet, I still hunger to crush the gunners with General Basil's plan. Now that they have gathered in one place, this may be our only chance. If we unleash the planetary displacement armament and made them into retreat, such an opportunity may never present itself again. Near the portal. Leader, shall we strike now? Leader, shall we advance this instant? Leader, command us. Silence. Amon's bellow crashed over the chaos like thunder. His towering form dwarfed the others, he was the largest, the broadest, and his aura burned the fiercest. He was power incarnate, and with nothing more than a single word, the kings of imps bent to his authority. His command was law, his voice an unshakable chain. Slowly, Amon turned, his hulking frame pivoting as he directed his gaze toward Sakar. His voice softened just slightly, tempered with respect. Big brother, what do we do now? Sakar did not answer immediately. Instead, he released his soul sense, vast, immeasurable, suffocating in its intensity. It swept across the battlefield like a storm tide, touching everything, understanding everything. Within moments, he had already discerned what he needed. He gave a few deliberate nods, the motion slow, the weight behind it immense. Finally, his lips parted, and his voice rolled out with heavy finality. First, we will. Bam! In that very instant, a figure descended directly beside Sakar, his presence heavy and abrupt, like a hammer striking the earth. He was a man with a disturbingly pale face, his skin torn and marked by exposed bone fragments that jutted out like cruel ornaments. His hollow expression carried with it an air of grim finality. The man's gaze lingered long upon Sakar and his followers, scrutinizing them as though trying to pierce through their very essence. Only after that silent examination did he finally open his mouth, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Who is your leader? His Excellency, the Marshal, demands his presence. Sakar turned his head slowly, his expression unreadable as his eyes locked upon the newcomer. He immediately felt it. This was no ordinary messenger. The man's aura burned hot and oppressive, his blood force so dense it radiated like a tide of raw violence. He was at the absolute peak of the martial emperor's realm, his foundation unshakable. This was someone of considerable stature, not a mere errand runner. The very fact that the marshal had chosen to send such a figure revealed much. It was a gesture of face, a mark of respect. That marshal clearly held them in regard after their brief display upon emerging from the portal. And yet, Sakar gave no reply. His eyes moved forward once more, dismissing the pale envoy with chilling indifference. With a wave of his hand, a strange construct shimmered into existence, a miniature space array gleaming faintly with red and silver light. BZZZZZT? Amon, Helga, Sakar's voice rolled out, deep and commanding. This gate will take you directly to the artillery nest that dared to strike at us moments ago. Destroy it completely, then return immediately. Do not waste your strength on needless clashes. His gaze sharpened. Remember what we trained for. Do not fail. Understood. Both Amon and Helga bowed their heads with absolute confidence, their voices booming as they spoke in unison. Without hesitation, they stepped into the glowing spatial gate, their figures vanishing instantly as the light folded in on itself. Within a breath, the portal sealed shut behind them, leaving only silence in its wake. The artillery ground? The general of the shattering meteor empire blurted out, his voice shrill with disbelief. You sent only two against an artillery. Are you insane? Do you know how many forces are stationed there? How many martial emperors? His face twisted as if struck by madness, unable to process the sheer audacity. That tiny glowing gate had swallowed the two warriors whole, and he could scarcely comprehend what kind of power could justify such reckless confidence. Sakar, as if the words were no more than the whines of insects, ignored him entirely once again. Turning back, he stretched out his arms and drew two of the imp kings to stand at his side. His voice thundered out like a war drum as he addressed the rigid soldiers behind them, warriors so tense and silent it seemed as though birds could perch upon their unmoving heads. All of you, Sakar declared, his tone brooking no resistance, for the coming month, you will be under the command of King Baron and King Sayer. Your task is this: find a mountain, carve a city for us into the heart of that mountain, then go deep into the earth, and lay down every array we brought from the sky opening city. Work tirelessly, for our presence here may last far longer than any of you expect. Understood. Baron, flanked by nearly 200 imps, each one standing proudly at the very peak of the Emperor combat realm, snapped into a crisp military salute. Without hesitation, they retreated in formation, already beginning their search with sharp precision. What in the name of the stars are you doing? The general from the crushed meteor empire exploded, his face red, his voice shrieking. This is not your backyard. You cannot simply act as you please. You cannot carve cities and deploy arrays here like this. He was on the verge of collapse, veins throbbing on his forehead, as he watched these strange beings move as though they owned the very battlefield. They had emerged from nothing and already seized initiative, issuing orders as if this war were theirs to direct. For the third time, Sakar did not so much as flick his eyes toward him. Instead, he addressed the remaining demon kings with calm authority. There are 12 armies locked in this war. Spread out. Strike each one with a single devastating blow, enough to halt their momentum and shake their resolve. Then take some damage in return, scream loudly if you must, and withdraw. Do not overstep. Do not slaughter beyond measure. And under no circumstances are you to feast upon anyone. Everything has its time. Ha 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 ha. Understood. The other kings laughed darkly, their voices rolling like thunder before dispersing in all directions. Each one vanished into the distance, moving with lethal intent. Wait. Stop. You cannot simply interfere in an organized war without proper coordination. The general's words cut off, his mind teetering on the brink of madness as chaos unfolded before his eyes. His composure shattered, he could no longer tell whether he was witnessing allies, invaders, or something far more terrifying. And then Sakar's voice cut through, calm, cold, and absolute. You said your marshal was summoning me, did you not? Then lead the way. Chapter 1582. General Basil's plan is bold, daring, and meticulously crafted, yet it lacks one essential element, the certainty of survival after execution. The marshal gestured toward his subordinates without even glancing at them, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Then he continued, his tone steady but sharp, the plan must be executed, yes, but we must also ensure that the cost in lives is not catastrophic. Reducing casualties is paramount. How do we achieve such a thing, Marshal? Another general asked, his voice edged with both respect and concern. Even under the most optimistic scenario, they will lose nearly half their numbers during the desperate charge across almost 1,000 kilometers of enemy lines just to reach the artillery zone. And those who remain will likely be annihilated once communication is cut and entire armies close in around them. This is, without question, a suicide mission. At best, only 2 or 3 will stagger back alive. Our greatest challenge has always been defending the line while simultaneously replenishing the endless losses tearing through our rear ranks. The marshal extended a finger toward the shallow region marked on the map spread before them. But now we have new reinforcements, and they demonstrated immense defensive power none of us expected. If we coordinate with them properly, they can shield us from the devastating artillery fire. This will free us to commit more troops to the front, pressing the Allied army until they falter and retreat. And at the same time, we can funnel additional soldiers under General Basil's command to spearhead the offensive thrust. In this way, the mission remains intact, but the danger will be drastically diminished. The place fell silent. The generals and advisors exchanged long, heavy glances, as though the air itself weighed upon their shoulders, before one finally broke the silence. Marshal, it is clear the newcomers possess great strength, but not to the extent you describe. It is almost certain they were ambushed the moment they emerged. Panicked, they unleashed their strongest defensive gear in a single desperate strike. That is not a sustainable level of power to factor into our war plans, and I highly doubt they will commit such artifacts again merely for the sake of someone else's strategy. We are at war, the marshal declared, his voice ringing like iron against stone. Since they have come as reinforcements, then it is their duty to contribute to the survival of this campaign. All that is required of them is to hold off the artillery 2 or 3 times. By that point, General Basil will have pierced into enemy territory, and the flames of battle will already be consuming the heart of their lands. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze sweeping across the gathered officers. Are there any further questions? No, Marshal. The answer came in unison. One by one, they straightened and offered crisp salutes, then vaulted from the platform, each man and woman heading out to prepare for their appointed role in the immense operation to come. Commence execution. The marshal clasped his hands behind his back, then pivoted sharply toward one figure in particular. Basil, among all of us you are the strongest general when it comes to offensive maneuvers. I grant you full authority to pull any forces you deem fit from the ranks. You have half an hour to make ready. Understood. General Basil returned the salute with solemn gravity, then turned and leapt from the platform as well, his mind already racing with possibilities, calculating how to assemble a strike force capable of plunging into the jaws of death and yet wresting victory with the fewest possible losses. Step. The marshal descended from his seat of command, each footfall echoing until he reached the edge of the platform. There, his eyes narrowed. Something unusual caught his attention. Below, movements stirred, yet not those of his disciplined generals carrying out orders. It was something else entirely, the newcomers. They had spread chaotically across the grounds, scattered in no discernible formation. Their strange bodies and distinctive armor made them easily visible, but there was no pattern, no sign of coordination, no indication they were moving under any planned directive. Bam! Behind him thundered the heavy impact of a landing. The general who had been dispatched to fetch the officer in charge of the reinforcements had returned. His voice rang clear and respectful. Marshal, I have brought the officer responsible for the support, as you commanded. Whoosh! Beside him, Sakar descended. Unlike the general, he landed without a sound. He had not leapt but rather descended under his own strange power, vaporized blood coiling beneath his legs, pushing him down gently like invisible wings. Once his feet touched the platform, the crimson mist drew back into his body as though it had never been. He looked forward, his voice calm yet unsettling as he spoke a single word, greetings. Could you, perhaps, explain to me in detail what exactly is going on with your men down there? Marshal Darvian did not even bother to return the greeting. His voice was sharp and his expression twisted with annoyance as he gestured downward toward the battlefield. As an officer, have you not been taught the discipline of asking your commanding superiors for permission before unleashing and scattering your troops as you see fit? There is no need for that, Sakar replied in a calm but firm tone, his eyes sweeping over the unfolding chaos of the battlefield below. I have no superior here. I am not a mere officer bound by such rules. I am also a marshal, equal in rank. I take no orders but my own. It matters little whether you claim to be a marshal where you came from, or even if you were the celestial emperor himself, Marshal Darvian snapped as he turned to face him directly, his displeasure carved clearly into every line of his face. This is my theater of war and my homeland. As long as you set foot here, you will act under my command, and you will coordinate with me before you dare make any decision that affects my armies. Do I make myself clear? That is not what was said to me. I did not come here to serve under anyone's banner. Sakar's gaze never even shifted toward Darvian. Instead, he fixed his attention upon a certain distant point on the battlefield, as though listening to a rhythm only he could hear. My mission is simple and absolute, to defend planet Verilion until it ascends to the metal belt, or until I receive a direct order to withdraw. Nothing more, nothing less. Bam! Darvian's fist slammed down hard against the edge of a nearby table, making the surface shudder under the force. His voice rose with barely contained fury. What is this insolence, this baseless arrogance? I do not even know what sort of pact His Highness Lord Hedrick forced us into that made us delay our strategies just to await your arrival. And now, after all this waiting, what do I receive? A man who knows nothing of alliance, who has no understanding of what it means to fight in a real war. He jabbed his finger toward the towering gate in the distance, his face dark with anger. If this is the way you intend to respond to my commands, then you are not needed here at all. Go back to the abyss you crawled from. I will remain, Sakar answered with an unsettling tranquility, his voice carrying no tremor of doubt. I will stay and fulfill my mission, to guard planet Verilion until it has advanced to the metal belt or until I am given the explicit order to withdraw. He finally turned, his presence heavy and unshakable, and faced Darvian head-on. Perhaps we began our acquaintance on the wrong step. Why don't you tell me plainly what it is that troubles you? What troubles me? Darvian barked, his face flushing with anger. What troubles me is that I had crafted a flawless plan, one where your people would serve in defense, holding the lines firmly, while my men pressed forward on the offensive to strike at the gunners' territory. It was a plan carefully calculated, one where I was prepared to sacrifice my best soldiers and even my most trusted generals if it meant securing the strait and maintaining the integrity of our lines. And yet you, his voice cracked with exasperation, you acted on your own, without so much as a word, scattering your forces like ants swarming across the battlefield. You are tearing apart everything I have built. Sakar did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped forward slowly, closing the distance until he stood directly before Marshal Darvian. His voice was calm, almost unnervingly so, when he finally spoke. I understand your anger. Truly, I do. If I were a local commander, I would be enraged as well if someone came and disrupted the plan I had labored to craft. And, conversely, if you had forced us into your plan without so much as a request for consent, then it would be my right to feel insulted and outraged as well. But never mind that. His tone softened as he raised a hand and firmly patted Darvian's back, the gesture heavy yet oddly reassuring. Then, with a faint motion of his chin, he pointed toward the distance. There is no longer any need for strife between us, for there is no longer a battle left here for you to be troubled over. Chapter 1583. This. The marshal's eyes trembled violently as he stared in the direction Sakar had pointed. That was the very direction from which the greatest peril surged forth, the artillery grounds, positioned at an unfathomable distance, the very site that threatened to accelerate the downfall of planet Verilion and bring the war to its tragic conclusion. And there, something was moving. Of course, from a distance nearing 1,000 miles, the marshal could not possibly discern any details. All he could perceive was a colossal shadow, swaying back and forth like a collapsing mountain. Above it, wisps of smoke coiled upward, smoke visible even across such a distance. That alone was bizarre enough to twist the mind, but combined with the looming silhouette, the entire scene resembled a nightmare clawed straight from the abyss of madness. Bam! Bam! The thunderous echoes finally reached them from that distant front. Yet they were not the familiar roars of cannons being fired. No, they were different, deep and resonant, as though they were the resounding impact of footsteps. Footsteps. The marshal's mind stalled in shock, his very thoughts grinding to a halt. Impossible, could it be that the phantom lumbering out there is? It is Amon, Sakar answered with unnerving calm, as though merely stating an obvious truth. My first general, and the second marshal of this planet after me. His tone carried no weight of doubt. And beside him is my General Helga, one of the most terrifying existences when it comes to offensive dominance. Frankly, either of them alone could have been sufficient to annihilate those cannons, but I dispatched both to ensure the matter ends swiftly. What do you mean? What do you mean they are two people? Marshal Darvian jabbed his finger toward the horizon. That thing, that shape, it has surpassed 100 meters in height at the very least. No transformed being could ever attain such size. Really? Sakar tilted his head slightly, his voice touched with a faint note of astonishment. Then perhaps we will exercise a little more caution the next time. But with that single remark, Sakar wasted no further breath on the anomaly. Instead, he pointed downward, dismissing the awe-inspiring scene as though it were of little consequence. Now, I want you to stop rambling about the so-called random positioning of my subordinates, and instead direct your focus toward what they are actually doing. Focus on what exactly? Darvian snapped, still shaken, his pride gnawed by Sakar's dismissal. They are leaping about the battlefield like reckless mountain goats. Sakar raised his hand, placing it firmly against the back of Darvian's head, and angled it toward a precise spot in the chaos. Then focus on just one of them, if you please. That way, we won't waste so much of each other's precious time. Marshal Darvian's eyes flew open to their widest. He, a marshal, wielder of the minor law of shatter, an advanced branch of the path of destruction, a man at level 50, possessing one of the highest blood density ratios in the entirety of the young Sector 101, a figure whose hand could alter the fate of empires. In this single instant, he felt reduced to the status of a cornered rodent beneath the paw of a hunting cat. A dreadful certainty pressed upon his soul that if he moved a fraction too quickly, he would be erased. And yet, disturbingly, he found he could not dwell on that terror for long, for the scene before him had grown even stranger. Bam! Bam! A manic, echoing laughter tore across the lines. Ha 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 ha! One of the crimson-armored soldiers charged straight into the vanguard at that very moment, the critical dividing line between the army of the Shattering Meteors Empire and the Alliance forces. It was a line soaked endlessly in blood with every passing minute, where corpses piled upon one another with every fleeting second. And in an instant, that soldier ripped open a gaping breach in it. He did not unleash any radiant spectacle of flashing lights, nor did he resort to some self-destructive, otherworldly technique meant to astonish the masses. No, his actions were chillingly simple. He merely wielded a massive, extendable spear, its shaft forged as though from the marrow of a titan. With each seemingly casual sweep of his hand, heads were sent spinning into the air, and entire ranks of the coalition's soldiers were cleaved cleanly in half. Every step of his tall legs brought detonations beneath him, formations set to bind and obliterate, yet chains that erupted from the ground shattered like brittle twigs against his advancing frame. He marched forward as though the battlefield itself were powerless to hinder him. In the span of only 5 swings, he ripped open a breach in the iron wall, an unyielding bastion that had stood, unmoved, for many years. And then, mercilessly, he pressed on, carving his path along the length of the defensive line, tearing down everything in his wake. This was no battle, not anymore. No, it was more fitting to declare that the battle upon the border strip had already been decided. Without the exhaustive preparations, the mass-scale arrays, and the decades of fortification invested into that one line of defense, the Alliance's armies were like dry reeds before a storm. For the army of the Shattering Meteors Empire, advancing beyond that shattered strip was now nothing more than child's play. My heavens! My heavens! KRRR. As Marshal Darvian stared wide-eyed at the terrifying spectacle wrought by that crimson-armored soldier, he suddenly felt his neck twist violently. It was not of his own will. His head was forced away, dragged by the beast behind him to another vantage, his unwilling gaze pulled toward a far different scene. There, in that direction, unfurled a colossal battle in the skies, a storm of fire and steel between the fleets of the Shattering Meteors Empire and the vast Alliance Armada. It was no mere skirmish confined to the strait below. No, this was a war in its own right, stretching across the entire breadth of the sea. Thousands of warships surged and clashed, their cannons spitting flame in a desperate attempt to punch through the continent's atmospheric veil, seeking to annihilate its cities. Their plan was to wheel around and strike the army's rear, a maneuver that would shatter the campaign in a single decisive blow. But what Darvian beheld was no ordinary battlefield. The sea itself had been transformed into a graveyard of steel and bone. Hulks of shattered vessels drifted amidst bloody waves, the broken bodies of aerial beasts rained down like meteors, their blood and innards staining the ocean until its vastness. Above, clouds burned red, lit not by sunlight but by the endless explosions of dying ships. Only the colossal defensive formations shielding the Empire's warships and beast legions allowed them to cling to cohesion against that overwhelming tide of destruction. And amidst this chaos, there was something else. Whoosh! Whoosh! Upon the jagged edge of a cliff that overlooked the raging sea, a lone crimson soldier stood, a silhouette against the storm. In his hand was a bow black as midnight, yet it pulsed with a blood-red aura so thick it seemed alive. Each time the soldier drew back the bowstring, an arrow of coagulated blood materialized, sharp, vicious, humming with killing intent. And then, swoosh! Boom! No! Crack! Crack! Abandoned ship! Abandon the ship! Just when Marshal Darvian thought his eyes could stretch no wider, he realized how wrong he was. That was a mothership, destroyed with a single shot. His words were barely more than a whisper, drowned by the carnage. And before the thought had even finished forming, the crimson soldier drew the bow again, releasing another arrow of blood. A second mothership, an immense fortress of the skies, thought indestructible, erupted in flame and smoke, torn apart as though made of paper. Darvian was not the only one to witness this unthinkable reality. His generals and advisors, who had descended to reorganize the lines and prepare for what they believed would be the decisive confrontation, all stood frozen, their mouths open in silent disbelief. Each commanded a different front, and yet on every front, one of those crimson soldiers had appeared, each enacting some unfathomable feat of power that shredded the natural order of battle. Are the enemies poisoning us with some kind of hallucinogenic gas? One general screamed, his mind scrambling for a rational explanation. The most distraught, however, was General Basil. His voice broke with rage and despair as he watched his painstaking, selfless plan of attack crumble before him, undone in an instant. Not only his plan, but the Alliance army itself, was unraveling under the unstoppable advance of these crimson-clad monsters. Someone tell me what in the name of hells is happening here. Marshal Darvian could not take in any more. He could no longer stomach the sight, no longer even remember the primal terror that had shaken his soul moments earlier. Raising his hand, he shoved Sakar's palm away from his head with all his strength. What are you people? Chapter 1584. Who exactly are you people? The marshal shouted, his voice trembling between fury and disbelief as he shoved Sakar's hand away from him. Nothing unfolding around him made any sense. Sakar, however, kept his hand raised for a few long seconds, towering over the marshal. From beneath his mask his perception fixed downward, not with anger, but with the detached composure of someone examining a troublesome child, still deciding whether to discipline him or simply ignore his tantrum. Only after those tense seconds did he finally move his arm behind his back. His tone was calm, steady, yet heavy as stone. We are the aid you need if you wish to survive. That wasn't my question. Marshal Darvian ground his teeth so tightly it seemed his very bones creaked. To his ears, that reply was the most arrogant, the most insufferably conceited response anyone could possibly give in such a dire moment. This stranger had marched into their bastion, the fortified heart of a planetary empire that had endured for 1,000 years, and now dared to proclaim himself the one responsible for their survival. And yet, something deep within whispered that he must not argue, must not challenge those words, no matter how offensive they seemed. Your question is meaningless, unworthy of an answer, Sakar said as he turned away slightly, dismissing Darvian with a mere glance. What should matter to you is our work, not our identity. His chin lifted as if to emphasize his disdain. Were it not for the fact that your overlord already acknowledges our strength, he would never have deigned to negotiate directly with my lord and request our presence. Is that not enough for you? Darvian's eyes fell to the ground. That single, almost casual statement contained a veiled message sharper than any blade. If their overlord had truly spoken to Sakar's lord directly, then this meant that the lord of these crimson soldiers was no ordinary planetary emperor confined to the young belt and subject to some higher overlord. Unlike the shattering meteor emperor, who bowed to greater power, this one conversed as an equal with Lord Hedrick himself, their overlord. More than that, the overlord negotiated with him for things. The implications were staggering. Sakar fell silent, confident that a marshal of Darvian's caliber could piece together the reality without needing further elaboration. He gave him minutes to stew in that revelation before finally breaking the silence. Very well, that should suffice. I believe your subordinates can handle the rest from here. What? Darvian blinked, ripped from the whirlpool of his thoughts. What did you just say? He snapped his head toward the battlefield in alarm, and at that moment, the winds of war had shifted entirely. The dividing line that marked the shallow zone had collapsed. 3 crimson soldiers alone had turned the allied flank into chaos. Their destruction was absolute, no array remained intact, no frontline soldier still stood his ground. All were either slain where they stood or had broken into panic retreat. Over the seas and skies, the naval and aerial battle had nearly reached its end. 9 massive warships, each belonging to a different army, had been struck down one after another, their hulks smoking in the waters below. The remainder of the great vessels had withdrawn hastily, fearing the same fate. What remained in the field were only smaller, swifter ships clashing desperately with winged beasts. In this arena, the falling meteor's empire excelled, supported by their arrays and the coastal anti-air batteries. Yet the Crimson troops did not confine themselves to the front lines. Several had infiltrated deep into the Allied rear formations, igniting brutal close-quarters skirmishes. Limbs, armor, and shattered constructs littered the air like storm-tossed debris. The once-calm backlines were nothing but a maelstrom of death and wreckage. Even the cannon fields, once roaring relentlessly, had fallen utterly silent. Since that newcomer had arrogantly declared he had already dispatched someone to deal with them, not a single barrage had been fired. Instead, smoke and dust were billowing upward in heavy columns. From a distance it resembled the awakening of a volcano that had slumbered for millions of years, now erupting in uncontainable fury. After giving the marshal ample time to witness the scale of devastation, Sakar finally transmitted his soul force into the sound seal ring integrated with his crimson armor. His voice carried clearly, commanding, for all nearby to hear, that will do for today. Pretend to be injured, and withdraw. What was that? Who are you speaking to? Marshal Darvian swung toward him, outrage blazing. Did you just say pretend to be injured? What in the hells does that mean? Sakar did not answer. Yet the response came swiftly enough. Arg! One crimson soldier on the front line suddenly reeled back, pierced by a stray strike that hurled him dozens of meters away. Bang! Ho to me! Another, the one who had been casually felling warships with a single arrow each, was struck square in the face by a direct artillery blast. The cliff beneath his feet crumbled apart, dropping him into the sea. And so it repeated across every front. In the blink of an eye, every crimson soldier who had overturned the course of battle suffered sudden, chaotic injuries and were forced into retreat. The tide of war, once annihilating, seemed to ebb deliberately, like a tide withdrawing at its master's will. Behind Sakar, a swirling gate of crimson and violet opened with a thunderous hum. From within, Aman emerged first, his colossal frame slightly bent, dragging one leg as though wounded. Helga followed right behind, one hand gripping her shoulder where her armor was scorched and cracked. Yet, the moment the gate closed with a resonant snap, both of them straightened, their posture returning to perfect stability, as if the injuries had never existed. Aman's harsh, gravelly voice broke the silence. We managed to annihilate only 70% of the cannons completely within the time limit. The rest sustained heavy damage but remain salvageable. Repairs will take time, but they are not entirely gone. Those weapons are absurdly massive and built to withstand ages of war. I'll accept that outcome. Sakar inclined his head slightly, his tone calm, steady, unshaken by the enormity of the task. Gather the remaining kings at once. Join Baron and the others in scouting for a proper refuge and begin the expansion. What I want is not a mere hideout. I want an entire city carved beneath the earth, fortified and self-sustaining. I trust one don't need to elaborate further. Understood. Both Helga and Amon gave sharp salutes, their armored fists clashing against their chests. Before leaping from the platform into the chaos below, Amon hooked his arm around the general who escorted Sakar here and tucked him under his side like a parcel. Come with us. You'll guide us through the terrain. Yaa. The thunder of their departure faded, leaving only Sakar's imposing presence looming quietly over the platform, and Marshal Darvian, standing rigid, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief. What is this? What is happening here? Marshal Darvian finally erupted, his voice cracking between fury and desperation. His eyes darted over the battlefield as though the entire world had betrayed logic itself. Why did you order them to retreat instead of crushing the enemy outright? Today was the moment, the perfect chance to obliterate their foothold in the shallow lands once and for all. We could have pushed them back across the continent and, by week's end, reached their stronghold on Kanka itself if we pressed forward. Have you already forgotten the mission I told you about earlier? Sakar turned slightly, his voice like iron wrapped in calm certainty. I am not fond of repeating myself. Marshal Darvian clenched his jaw so hard the veins in his neck bulged. Insult, pure, unadulterated insult. When was the last time someone dared speak to him in such a manner? Even the alliance marshals, who ruled entire sectors, gave him his due respect. Yet here he was, being dismissed like a naive officer. And still, despite his pride, he forced the words through clenched teeth, to safeguard planet Verilion until it ascends to the medium belt. Correct. Sakar nodded once, the motion deliberate and slow. The mission said nothing about exterminating every last one of your enemies, nor did it say we are to fight on the front lines on your behalf. His massive hand rose, and he extended a single finger, pointing it downward like a verdict. Even if every soldier under your banner were annihilated, our responsibility is simply this, to prevent the destruction of the planet itself until the moment of ascension. Nothing more. That's outrageous. Darvian's voice cracked under the weight of his fury. You have the power to help. Anyone can see it. This is the final continent still under our banner. Here lies the seat of the imperial family. Here is the soil upon which the overlord first descended. If we lose it, the wound will be irreversible. Even if the planet rises after that, it will no longer hold the same glory or importance to the overlord. Your lord will punish you for this negligence. Oh. Sakar tilted his masked head slightly, as though amused by the outburst. So, you want me to assist in protecting the last bastion of your empire? Yes. Darvian shot back instantly, his voice raw, trembling with urgency. We are allies, aren't we? Allies fight for each other. Sakar chuckled low, the sound echoing like stone grinding against stone. Very well. We can discuss it. His immense arm lifted slowly, almost lazily, before descending to pat Marshal Darvian's shoulder twice. The weight of the gesture was like that of a mountain pressing down. But first, bring me a proper seat. Chapter 1585. Sakar remained standing alone upon the towering platform, his posture straight and unyielding, his hands folded neatly behind his back. His sharp, calculating perception swept across the vast expanse of the battlefield, studying every subtle shift in momentum, every flicker of change, after the intervention of the demons. And, to his silent astonishment, not much had changed. Before him stretched a scene that defied mortal comprehension, a massacre of cosmic proportions, a living catastrophe where tens of millions of soldiers clashed with unrelenting ferocity. The ground that was now called the shallow land had once been a magnificent river, a majestic vein of water birthed by centuries of torrential rains that flooded the region. That river carved through the heart of a colossal continent, winding its way across thousands of kilometers before emptying into the boundless sea. At a glance, it had always seemed as though the river split the landmass into two separate continents, an illusion that lingered in every map and story told about it. Yet, that was a deception, a trick of perspective far from the truth. But those times had long since passed. What was once a river of life and abundance had been reduced to a corpse of itself, dried almost entirely by the endless wars that had scarred the planet over centuries, reshaping its climate and bleeding it of vitality. Now, what remained of its waters was intermingled with blood, so much blood that the riverbed had become a grotesque parody of its former self. If not for the constant rain of crimson blood pouring from the countless bodies, heavier and more relentless than any storm cloud, the place would have collapsed into lifeless dust. Instead, it endured as a shallow, clinging, revolting swamp of death. Stretching along its broken banks for dozens upon dozens of kilometers stood endless lines of soldiers. Tens of millions of warriors packed the landscape shoulder to shoulder, layer upon layer of flesh and steel. They had amassed a staggering collection of defensive weapons, siege engines, and intricate arrays, every tool in formation dedicated to the preservation of their side of the river. The front ranks descended first into the basin, rushing headlong into slaughter, and as they were carved apart, the ranks behind them pressed forward to take their place, and then the ranks behind those, in an endless cycle of carnage. In the midst of this overwhelming ocean of life and death, amid millions of hardened fighters where calamity struck with every passing breath, the sudden emergence of 15 demon kings for a fleeting handful of seconds was not something most would even register as abnormal. Blood had already become the air they breathed, disaster the rhythm of their existence. For the majority of soldiers, their eyes and ears were too drowned in chaos to perceive such an event. Most never saw the demon kings at all, nor heard a whisper of what had taken place. Before embarking toward Verilion, Sakar had given a strict and unusual command: the kings were to restrain themselves. They were to limit their destructive might to the very peak of the martial emperor realm, nothing more. Each strike they released, each casual motion of their arms, would thus manifest power equivalent to a finishing blow from Pythor at his apex, or one of Halak's ultimate attacks back when he was still at level 48. For the Demon Kings, this order was galling, a chain fastened around their pride. They loathed the thought of fighting as shadows of their true selves. Yet even restrained in this way, their strength was monstrous beyond measure. A single swing imbued with such cataclysmic force was far from trivial for any enemy to endure. Sakar knew full well that even with this imposed limit, they would still carve chaos across the battlefield, bending the tide in ways no ordinary force could hope to replicate. In his judgment, this level of devastation was sufficient, dangerous, but not catastrophic. If the Demon Kings had fought without restraint, revealing their true nature as world calamities, then the balance of the war would have shattered in an instant. One of them alone, unfettered, could have annihilated the allied army in the span of mere minutes, leaving nothing but a graveyard where once millions had stood. That was precisely why their power had to be veiled, disguised beneath the mask of reasonable strength. Still, in the depths of Sakar's mind, he could not ignore the risk. Perhaps the Lord would have raged if he learned of this decision, this reckless unveiling of the Demon Kings. For the Lord desired silence, secrecy, the utter erasure of any trace of their existence. Even the faintest clue was too great a risk to bear. But in Sakar's own reasoning, this was necessary, and it was necessary for two crucial reasons. First, the marshals of the Allied forces had already received word of a terrifying new reinforcement emerging from the side of the shattering Meteor's empire. The report would claim that these reinforcements had sustained only minor injuries, that they had withdrawn merely from exhaustion, their energy spent. Yet the destruction they had wrought, the horrifying strength they had displayed, would sink deep into the hearts of their enemies. This would terrify them, and terror was a weapon stronger than steel. It would force them to calculate differently, to hesitate, to second guess. No longer would they recklessly hurl themselves against the tide, blinded by arrogance. At the very least, the Allies would abandon their mindless charges. And then there was the second reason, the results themselves. The devastation caused by the Demon Kings was not something that could be dismissed as minor. Their slaughter may not have been endless, their kill counts not astronomical, yet the impact of their actions was undeniable. They had shattered the protective arrays woven across the opposite bank, torn down a portion of the enemy's fleet, and reduced their massive weapons, cannons, and siege machines to rubble. The scale of their interference could not be overlooked. Already, in this very moment, the ground forces of the shattering Meteor's empire were surging forward with renewed morale, roaring as they hurled themselves into the fray. Fear no longer gripped their hearts, hesitation no longer slowed their steps. They charged into the river basin and toward the opposite bank with determination. Of course, the capture of that bank was a dream that would not be realized anytime soon. The enemy was still formidable, the defenses still towering, but none could deny that the current had shifted. The winds of battle had turned, and Sakar, standing high above it all, knew that from this point onward, the war itself would no longer flow as it once had. The army of the shattering Meteor's empire advanced like a wall of iron and will that befit the reputation of a millennial empire. Their cohesion was impeccable, their discipline unmatched, and their morale as sharp as the blades they wielded. In ferocity, resolve, and armament, they were in no way inferior to any of the three great armies of the true beginning empire. That seemingly small assistance, that brief intervention, would be more than enough for them to seize upon and turn to their advantage. Beneath the onslaught of such a relentless storm, the Allied forces would require months upon months to rebuild their ruined fortifications. During that long and costly time, they would hemorrhage soldiers by the tens of thousands, men who would hurl themselves forward not as warriors, but as desperate shields, offering their bodies to stem the tide and prevent the enemy from breaking across to the far bank. Each sacrifice would buy but moments, and yet the corpses would pile endlessly. And if they failed to hold even then, they would have no choice left but to retreat altogether, ceding the river, ceding the continent. Even this much, forcing their enemy into that position, was already a monumental gain, a shift so significant it could tilt the balance of the entire war. But that was not the gain Sakar truly sought. There was another reason. One deeper motive behind why Sakar had unleashed his followers the moment he arrived. That reason was what compelled him to speak with such arrogance, though silence was his nature and preference. It was because positions had to be made clear, both parties needed to be reminded of their place. Bam! The platform shook violently as a figure descended with crushing force. It was Marshal Darvian. His muscles strained and his face was twisted in fury as he carried above his head an immense seat, heavy and imposing, wrought in the likeness of a throne. Landing with a resounding crash, he clenched his jaw so hard his teeth nearly cracked, then strode past Sakar, set the throne firmly behind him, and turned to stand at his side. "Please, have a seat, Marshal." "Marshal Sakar," came Sakar's quiet yet steady reply. He lifted the thick cloak that cascaded from his back and lowered himself into the throne. His hands pressed firmly against the armrests, his posture was unyielding, his back straight as a spear. The long, curving horns that jutted out in place of his eyes caught the dim light and magnified his presence, draping him in an aura that was both oppressive and awe-inspiring. In that moment, he looked every bit the demonic king, an infernal monarch risen from the pit of hell itself, enthroned upon the earth to dominate all who dared to oppose him. "Oh, Marshal Sakar." Darvian's face flushed red with anger, veins bulging across his temples as he fought to keep his composure. "You claim you are ready to defend the continent. I am willing to consider it," Sakar said, nodding slowly, "but only if certain conditions are met." His voice was calm, measured, but heavy with finality. "My assigned duty is to safeguard the planet itself from full destruction until the time comes for ascension into the mid-belt. That alone is my charge. Yet, should I wish, I can extend my protection to include your homeland as well, out of courtesy, in honor of my lord's ally, Lord Hedrick." Darvian released a long, heavy breath, then forced his lips into a tense smile. And what are these conditions? Tell me. If they are within my reach, I will see them fulfilled without hesitation. Do you ask for pearls? For rare armaments? For women to fill your halls? I ask for none of that. Sakar's tone hardened like steel. When I give an order, I demand obedience. I do not tolerate debate. I do not entertain argument. And above all, I do not take commands from any save my lord. My lord alone may command me, and no other. He lifted his head slightly. Understand this, I will remain hidden most of the time, concealed from sight, leaving the reins in your hands to rule and command as you see fit. But should the situation collapse, should you call upon my strength, then leadership, absolute command, will pass to me without delay. You would remain hidden. Darvian's brows furrowed deeply, his hand thrust out toward the raging battlefield. Then at least send your followers to fight alongside us. Can you not see? The struggle is far from over, there is still much to be done. And yet I heard you command your men to feign injury, to pretend to be weakened. Why not unleash them once more? Why let them idle when their strength could turn the tide? We have far better things to do, Sakar replied, his words clipped and sharp as a blade. Chapter 1586. You have better things? What could you possibly have to do on Verilion, a planet torn apart by centuries of war? I apologize, but we do not have resorts here. Darvian tried to stay calm, but the edge of anger leaked through unmistakably. To him, everything unfolding was an insult. No, the greatest insult he had suffered in tens of thousands of years. Yet his survival instinct forced him to listen to the end, because the battle's reversal in a matter of minutes made every word a matter of life and death. My men have already spread out to search for a secure area and to begin building an underground city. You must have heard, Sakar replied indirectly. When we finish, I want you to instruct the corpse collection teams not to burn the bodies but to bring them to the city gates and leave them there. All those corpses. Darvian gestured toward the shallow land, where the riverbed had risen noticeably, water replaced by blood and mud by flesh. What are you going to do with all of that? We have a demonic method to temporarily increase our power using corpses. I assume you don't object. Sakar smiled. Darvian nodded several times. Understood. It was one of the infamous methods used by practitioners of the dark paths, yet he had never heard of gains in strength reaching this magnitude. Normally he would have reported Sakar, or even killed him for joining demonic cults, but in this war everything was on the table. Even if the devil himself came to fight, so be it. Good, Sakar nodded, satisfied with Darvian's reaction. Then he waved his hand sharply. I want you to increase the number of corpse collection squads, and start targeting the allied corpse gatherers. Silently eliminate them so they won't compete with us. Bring me everything you can secure, including bodies and limbs. Even collect the blood in barrels and bring it to us. Isn't this excessive? Darvian felt as if he might vomit. Do you know how many limbs and how much blood are spilled every day? If we are to intervene to protect this continent, you must supply us with corpses to strengthen ourselves and practice our dark rites. It's that simple, Sakar replied calmly. He had taken his lord's orders very seriously when told to choose and support the new kings himself rather than wait for them to emerge. That was why he had brought nearly 200 candidates, and their only task in the coming period would be to eat and grow. Tisk, Darvian bristled. Very well. Is that enough for you to fight with us permanently? No, Sakar answered quietly. He understood Darvian's sentiment, since Darvian had helped bring him to this position from the start. At first I would have intervened only if the allies attempted to destroy the planet itself. Now, however, I will intervene if they try to overrun the continent. I might also step in if you devise an offensive plan to reclaim parts of the world that I find appealing. If I like your plan, I may send some of the young to assist in ways I deem appropriate. Isn't that sufficient? Darvian fell silent for a few seconds, then replied in an entirely submissive tone, I want more. You will have to pay more, Sakar answered bluntly. Our efforts will not be without cost. What do you want? Darvian asked quickly. The crumbled meteor's empire stands at its worst, and we have little to offer. You have much from my perspective, because you possess the greatest resource, Sakar answered enigmatically. I hear you have other battlefields besides Verilion. Yes. Indeed. We lose a planet or two each month. Darvian looked down. Our worlds have dwindled to nearly 800 from more than 2,000. Unfortunately, those planets don't hold resources that would benefit you either. They do, Sakar nodded. I want you to bring me every corpse from those worlds as well. What? Darvian lashed out. That is excessive beyond measure. Do you realize what you are asking? You want to turn all of Verilion into a mass grave. Do you intend to bring plagues upon us? He paused, then added, and what do I tell the comrades and families of those dead? The corpses will never pile up, and this is my promise. Sakar smiled beneath his mask. Tell the comrades and families that you are disposing of them in a healthier way than burning. You may strip the bodies of their armor and belongings and do with them as you please, and you may bury your officers with proper rites. Apart from that, I want them all. The price. Darvian felt sick at the thought, and at the insult. Was the army of the crumbled meteor's millennial empire reduced to gathering corpses and filling barrels with blood? Sakar turned to Darvian. In return I will leave one of my generals and 10 soldiers with you permanently. They may rotate periodically, but that number will remain constant. You may use them for 10 minutes each day to do as you wish, whether to open a breach or destroy a specific target. I believe that is sufficient. He continued, I will also send my generals to your other worlds to repel assaults and prolong the war, well, to stop the bleeding of planets you lose every day. Sakar smiled beneath his mask. Or, if we reach an agreement, you will not lose planets monthly as you claim. I promise you will lose at most one planet per year. Are you able to deliver on that? Darvian began to sweat. You cannot imagine the scale of the wars raging across our worlds, where each planet faces its own war of annihilation. Do not worry, because the planets will not fall anymore, as that would harm our interests, Sakar nodded. And if the front expands further, I will summon more support from where I came. More of you. Darvian muttered. More of us. Sakar inclined his head and extended his hand. Do we have an agreement? In truth, he had not fully pictured the scale of the conflict, but if corpses overflowed his needs he would simply summon more candidates. He could not imagine a better place to strengthen the demonkind. Darvian remained silent for a full minute, then extended his hand. We have an agreement. Chapter 1587. After 7 additional years. In the year 410 after the coronation, the day unfolded much like every other morning on the world of Nihari. In a remote region devoid of human presence, the landscape stretched wide with towering highlands, deep ridges, and countless pools gathered from centuries of rainfall. The air carried the scent of damp earth and wild greenery. The area was alive with a scattering of small animals, skittering lizards, buzzing insects, and clusters of trees of many species, some with twisted trunks, others blooming with rare flowers. Yet Nihari was not always this tranquil. After the catastrophic war of Nihari over 400 years ago, a conflict so devastating that it consumed more than 90% of the planet's population, the world had become largely empty. Even when it was later seized and declared a stronghold of the Third Army, eventually becoming an active cornerstone of the empire, Nihari's sheer immensity made it impossible to fully inhabit. To this day, no more than a single percent of the planet was actually lived in, leaving the rest barren, wild, and haunted by history. But this particular region was unusual, carrying an eerie uniqueness. At this very moment, not a single sound could be heard. It was as if the concept of sound itself had been erased from existence, with no rustling of leaves, no buzzing of insects, and not even the faint whistle of the wind. Everything was muted. The silence was so profound that it felt unnatural and oppressive, as though the entire world was holding its breath. Then, suddenly, that silence was broken. Book, 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 book. A bizarre rooster, its form strangely feline with a body that seemed to carry traces of cat-like lineage, scuttled up one of the tallest trees in the region. Its talons scraped the bark as it climbed, and once at the top, it puffed its chest, inhaled deeply, and prepared to crow. Coo-coo-coo-woo-woo, you-am. But it never finished. A golden-white soul creature manifested out of nowhere before it, clasping its beak with one glowing hand. With a casual motion, it shoved a whole apple into the rooster's open mouth and then kicked it forcefully away, sending it tumbling helplessly through the air. The soul creature paused, turning its radiant gaze toward a certain mountain in the distance. Without hesitation, it leapt down from the tree, landing soundlessly, and resumed its silent patrol of the area. Far in that direction, Robin was seated cross-legged at the entrance of a cavernous hollow. His posture was calm, his eyes sealed shut, and his breathing so shallow it was nearly imperceptible, like a statue lost in timeless meditation. For a long while, he remained motionless, his aura restrained, blending seamlessly with the silence of the world around him. Only after an entire hour had passed since the rooster incident did Robin's lips part into a wide smile as he slowly opened his eyes. Finally, I've reached level 31 again. Congratulations, owner. Niri's voice reverberated in his mind like a playful chime. Doesn't it feel wonderful to use the planet Nihari for cultivation? You should always do this, as it suits you perfectly. Haha, thanks, Robin replied in a buoyant tone, his spirits high. Rising to his feet, he strolled deeper into the cavern, where the tunnel walls gleamed faintly, as if woven from threads of silk. Clearly, the soul creatures had spared no effort in shaping this place into a sanctuary. At the end of the hollow, a stone bed rested against the far wall. Upon it lay an old, bearded man. His frame was still powerful and broad, yet his face bore the weight of exhaustion, and his once dark hair had turned stark white. Both hands were folded neatly over his chest, and his expression carried an almost holy serenity, as if he were a figure from an ancient legend. He. Robin chuckled lightly at the sight, amused at how the man resembled one of those sleeping princes or enchanted elders from children's tales. He moved closer, sitting beside his pupil, and placed his hand near the man's chest to inspect him. The consumption of his life force through the life vein is severe. The damage runs deep. That day, I managed to seal the largest rupture, but I never truly healed him completely. This is to be expected, owner, Niri answered seriously, her voice echoing through his soul domain. He forced his soul force far beyond its natural limits until it imploded from within, and she suddenly halted, her voice catching in shock. Wait, what are you doing? At that exact moment, Robin pressed his palm firmly against Jabba's chest. A radiant golden glow erupted across his own body, shimmering with strange, incomprehensible runes that burned across his skin like living inscriptions. Minutes ticked by. After 5 long minutes, the golden inscriptions faded away, vanishing like embers extinguished in the wind, and the glow around Robin's body dimmed until there was nothing left. Another thing had vanished as well, his aura as a sage of level 31. Perfect, Robin whispered with a satisfied smile, wiping sweat from his brow. His life vein has been renewed. Every rupture, every tear, and every weak spot has been replaced with a new foundation, completely whole. Again. Neri screamed inside his soul domain. You willingly reset yourself all the way back to level 0 once more. Wasn't there any other way to heal him? Boss. Evergreen's voice joined in, heavy with exasperation. Do you, perhaps have masochistic tendencies? Haha, maybe I do. Robin chuckled carelessly, patting the old man's chest a few times before turning to head out of the hollow again. Only 2 or 3 more sessions like this and I'll have fully restored his life force to what it was before he regains consciousness. Just imagine the looks on people's faces when they see that old man calling me master. Tisk, I can't tolerate that. Only 2 or 3 more. Neri screamed, her voice cracking as though her sanity itself were fraying. She could hardly believe what she was hearing, her agitation teetering on the edge of madness. You know full well how difficult it is to generate life force, Robin replied with calm gravity. Even a seasoned wielder of the fundamental law of life, someone as gifted as Zara, would have to labor relentlessly for an entire month just to extend a person's lifespan by the meager value of a single week or so. He gave a slow, regretful shake of his head. Sadly, Jabba has never refined the spirit of a planet before. Had he done so, this entire dilemma would already have been resolved without such sacrifices. Can't you just wait until he wakes up, and then have him refine a planet right away? Neri fired back quickly, her tone sharp and desperate. If the planet's soul were to flood into his life vein, filling it completely, then you could simply hand him a method to reshape himself and restore his body to its original state. That alone would spare you enormous amounts of time and energy. Clever thinking, but no, thank you. Robin lifted his hand and waved it gently a few times, dismissing the suggestion with deliberate calm. I would rather continue orchestrating these sacrifices until I can heal him in absolute perfection. Perhaps I'll even employ 1 or 2 more offerings to fully restore his soul domain. The reality seal spell has performed admirably, yes, but it cannot be trusted to sustain his life indefinitely. With a long, measured exhale, Robin lowered himself to sit in front of the hollow cavity, his body relaxing into the stone as if momentarily unburdened. Now what should I begin with? He murmured aloud, his voice heavy with contemplation. Should I focus my efforts on finding a cure for Morgana's damaged soul? He tapped his chin several times, his eyes narrowing in thought. Or maybe I should attempt to repair Jabba's obliterated energy-gathering center? Yet even the mighty master law of creation would never restore the intricate patterns that were destroyed beyond recognition. Then how about this? Why don't you turn your focus inward and keep expanding your soul domain? Since you don't care about training along the path of energy cultivation, at the very least rise higher and claim the level of a royal soul master. Neri shouted insistently, her voice ringing inside his mind like a chime refusing to be silenced. That's actually not a bad suggestion, Robin admitted, rubbing the back of his head while his brow furrowed with genuine thought. Still, I cannot ignore the question of how much longer Morgana can endure in her current state. His voice trailed off, solemn and uncertain. Then, rumble, rumble. The entire chamber shuddered violently, stone groaning as if the mountain itself were alive. What in the world is happening here? Robin sprang to his feet, his voice sharp and commanding. Neri. The earth convulsed, trembling as if some titanic heart were beating beneath its surface. An overwhelming surge of energy exploded outward, rippling through the skies like a monstrous tsunami. Even the pressure in the air shifted abruptly, so violently that it felt as though the very atmosphere had been dragged to the crushing depths at the bottom of the ocean. It seems it has begun. Neri's voice finally reached him, heavy and delayed, resonating with eerie weight. What has begun? Robin's eyes narrowed sharply, his brows knitting together with force. Neri, what in the heavens are you talking Abu? And then he saw it. A vast shadow loomed overhead, blotting out the heavens. His gaze was pulled upward instinctively, and the sight that greeted him stole the breath from his chest. At first glance, it resembled a moon. But no, it was far too enormous, far too alien. Its surface shimmered with hues of violet and deep cerulean, while rivers of white clouds drifted across its colossal body, flowing like slow-moving oceans. Every detail screamed a single undeniable truth. That was no moon. That was a planet. The galaxy formation process has finally begun. Robin's voice cracked with awe, his eyes blazing with light. 10 long years had passed since his encounter with the Prime Minister and the others, 10 years of waiting, scheming, and sacrifice, and at last, the great process was in motion. And then Neri's voice returned, trembling faintly, I feel like Neri. Robin's attention faltered, his heart skipping a beat. Neri, what are you feeling? Speak to me, Neri. Chapter 1588. Inside Robin's vast soul domain, whoosh, Robin's soul avatar took shape in an instant, materializing with a faint golden shimmer before his eyes slowly opened. His voice carried both urgency and unease as he called out, Neri, where are you? Tell me, what happened to you? Boss, over here, hurry. Evergreen's voice rang out from a distant direction, laced with worry. Robin immediately advanced in quick strides, his steps echoing as though the entire domain held its breath. When he reached them, his heart clenched at the sight. What am I seeing? There before him, Neri was down on all fours. Her knees pressed against the ground, her tiny hands trembling. Her once lively face was pale, drained of color, and her expression carried the bewildered look of someone completely unable to comprehend her own state. Beside her, Evergreen knelt anxiously, patting Neri's back again and again. She clearly didn't know what was happening either, but in desperation she tried to soothe her friend with any form of comfort she could muster. Robin dropped down beside them, concern etched deeply across his features. What's happening? Did the planets shift into your orbit? You never said anything like this could occur. No, I don't feel like I was harmed. It's just that. Neri shook her head faintly, her movements slow, as though every motion was heavy. Her lips trembled. I feel so strange. Neri, you. Robin leaned closer, trying to inspect her spiritual condition, searching for the source of her sudden cry. But then, right before his very eyes, something impossible began to happen. Neri's small body had grown. Her limbs lengthened slightly, her frame stretched, her face matured a fraction. What in the world? Evergreen gasped, her voice a mixture of shock and disbelief. She staggered 2 steps backward, hands flying to cover her mouth as her wide eyes locked on Neri. The childlike girl, who only moments ago resembled a 5-year-old, had now grown enough to look more like 7, both in height and in features. The change might have seemed modest in numbers, but for her it was monumental. Is that even possible? Evergreen exclaimed. In a sudden surge of self-awareness, she glanced down at herself and tugged at her own dress. When will it be my turn to grow up too? This doesn't make sense, Robin muttered, still staring in disbelief, his voice low but strained with shock. He was just about to say more when, rumble, the domain itself shuddered. Robin's head snapped upward in sharp reflex. Something had rattled his spiritual domain with the same tremor that shook Nihari outside. But unlike before, he didn't see a new planet forming. Instead, his gaze caught upon Nihari's blue sun. Its radiant body had swelled ever so slightly, its brilliance magnified as though the entire world had shifted to accommodate it. What is this? Robin's stare lingered on the sun, his mind racing. Then he turned his attention back to Neri with grave seriousness. Is this some sort of reward for you? For beginning the transformation into a galaxy? I don't know. Neri gasped, her breath short, her eyes stretched wide as panic warred with awe. I was never told about this transformation. There are no records in the mid-belt about the changes that occur when a planet's spirit evolves into a galaxy's spirit. She clutched her head, her voice trembling. But I can feel it. I can feel so many changes flooding through me. Like what? Robin pressed quickly, desperate for clarity. The gift, the gravity carpet gift, it's stronger now. Neri replied instantly. She straightened slightly on her knees, raising a hand to point toward the gathered soul creatures. And more, the strengthening limits I can offer to your soul creatures have been lifted. Evergreen and I can push your soul creatures further than ever before, even those you thought had reached the end of their mutation, like Pythor. Her eyes glowed faintly as she continued, her voice rising in speed. I also sense my defenses against outside intruders, those who might try to refine me behind your back, have strengthened. Now I can bolster your soul projection that you keep stationed within Nihari's domain, making it stronger, sharper, more capable of guarding me. I can also speed up the flow of life energy I provide you whenever you burn through it. And, she raised both hands, staring at her glowing palms. I can feel the presence of the new planet spirit. I can command it directly, even without you refining it first. All of that. Robin's jaw tightened in awe. His astonishment was undeniable. He had expected some benefit, but this exceeded anything within his imagination. This was power of a scale he hadn't realized existed. There's more, so much more. Neri cried out, her voice trembling with intensity. I can't even count all the changes yet, not without testing them one by one. She curled her legs close to her chest, hugging them tightly, her head sinking slightly as her voice dropped into a whisper. But there is one thing that frightens me. What is it? Robin asked in genuine surprise, his tone almost incredulous. Everything you just said is absolutely incredible. Robin couldn't even begin to count or properly measure all those benefits. It was as if every word Neri spoke opened yet another door to endless possibilities. Even if he set everything else aside, the strengthening of the gravity carpet gift alone was a monumental event, an achievement of historic proportions. That was the very same carpet he once used to repel Helen's devastating planetary assault and hurl it back at her with overwhelming force. I feel like these aren't even my limits yet, Neri answered in a quiet, almost trembling voice, her gaze lowered. I sense that when another planet joins the galaxy, I will transform once again. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Robin suddenly burst into manic laughter, clutching his head with both hands as if trying to contain the storm of thoughts rushing through his mind. Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me right now? The gravity carpet gift grows stronger with every new planet added to the galaxy? The speed at which my life vein refills accelerates? The capacity of my soul creatures expands further and further? Your protective defenses against any intruder keep rising as well? And on top of all this, you're saying you can't even list all the benefits yet. His voice rose in pitch, almost thunderous, as he began pacing back and forth, his eyes blazing with untamed fire. Good heavens, Neri, do you realize what this means? Do you even realize to what terrifying degree my combat strength will soar? He suddenly stopped, pressing his hands harder against his temples, his entire body trembling with exhilaration. Oh, no wonder the all-seeing God commanded me to gather at least 100 planets before ascending. No wonder. But now I can't help but wonder, what will happen after I gather a full 1,000 planets? His fist slammed into his palm with a thunderous clap. Of course. That's why the requirement exists, that a behemoth must possess an artificial galaxy. It's not merely about the galaxy's military strength, it's about the individual surge of power granted by the spirit of the galaxy itself. No wonder. If two monarchs of equal might stood against one another, yet one of them carried the amplified blessing of a galaxy's spirit, then the outcome is obvious. The enhanced gift alone would be enough to decide everything. Then Robin threw his head back and laughed uproariously, the sound echoing like rolling thunder. Ha ha ha. And the speed of life force recovery, if it were to become instantaneous, if I could wield it freely as fuel for the master laws instead of relying on my foundations, then I would become utterly unstoppable, invincible. Ha ha ha. Yet, amidst the flood of madness, his expression faltered for just a moment, his eyes dimming slightly. But then, I can't help but wonder, just how immense of a boost does Tyrant Int Eras receive from having the spirits of 3 entire galaxies? Boss, Evergreen's gentle voice suddenly broke through Robin's frenzy, cutting into the whirlwind of his thoughts. What is it? Robin replied sharply without even turning toward her, his eyes still glowing brightly. His mind resembled a hive of furious activity, buzzing endlessly with all the possibilities he had already envisioned, and the countless others he had yet to discover. Could you perhaps take your overflowing enthusiasm somewhere else? Evergreen pointed toward Neri with a small tilt of her chin. Big sister here is completely exhausted. Ha! Robin finally turned his attention toward Neri. His fiery demeanor softened as he walked over and gently patted her head with both hands, his voice warm and tender. Rest, my light, rest and take your time exploring these new powers of yours. He he. With that, his manifested form dissolved into the air, leaving behind only his lingering smile. Tisk tisk, the boss can be so insensitive at times. Evergreen shook her head with a faint sigh, then returned to Neri's side to comfort her, her tone soothing and sisterly. It's alright, big sister, it's alright, physical changes like this are a natural part of a growing girl's journey. Chapter 1589. From a state of absolute stillness, Robin slowly opened his eyes, and in the very next heartbeat he burst into an uncontrollable, thunderous laughter that rolled across the mountains like waves. Ha 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 ha. The soul creatures that had been scattered and stationed across the vast mountain ranges froze in bewilderment at their master's sudden laughter, unable to comprehend what had stirred him so deeply. Even the conscious beasts, those whose instincts were sharper than blades, recoiled and shuddered in terror, their bodies quaking beneath the echo of that dreadful, domineering laugh. He he, this is simply magnificent, beyond all expectations. A blessing dropped straight from heaven itself. Robin tilted his head upward, eyes gleaming as he stared joyfully at the newly emerged planet, his chest heaving with exhilaration. By now, that planet had fully aligned itself into orbit. It had drifted so close that with the fifth stage of mastery over the path of space, Robin could instantly transfer there, as though that world itself had become no more than a natural extension of Nihari's body. This changed everything. Now the Empire could finally localize the production of space buses, lesser imitations of true warships, yet efficient enough for interplanetary travel. These vessels would allow anyone to journey from one planet to another, in mere minutes rather than days or months. The cost of such journeys would no longer drain entire treasuries, just droplets of pure energy essence from each traveler. With such innovation, the use of pearls for transport would vanish completely, discarded into history. The implications reached far beyond mere civilians. Resources could be transported on a massive scale, funneled directly between planets with minimal cost. Students eager for knowledge could be ferried swiftly to main worlds like Nehri, Greenland, and the Poison Rock. And, of course, the military would benefit the most. War equipment and armaments could be stationed at the outermost planets, forming layers of protective bastions. From this day forward, Nihari would no longer sit vulnerable at the center of the galaxy. It would be encircled and fortified by entire rings of planets moving at staggering speeds in their orbits. Merely reaching Nihari would no longer be a simple feat. Invaders would require precise astronomical maps, charts that only the sky-opening city could provide. At this very moment, the Empire already possessed 877 Class S planets, perhaps even more, for Robin remembered hearing that number nearly 10 years ago, and expansion had not stopped since. Without a doubt, this tally would only continue to grow in the years still left before the Great Ascension. Sprin and the Three Witches relentlessly commanded the Third Army, pushing it outward to consume territory with sheer force. Meanwhile, the young heroes of the Burton family led the First Army. On another front, waves upon waves of demons hurled themselves recklessly at every obstacle. No wonder Kristen, Emily, and Zara had labored an entire decade to complete a migration chart. They had been forced to weigh endless choices, selecting only the best planets from among the countless candidates. Which world had the richest veins of resources? That one must be placed closest to Nihari. Which world boasted unbreakable defenses? That one must be positioned farther out, forming the strongest wall between Nihari's galaxy and the external threats. Every choice had to be perfect, for one miscalculation could collapse the entire strategy. What exactly did they find on this particular planet to decide it should be moved first? Robin muttered curiously. Yet despite his words, the enormous grin stretching across his face and the starlight burning in his eyes revealed the truth. He did not truly care. He. Nihari is still transforming, still unaware of the extent of her freshly awakened might. I wonder, will something extraordinary be born for me out of this storm of chaos? Well, there goes my chance to work calmly on medicine and new techniques. It's simply impossible to concentrate on any new creation now, Robin sighed, then drew a deep, steady breath, inhaling and exhaling several times in succession as if to cage his surging excitement. At last, he began summoning Nihari's abundant energy, pulling the dense streams inward like rivers flowing into his being. This time, I'll return to level 41. Wonderful! Robin whispered with his eyes tightly shut, his voice trembling with awe. Even Nihari's dense energy has grown more agile, more responsive, it gathers so much faster than before. The difference may be small, but it's unmistakable. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his bubbling elation and keep his eyes closed so that he could remain focused. Yet the smile that curved across his lips was unstoppable, glowing with pure exhilaration. Inside the heart of the energy-gathering center, Robin's consciousness plunged into a colossal void, a space so vast it seemed to dwarf imagination. The walls were impossibly distant, the ceiling soared beyond sight, and the entire center was illuminated only by the faint shimmer of ghostly runes carved into its walls, both on the towering walls and the endless roof. Compress! Robin's consciousness commanded with firm resolve, and then he simply stood there, watching intently, waiting for the grand transformation to begin. Whoosh! The natural energy of Nihari, dense to the point of suffocating, surged through every pore of Robin's skin. It did not seep in gently, it poured in torrents. As it entered his body, the energy shifted states with unnatural ease, changing from a free-flowing gas into a liquid as heavy and real as blood. It coursed downward like 1,000 subterranean streams, winding their way through his veins and muscles, filling every crevice of his body with a foreign yet exhilarating warmth. The sensation was intoxicating, almost like a blissful poison, a rush of euphoria that spread from the tips of his fingers to the core of his being. Soon, those streams of energy converged on the inner walls of his energy convergence core. And there, with violent intensity, they surged forward, crashing through the walls like raging waterfalls pouring from the heavens. After a vast quantity had poured in, the walls suddenly hardened, sealing shut with unyielding force, refusing to allow a single drop more. Then, the transformation began. The energy that had entered did not settle calmly, it floated, lifted slightly upward, swirling together as though under an unseen will. Slowly, it began molding itself into form, as if water itself were freezing into a rigid sculpture. Bit by bit, it crystallized, until at last it became a solid foundation, unbreakable and complete. From the beginning to the end, the process of establishing the very first level had taken Robin no more than a single hour. At that exact moment, Robin's brows knit together, his gaze turning razor-sharp, his concentration reaching its peak. He did not immediately draw in more energy to prepare for the next level. That was what an ordinary cultivator might do. In truth, those who wished to lay down their energy foundations did not even need to project their consciousness into the convergence chamber at all. Yet Robin had sent his awareness inside, not for the sake of merely shaping foundations, but for something far more important. Boom! A low, resonating hum filled the energy-gathering center. Yes, this is it. Robin's voice quivered with excitement as his entire being tightened like a bowstring. At that instant, the long-awaited phenomenon began. An enormous golden rune shimmered into existence above him, blazing across the sky of the energy convergence chamber. It was vast, overwhelming, filling every corner of the void. Its shape was indistinct, its details impossible to grasp, as though it existed outside the boundaries of mortal comprehension. And yet, even without clear form, its majesty was undeniable. Slowly, it began to descend, inch by inch, until it pressed itself down onto the freshly formed foundation. With a flare of blinding light, it burned itself deep into the solid energy and vanished within, leaving only silence behind. Outside, Robin's eyes snapped open. The elation, the smile that had stretched from ear to ear only moments ago, had completely vanished. In its place was a grim expression, furrowed brows, a heavy look of burden and thought etched into his face. Without hesitation, he drew out several slabs of ancient tree ant bark, each one cut smooth, along with a stylus tipped with a needle-sharp point, crafted solely for the dangerous art of rune inscription. He spread the slabs before him and began examining them one by one. Each slab bore markings, lines that overlapped and curved upon themselves. They seemed similar in essence, almost identical in principle, and yet each remained incomplete, broken lines, fractured shapes, obscure fragments that hinted at mysteries but gave no clear answers. Seconds passed as Robin turned them over with deliberate care, studying each fragment of script. Finally, his hand froze over a single slab. His eyes lingered on it, tracing the broken lines with silent intensity. After several moments, he whispered, "This is the one." He pulled it forward, tucking the rest away into his spatial ring. Holding the stylus with delicate precision, Robin lowered its tip and began to carve. Coriaic. The first stroke was nothing more than a simple curve, a line so basic that even a child of 3 could draw it without hesitation. Yet the moment Robin pressed the stylus to the surface, it trembled violently as though resisting, as though fighting desperately for survival. Bam! The stylus shattered in his hand, bursting apart. Robin did not so much as flinch. His hand remained steady, frozen mid-curve. With a flicker of soul force, he reached into his ring, pulled out another stylus, and continued the line as if nothing had happened. Boom! Whoosh! Crack! Hiss! The next 3 styluses fell one after another in bizarre ways. The first dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from existence. The second was wrenched free from his grip, hurled violently across the air. The third split apart into countless fragments, disintegrating into dust. And the fourth, most unnervingly of all, warped and twisted into the body of a snake, which hissed and slithered away into the shadows. Still, Robin's expression did not shift, not even an ounce of surprise. He had expected this. He had endured it before. And so, he simply pulled forth more, one after another, his body drenched in sweat, his face pale and worn from the strain. "Tisk," he muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse, his lips curling in both exhaustion and bitter amusement. "Looks like I'll have to establish an entire factory, just to keep producing these cursed pens." Chapter 1590. Somewhere in the middle belt, Sector 100. Boom. She is coming. Fall back. Retreat, now. A tremendous mass of people with bushy tails and elongated ears erupted into chaos, scattering in every possible direction like a disturbed colony of ants after a flood of water strikes their nest. Yet not all of them sought escape. Where are the cannons? Where are the damned cannons? A wave of soldiers surged onto the battlements of the towering city walls. Unlike the civilians, their tails were larger, thicker, and more numerous, their facial structures holding more human-like sharpness, betraying the thicker density of their bloodline. And yet, even with their hardened bodies and training, their voices cracked and their steps trembled, revealing fear no lesser than the terrified masses fleeing below. "Ready yourselves." The commander of the guard raised his arm and pointed firmly toward the horizon, where 9 ominous stars drifted closer and closer, their light bleeding slowly into the skies like a tide of death. Creak! The colossal towers of the city split apart as if awakening from slumber, exposing gargantuan pipes buried within their stone frames. With a mechanical groan, the colossal barrels extended outward, angling toward the threat. Their hollow mouths began to glow with furious light. Whoom! The pressure of condensed energy accumulating inside them was beyond imagination, shaking the very walls beneath the soldiers' feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, beside those radiant cannon muzzles, 4 figures descended from above. Each arrival was distinct. One landed with crushing weight that cracked the tiles beneath him, another drifted like a feather before striking the earth with a snap, a third carved the air with violent arcs of energy, and the last simply appeared, calm yet suffocating. Their oppressive force was no less than the deathly cannons they stood beside, and their presence warped the very air. Humph, you made the gravest mistake by daring to come here today. You think your strength now makes you untouchable? Do you take us for the Earth Hall weaklings? Have you forgotten yourself? Forgotten the blood in your veins? Awaken from your dreams, tyrant. We shall never bow, not today, not ever. The honored elders of the inner family have arrived. The captain of the city guard shouted with raw joy at the sight of the 4. His voice thundered down into the control chambers below, where the gunners waited tensely. With newfound confidence burning in his eyes, he roared, "Fire!" Whoom! In the span of a heartbeat, radiant orbs of condensed light coalesced at the mouths of the cannons, swelling until they could no longer contain their fury. Then, whoosh, they erupted upward in unison, piercing the heavens with their combined wrath. Humph! The 4 elders moved as one, raising their hands, and their auras detonated outward in cataclysmic force. Even the weakest among them radiated the undeniable presence of high-tier world cataclysms, while the strongest stood leagues above even that, a force unto himself. The cannons, capable of firing blasts rivaling the firepower of motherships, combined with the devastating assault of 4 calamities of such magnitude, it was a vision of annihilation. The night sky was erased, turned into blinding daylight, while the very space of the powerful planet trembled faintly under the strain. To any onlooker, this joint strike would seem aimed at an ancient cosmic beast, the kind of primeval beast whispered of in legends, creatures that devour entire worlds in their hunger. Yet in truth, their target was something far smaller. Pathetic. At that moment, a soft feminine voice rang out, shaking both heaven and earth. The source was unmistakable, a woman. Her form was slender yet commanding, wrapped in a modest black gown that flowed like liquid shadow. She descended gracefully, one hand resting over the other as though mocking the chaos beneath her. Her skin gleamed pale as untouched snow, her eyes burned a crimson deeper than blood, and the hatred and fury etched into her expression could not be hidden beneath the cold serenity she wore as a mask. Confronted by the overwhelming tide of destruction surging toward her, she simply flicked one of her 9 sinuous tails. From its tip, she released a blazing 4-pointed star, burning like a fragment of a sun torn from the heavens. Swoosh! The star descended, swaggering with unbearable weight, dragging itself downward as if wading through invisible quicksand, bending reality itself as it fell, until finally, it collided with the onslaught. Boom! The sky above the planet ignited in a cataclysmic detonation, an inferno so blinding it seemed to tear apart the very heavens. A monstrous wave of raw energy surged outward from the epicenter, devouring the horizon. It raced across the land with impossible speed, annihilating everything in its wake. Entire forests were ripped apart, ancient trees torn from their roots as though they were nothing but twigs. Houses and towers were wrenched from their foundations and hurled into the air like toys, crumbling mid-flight. Within moments, hundreds of kilometers had been reduced to a wasteland of dust and fire. Arg! The wall guards were powerless before such devastation. Their defenses, their training, their courage, none of it mattered. Many were instantly crushed into pulp beneath the force of the shockwave, their bodies and armor disintegrating as though they never existed. The survivors fared little better, blasted away like ragdolls, tumbling through the air without control, their screams swallowed by the roaring tempest. Damn it all! Only 4 figures remained rooted to the ground, the so-called 4 elders. Their robes whipped violently in the storm, their bodies strained against the blast, but they did not fall. Yet their grim faces betrayed the truth, even they were shaken to the core. "Rhaenyra, you tyrant," one spat, his voice like thunder against the chaos. "Do you wish to carve your name in history as the mad ruler who destroyed her own homeland with her own cursed hands?" Humph! Out from the swirling storm of dust and smoke, a figure emerged. Rhaenyra descended with imperious grace, her presence pressing down like a mountain. Her crimson eyes burned brighter than ever, alive with fury, alive with vengeance. One of her 9 tails shimmered, and where the star it had cast moments ago had been lost, another was born anew, blazing into existence. Now her full form was revealed, 9 tails, 9 burning stars, 9 searing colors that bled into one another like an aurora of destruction. That terrifying sight alone crushed the courage of those watching. The elders below felt their hearts constrict, their breaths shallow. Even they, with all their might, were swallowed by the fear of what now hovered above them. At last, her lips parted. Her words cut like a blade of frost. "Is this all you have? Is this the pitiful strength you gained by prostituting your blood to foreign powers?" "Lies," one elder bellowed, raising his arm in defiance. "A slanderous accusation. You twist falsehoods into weapons to strike at us. You work for the Twilight Spectrum Empire," another cried out, his voice breaking through the storm. He turned, pointing toward a man crouched at the edge of the battlefield, clutching a strange device that captured every instant of the carnage. "Look at her. This tyrant seeks to kill us only because she failed to protect her empire. Now she dares to shift the guilt onto us." The third elder soared higher, his body glowing faintly as he ascended until the entire city could see him. His voice boomed like a proclamation. "People, hear me. This woman is no longer your ruler, she has lost her mind. She has sinned against herself and against all of you. It was she who annihilated the Earth Hall and slaughtered its master. It was she who erased the Hall of Vibrations and assassinated its mistress. She is the true traitor. Kill her, the fourth elder shrieked, his finger stabbing upward like a spear. If you claim to hold proof, Rhaenyra, then bring it forth. Come before the court and face trial, where judgment will be given. Not here, not through blood. Rhaenyra did not even turn her gaze toward them. Her blood-red eyes scanned the city below, deliberate and precise, as if each motion carved deeper dread into those watching. Slowly, she searched the ruins, her voice finally breaking the silence like venom. Where is she? The disgraceful mistress of your hall. I know she has slithered back into the city to hoard her treasures. You still cling to your delusions, one elder snapped. Begone, Rhaenyra, another roared. Your throne is dust, your legitimacy shattered. You have no ties to us any longer. Even as they barked their accusations, a sharp, familiar sound rippled through the chaos. Bzzzt. Rhaenyra's head snapped toward the source. There. Her crimson eyes flared. One of her 9 tails twitched, then lashed out. The star upon it blazed violently, and, beam, a radiant lance of pure light fired forward. Unlike the slow, ponderous descent of her earlier stars, this beamed her straight through the sky in a merciless line. Boom! An entire district of the city was consumed in the explosion, swallowed whole in an instant. The shockwave rippled outward, buildings collapsing like cards, screams of the helpless drowned beneath the roar. Rhaenyra! The strongest of the elders bellowed, his face twisted in fury, his aura erupting in defiance. How dare you? Do you understand what you've done? If word spreads that you are slaughtering your own kin, another roared, your end will be sealed. You are finished, Rhaenyra. Politically, spiritually, eternally finished. But Rhaenyra, high above, did not look at them. Her crimson gaze was locked upon the smoking ruins she had obliterated. Her voice, calm yet heavy with contempt, rolled down like thunder. Her position is revealed. Your existence is worthless now. Begone, and walk whatever path remains for you. Whoosh! 4 of her 9 tails uncoiled, turning toward the elders below. Each one glowed with the deadly promise of annihilation. Chapter 1591. Whoosh! From the heavens, one of the 4-headed stars, the azure one, began to twist furiously upon its axis. Faster and faster it spun until its body blurred into a spinning disk of blinding light, and with a piercing shriek it hurled itself forward, streaking toward its mark like a divine blade unleashed. Boom! In the next instant, the white star followed, bursting into motion with dazzling brilliance. It curved gracefully through the darkened sky, yet wherever its radiance passed, the very air itself froze into glassy shards, the breath of winter made manifest. Swoosh! The brown star quivered as if an ancient beast had awakened within it. Though it did not move from its sacred place, its rumbling grew, and beneath the city the earth convulsed in violent tremors, trembling in dread anticipation of the cataclysm to come. Shola! The 4th star, glowing a fierce orange, erupted with wrath. From its core it belched forth a storm of fireballs, 1,000 blazing suns scattering downward like meteors set to reduce all beneath them to ash. And then, as the storm abated, the 4 great tails of Rhaenyra returned to their majestic formation. They spread behind her like a throne forged from the heavens themselves, proclaiming her sovereignty. The white star and the blue star slowly began to reassemble, their broken forms knitting together until they shone once more. Within a few heartbeats, the 9 stars were whole again, 9 celestial flames burning in the sky, casting their merciless light upon the trembling city below. Boom! The ground split open, towers shattered into rubble, and cries were swallowed by thunder. Rhaenyra did not need to peer downward, for she knew all too well. The 4 assaults had reduced the mighty walls to fragments, annihilated those who stood upon them, and erased the nearest quarter of the city to the gate. Streets, houses, even the foundations upon which they were built were obliterated in an instant. Only the broken remains of the 4 elders remained as ghastly proof of the slaughter. One was cleaved brutally in half. Another was preserved as a frozen statue of horror. The 3rd was run through with unholy spikes. The 4th was nothing more than blackened charcoal. 4 cataclysms were erased in the blink of an eye. Akawatines. Rhaenyra's voice boomed like a verdict from the heavens. I know you are there. Come forth, before I crush what remains of this wretched city upon your head. I do not care how many die today. From the heart of the ruin, amid the broken stone and fire, a shape began to rise. Something moved with defiance, drifting above the carnage. A woman emerged, perhaps in her early 40s, her frame still radiant with a beauty twisted by wrath. 8 tails lashed violently behind her, and her eyes blazed like a furnace of hatred. Rhaenyra! She snarled, her voice dripping venom. Do you even understand what you are doing, you reckless fool? Yes, I am a fool, Rhaenyra admitted coldly, her gaze sweeping the woman with undisguised disgust. A fool for not seeing your rotten aura sooner. A fool for never questioning how you gained that 8th tail when there were only 7 before. Yes, I was a fool, foolish and blind. Do not pretend to stand on honor simply because you are unwanted and naive. The mistress of the hall scoffed, resting one hand arrogantly on her hip. On the path of power, one may butcher millions without hesitation, yet spreading one's legs a little is unthinkable? We all knew you were a stubborn blockhead like your father and grandfather. That is why we never told you. And we were right. You destroyed everything with your own hands. Ha! A sharp smile tugged at Rhaenyra's lips. My stiff-headed grandfather and father, is that it? Her eyes trembled like storm-tossed waters. I heard whispers of this, from Fermin and Asenet. They spoke of it with their dying breaths, trying to enrage me further even as their lives slipped away in my hands. Exclamation point. The mistress recoiled a step, then another. Her once arrogant stance hardened into caution. So it turned out that it was not Eleanor who birthed this filth, Rhaenyra continued, her voice cutting deeper with each word. It was you, the Hall Masters, and the generation before you. It was you who plotted my father's death, and before him my grandfather's, luring them into ambushes laid by the Twilight Spectrum Empire. You longed for a more compliant ruler, one you could twist. You poisoned Eleanor's mind with your lies from the moment she could walk. And why? Because you could not control me. I was the one locked away, buried in the library by my father's will, forced to study day and night. Her lips quivered, her voice breaking into raw fury. A single tear trailed down her cheek, shining in the light of the 9 stars. It was you who stole everything from me. My father, my sister, and now you would steal my throne, my very self. It was you. If those 2 fools have already told you everything, there is no point in wasting breath on empty words. Know this, it was never personal, my dear, the hallmistress said as she retreated with slow, deliberate steps, her eyes flicking like hungry birds over every alley and rooftop for any possible route of escape. Her voice was syrupy calm, but every inch of her betrayed panic. Stubborn minds that choke the progress of the many must be removed. That is simply the law of advancement. How many? Rhaenyra's voice snapped like steel, each syllable a blade. Her gaze flared red with contempt. You grew an 8th tail, and instead of rising to the zenith of a world cataclysm, you dared to try becoming a Nexus state and failed, gaining additional power. None of it, comes from coupling with 1 or 2 outsiders. If it did, we would see the same change among every girl that was taken. How many? Her steps moved forward, a measured march that closed the distance between them. Hundreds, thousands, the hallmistress said as if naming ornaments on a shelf. Who cares? She bowed slightly, then pushed forward with glazed, hopeful eyes, as though offering a dream. I was born with only 7 tails and yet I rose to this power. Imagine what you could be with 9. Put the past behind you and allow me to guide your path. Heed me, and you will reach the pinnacle of the Nexus state. Thousands. Revulsion and fury twisted Rhaenyra's face into something unrecognizable. The air around her seemed to tighten as she moved with cold, effortless speed. I regret only that I can slit your throat once. All I can hope is that my father will finish what remains when he greets you on the other side. Her words were ice and promise in one. Attack! The hallmistress screamed, a sharp command, and pointed straight at Rhaenyra. Then she spun and ran, feet pounding as she fled for a narrow alley that might lead to safety. The very paving stones underfoot split open like a great maw. From beneath the streets poured a tide of warriors bearing heavy energy cannons on their shoulders, an endless line turning the thoroughfare into a weapon. All barrels aligned and leveled at Rhaenyra's heart. Bam, bam, bam. From the roofs and balconies, the city answered. Powerful men and women leapt out, voices raw with rage, faces carved by hatred. Their attacks rose in a chorus, launched from below to meet the sky. In an instant, the metropolis seemed to invert, streets rained up as if the city itself had decided to strike the heavens. Only a decade ago no one could have imagined such a betrayal, the Empress of the 9 Paths raising her own city, its sons and daughters, of the same blood, turning on their sovereign with murder in their hearts. Rhaenyra did not allow sentiment to cloud her. The moment the volley began, her orange star spun with lethal intent and vomited a tempest of fire orbs. Each orb was an ember of obliteration, a comet of concentrated wrath. Boom! Shola! Screams exploded into the night. Flames devoured timber and stone in a heartbeat, the scent of burning thatch and melting metal stung the air. Yet Rhaenyra's stride never faltered. She surged toward the direction the hall mistress had run, her red-eyes twin torches slicing through smoke and ash. Akawatines, she roared, her voice carrying like thunder over the wreckage, you will not live through this day on this planet. Hear me, if you burrow beneath the world or climb to the highest sky, I will execute you today. Damn it, the hall mistress hissed, her voice reduced to a rasp. She poured the last of her life's vigor into a desperate, unnatural leap, flinging herself toward a narrow ridge, toward a chance, not of survival, but of delay. In that very direction. BZZZT. A spatial gate shuddered open, a ripple in the air like a struck gong. 3 figures stepped through its seam, each wreathed in a halo of oppressive power that made the very atmosphere tremble. The center figure turned his head with a casual grace, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, one that did not belong to a man surprised, but to one who knew the hour of doom had come. Heh heh, he murmured, his voice soft and certain. Incident number 3 falls today. Chapter 1592. Elsewhere in mid-sector 100. Beneath the looming shadow of the colossal moon that seemed to devour a quarter of the sky, Caesar sat as though carved into a scene of legend. Both his legs were propped up lazily on the balcony's stone parapet, while his hands were interlaced calmly behind his head. His eyes remained shut, his chest rising and falling with slow, deliberate breaths. He swayed gently forward and backward in a rhythm that looked almost meditative, as if he were rocking himself into serenity, pushing all the weight of war momentarily aside. His posture, unshakably relaxed, clashed with the reality that he was clad in his full military regalia, every piece polished and imposing except for the absent helmet. That detail alone lent his image an almost iconic aura, a timeless impression, as though he were not a man but a living painting, an eternal figure suspended in motion. Yet, if this were truly a painting, then the chaos unraveling behind his back would certainly never fit inside its frame. This must not continue any longer. What we once thought of only as distant expectations has already manifested into hard reality, and worse, it has come crashing upon us much sooner than any of our projections suggested. A host of planetary emperors, each at the terrifying realm of Nexus State, have begun joining forces and coordinating their actions against us. They are not merely sending armies or representatives in their stead. No, they are personally moving, stepping into battle themselves. How many times in all the annals of the sector history has such a thing ever occurred? What can we possibly do to halt them now? Our strength is insufficient to withstand their combined pressure. Our greatest chance lies in the 2 elderly mercenaries we have hired, but even they cannot possibly secure a victory should another full alliance of Nexus states rise against us. Only 6 years earlier, Theo had managed a desperate stroke of luck, hiring a female Nexus state and delivering her to Caesar. Her presence had turned the tide, enabling the annihilation of the final bastions of their enemies after the previous hired Nexus state had failed to produce even a shred of meaningful results. The First Army, emboldened by that success, immediately mobilized once more, aiming to crush the dangling remnants of hostile empires that had been left incomplete for too long, chief among them, the Iron Boar Empire. Yet fate revealed its crueler hand. Just as their assault was underway, several rulers of neighboring empires converged upon the Iron Boar capital to defend it. Their combined number swelled until 4 Nexus states stood united in its defense. It goes without saying, the Cradle Empire's army had no choice but to retreat in haste. The 2 mercenary Nexus states fought fiercely, suffering grievous injuries while buying time for as many soldiers as possible to escape. But in the end they withdrew anyway when the battle took a turn for the worst, leaving behind half of the Cradle fleet exposed and without a shield. That fleet was mercilessly crushed, reduced to wreckage drifting in the void. The loss was staggering, an injury not merely to their forces but to their pride. Yet, tragically, it was only the opening act of what would follow. From that day onward, the alliance of planetary rulers who had tasted victory against the Cradle Empire for the first time in centuries grew bolder. Their appetite sharpened, they pressed their luck, moving in unison to strike at Cradle colonies scattered across the worlds they had once claimed as their own. In the span of only 3 years, the Cradle Empire was forced to endure catastrophe after catastrophe. 5 slave world cataclysms lost, thousands upon thousands of soldiers perished in distant colonies, and, naturally, an incalculable amount of war material, ships, weapons, fortifications, was ground into dust. And yet, for all of that devastation, they did not lose the planets themselves. Why? Because those planetary emperors had little left at their disposal besides their own formidable bodies and strength. Their armies and fleets had long since been obliterated by the might of the Cradle Empire. They could march, slaughter, burn, and perhaps station a token garrison here and there. But inevitably those pitiful garrisons were swept aside, and the planets reclaimed in turn. Their true purpose was never to conquer, it was to bleed the Cradle Empire dry, to sap its momentum, force it to halt its expansion, compel it to focus on merely reclaiming what had once been theirs, to chip away at their strength increment by increment, all while their own homelands recovered precious time to breathe, to stabilize, to prepare for the storms still looming ahead. And in this strategy, they had succeeded. Those 2 old farts are utterly worthless, and His Majesty, our so-called silent emperor, is even more useless above them. General Martin roared, his voice hot with fury, fists clenching as if he might strike the stone itself. We may hold 3 Nexus states within our grasp, but what good are they if we cannot trust them to fight a single decisive battle for us? What then are we to do? Alexander leaned heavily forward, resting his chin upon the back of his hand and thought, his tone sharp yet weary. Shall we continue these endless cycles of hit-and-run warfare? Years have passed since this situation arose, and in all that time we have gained only 2 new planets. Our timetable has been derailed beyond measure. I fear unless we discover a way to shatter the cursed alliance once and for all, we shall fall even further behind the timeline. At the very least, another voice interjected, we must increase the forces stationed on each world. No more gathering them in a single bastion and shifting them like pieces on a board when danger calls. If we spread our strength across many worlds, the enemy will hesitate before moving recklessly. They will know that striking blindly means being struck in return, suffering wounds of their own. Supreme General, among those assembled, it was Victoria, who had been quietly watching Caesar the entire time as he lounged upon the balcony, who finally broke her silence. Her voice was gentle yet carried a steady weight, like a ripple breaking across still waters. Do you have any thoughts, any instructions for us to follow? The moment Caesar was directly addressed, the others reacted instinctively. Alexander, Ryden, and the rest of the gathered commanders shifted their attention toward the balcony. The space fell utterly quiet, as though all the air itself had paused in expectation. There was no doubt each of these figures was a genius in their own right, brilliant minds forged by centuries of experience and hardship. Many of them were far older than Caesar, veterans of countless wars and political storms. Indeed, in the Greenland campaigns of the past, Caesar himself had leaned upon their knowledge, gleaning wisdom from their scars and their tested strategies. He had been the attentive student while they played the role of the seasoned masters. And yet, in the planetary wars that had erupted more recently, something had shifted. For reasons they could not fully understand, Caesar's vision outstripped theirs. He saw paths through the fog of uncertainty that they could not. His leadership carried a sharpness that seemed to pierce the veil of the future itself. With each passing year, the gulf in foresight and command between him and them only widened. The youth they once regarded as an eager disciple had turned into a sovereign commander before their very eyes, maturing faster, surpassing them in judgment, and still continuing to grow as if destiny itself nurtured him. Your Supreme General, Caesar spoke at last, his voice steady yet indifferent, still does not understand the purpose of this meeting you requested. There is no need to trouble yourselves with what lies beyond our control. He released a slow exhale, his eyes remaining serenely closed, his tone edged with weary clarity. To stop that alliance is impossible without Nexus states who are ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire's survival. Victory will never come from those mercenaries we pay to fight. Then what are we supposed to do against them, Supreme General? General Martin's face tightened with tension, his brows furrowed deeply, and his thick, fiery beard seemed almost to burn brighter with the intensity of his anger. Are we to bow our heads? To surrender to them without a fight? The battles to come, Caesar replied sharply, cutting through Martin's rage, will be battles of the shadow swords, not ours to claim directly. He paused, then elaborated, his words calm but precise as blades. I will entrust the entire responsibility of dealing with that alliance to Leonid. He will watch their movements closely, evacuate the planets they set their sights on, and once their armies withdraw, he will return our forces to reclaim what was lost. That, whether you like it or not, is the only effective solution we have. Understood. Leonid, who had stood silent among the generals until now, finally stepped forward. Before Caesar allowed the moment to drift, he continued his instructions with deliberate clarity. As for the rest of you, return your attention to the invasion of new worlds. Take only our finest, the elite of the elite. Keep the gates active at all times. Should the Nexus State Alliance descend upon you, retreat swiftly and without hesitation. Once they leave, return and strike again, or target another planet entirely. And so you will continue, again and again, until our objectives are met. This is shameful, humiliating beyond measure. General Martin lowered his gaze toward the floor, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, his pride smoldering as if struck by chains. Humiliating, Caesar interrupted firmly, ceasing his gentle rocking at last. He leaned back with authority, the motion deliberate, an open one eye that gleamed with cold defiance, is that we do not possess even a single true Nexus state of our own, and yet, despite this, they still cannot stop our relentless advance. So raise your heads. Adapt to the storm as it comes. Bend with the current until we discover the final solution. Understood, Your Highness. Understood. We will do as you command. In that instant, Leonid's face shifted. His brows drew sharply together as though he had just caught the scent of something grave. He turned abruptly toward Caesar, his voice low but urgent. Supreme General, we have news about Lady Rhaenyra. Chapter 1593. We have urgent news about Lady Rhaenyra. Caesar lowered his legs and straightened his posture with a sharp motion. Then, with two crisp claps of his hands, he gave the order, you may all take your leave for now, and begin the execution of the new strategy immediately. Yes, sire. The generals bowed one after another in practiced unison before proceeding toward the great gate. As they walked in pairs or groups of three, hushed conversations rose between them, their voices fading as they disappeared beyond the portal. Once the last of them was gone, Caesar's gaze shifted toward Leonid. His tone was solemn, his face set with a weight that did not often surface. Speak, what happened? He had been nothing but serious about this matter ever since his meeting with Rhaenyra several years ago. For a long time, he had deliberately chosen to disregard her and her kin, convinced that no hope could be salvaged from cooperation with a fragile ruler in a disgraced permissible blood clan. He decided in the end to tell her if she came to him, just out of courtesy as she is still the woman who crowned his father. Yet things had shifted drastically once he told her the truth. He had imagined that once she heard about what Eleanor and the four elders did, she would retreat into the shadows of diplomacy, weaving schemes to accumulate influence and legitimacy. He thought perhaps she would first seek the loyalty of her other followers, bargaining for their recognition, or attempt to match her rivals in subtle games of power. The number of peaceful, strategic paths available to her had been virtually limitless, but she had cast all of that aside. The moment she walked out from his presence, she did not turn toward politics, nor to alliances, nor to subterfuge. Instead, she struck like a storm. Without hesitation, she launched an assault against one of her own worlds, one that held one of the four great halls. For reasons still unclear, after laying siege to the hall and personally killing its master, she emerged not calmer, but more furious. Her aura grew darker, heavier, almost suffocating. Without pause, she advanced toward the second hall with destruction in her wake. The other halls, still ignorant of the unfolding madness, attempted to intercept her. They hastily rallied what strength they could muster, summoning their soldiers to block the path of their own sovereign who had turned rabid. Their intervention slowed her progress just enough for her intended second target to sense the danger and flee, understanding all too well what awaited them if they stayed. Rhaenyra, however, seized the moment to unleash her might. She clashed with the five hall lords not to slaughter them outright, but to shatter their pride and strip away their illusions. She beat them mercilessly, severing limbs, an arm here, a leg there, in a ruthless demonstration of supreme dominance. In that battle she reclaimed her full, undeniable authority. Only after subduing them did she reveal the hidden truths, the corruption of the other four great halls, and the treacherous moves of Eleanor. Having delivered her message with the weight of blood and steel, she left them broken behind her and began a relentless pursuit of her other enemies. The last report of her movements told of her chasing the mistress of the third hall. Through a whisper from the shadow swords, she had learned the mistress's location. Without delay, Rhaenyra stormed toward her prey. That was mere hours ago. The situation is grim, Leonid said, his brows furrowed deeply. She attacked the site we directed her to. She succeeded in hunting down the hall mistress and ended her life, but in doing so, she fell into an ambush prepared by three Nexus states. What? Caesar erupted to his feet, his voice sharp enough to slice the air. How could this happen? Leonid's explanation followed swiftly. After the hall mistress fled, she made her way deeper into the planet's wild regions, far from any cities or gates. It was there, in isolation, that Rhaenyra finally caught her, snapping her neck without hesitation. But in that very spot, she suddenly found herself surrounded. Three Nexus states encircled her, all of them from the Twilight Spectrum Empire. We believe they had been lying in wait, prepared to manifest the moment Rhaenyra launched her strike against the city. This is. Caesar's expression tightened, his brows drawn low with intensity. Within the Twilight Spectrum Empire, there were only 3 Nexus states to begin with: the Emperor himself, a high-level Nexus state of terrifying might, and 2 of his close kin, each low-level Nexus states. It was whispered throughout the realms that this very trio had once joined forces to slay Rhaenyra's father, and even further back, the same incident occurred with her great-grandfather. "This is dire," Caesar muttered at last, sinking slowly back into his seat. The weight in his voice was heavier than iron. "Every plan I had that relied on her survival, all of it is now reduced to ash with her death." "Strangely, she did not die," Leonid said, dropping a surprise that no one expected. "Our watchers reported that the moment those 3 appeared, a fierce battle started. Lady Rhaenyra fought them all at once, 3 against 1. Even though the pressure was terrible, she held her ground. Near the end, she gathered her power and used a heavy strike, the 9 stars together as one. That attack almost tore the sky apart. It crushed one of them so badly that he was left half dead, and then she escaped. The other 2, one of them the planetary emperor of the Twilight Spectrum, first checked if their brother was alive. When they saw he still breathed, they exploded with anger and rushed after her at full speed. But those short seconds of delay gave Rhaenyra enough time to break away. She shot through the skies, pushed beyond the atmosphere, and escaped into space." This. Caesar's eyes opened wide in shock. Everyone knew that Nexus states could travel in space, but most avoided it. The distance between planets was too large, and without careful planning it was easy to get lost forever. "Does this mean she survived? Where is she now?" "We don't know yet. We have no eyes in space," Leonid answered with a slow shake of his head. "But it is clear she is still being chased. The planetary emperor and his companion have not returned." "Amazing." Caesar pressed his hand to his chin, his eyes flashing with thought. "Her escape into space makes it much harder for them to catch her. In time, they may lose track of each other and end up landing on the nearest planet they find." "That woman. She has faced traps before, but nothing like this. To fight 3 Nexus states alone, survive, and even injure one nearly to death. That is no ordinary feat." He suddenly smiled, his mood lifting. "Maybe we must look again at the bloodline of the Nine-Tails Fox." Turning sharply to Leonid, he ordered, "Send my command. Open all eyes and ears on every planet in that field. Remember, it was us who gave her the information that led her to that world. She might think we were part of the ambush. We must not let her believe that. Find Rhaenyra, and tell her we had no hand in this. Give her help, give her healing, give her safety until she reaches a secure place." "Understood. Understood." Leonid bowed twice. "It seems your highness is paying much attention to the Nine Paths Empire lately." "Tisk." Caesar waved his hand. "I care nothing for their empire. I want nothing from them. But Rhaenyra, she is different." "I see." Leonid nodded. "Then I will leave now to arrange your orders." He turned, walking at a formal pace toward the exit. "Wait." Caesar's voice stopped him. Leonid turned back, raising his brows slightly. "Do you need something else, your highness?" Caesar tapped his chin, thinking deeply. Then he pointed lightly toward Leonid. "That Nexus state, the one she injured with the 9 stars, is he still lying where he fell?" Chapter 1594. Young Sector 101 Planet Verilion. Step. Sakar walked slowly, his movements calm yet imposing, through a seemingly endless corridor. The passage was wide, the walls polished to a reflective sheen, built with such precision and craftsmanship that one could almost believe it had been designed for kings and emperors to tread upon. Though no sunlight could ever reach this deep underground, and not a single torch or lantern lined the way to provide light for travelers, there was no real need for such things, for none who dwelled here possessed eyes to see with in the first place. Marshal. Several demons, clad in heavy crimson armor from head to toe, immediately dropped to one knee the moment they noticed Sakar's presence. Their posture was rigid, their discipline clear, as though kneeling before him was not merely duty but instinct carved into their very bones. When he passed, they rose again without hesitation and resumed their march, falling back into the shadows of the grand tunnel. Step. With every steady stride, Sakar perceived his surroundings with absolute clarity. The massive main corridor seemed to pierce straight into the very bowels of the planet. Countless branching tunnels split off from it, boring deep into the crust for miles upon miles in every direction. In the distance, vast chambers stretched out like subterranean cathedrals, cavernous halls filled with heaps of corpses beyond counting, an ocean of the dead piled into their eternal rest. By his uncompromising orders, this underground city had to expand for tens of kilometers downward, and stretch for hundreds of kilometers horizontally. The first reason was to store the relentless flood of corpses arriving every day. The second reason was to safeguard their survival. Should they be bombarded or assaulted from above, not all would be lost. Their home and their precious reserves of flesh and blood would not vanish in a single strike. Of course, such a colossal endeavor was far from simple. A project of this scale could never be completed in just 7 years, not even by the relentless efforts of demon emperors and their legions. And so, the work continued tirelessly, day and night, stone and blood carved into the earth with no pause, an eternal struggle of claws and willpower. Step. Sakar pressed onward, his presence filling the dim space, and inspected the care chambers. Within, a number of females, demons who had reached the peak of the martial emperor realm, tended to dozens of squirming, newly born cubs. Their guttural growls and strange, high-pitched noises echoed throughout the chamber. Sakar himself had chosen the ratio. Out of the 200 individuals under his command, a significant portion were to be female. The reasoning was simple and cruelly efficient. What could be more effective than ensuring constant breeding from the strongest females, producing offspring with sturdier bodies, sharper claws, and an even greater hunger for blood than before? The cubs born from such unions had no ordinary lives. They were the primary laborers, bred for one purpose, to dig. They followed intricate maps of the subterranean network, clawing through earth and stone, while being fed preserved flesh and blood stored for them. It was a strange and twisted existence, something utterly unnatural for demon cubs. The offspring of the dreaded red plague should have been hunting and tearing prey apart, not laboring in silence. Hooray! One of the cubs in the adjoining room shrieked, the sound sharp and wild, like a feral boar desperate for freedom, craving the chance to hunt and kill as instinct demanded. That was what demon cubs were meant for. That was what every demon was created for. They were beings born for destruction, for slaughter without hesitation, for mindless annihilation. This was their true essence. This was their authentic voice. But, bam! A heavy slap rang out. His mother had struck him hard across the face, driving him into the ground. She stood over him, merciless, gripping one of his horns tightly as she roared, "Use the hearing and speaking technique granted to us by the Lord if you want to eat." The cub, deaf to all but vibrations, lifted his head and roared back, exhaling streams of foul scents from the nostrils embedded in his neck. Gaa, rar. Bam, bam. No, she snarled, smashing his face against the stone floor again and again, never loosening her hold on his horn. "I will not answer you in the old Sen language. Use the new techniques of hearing and speech. Repeat even a single word of what I say, or I will kill you myself and breed another to take your place." Gee. Terror overwhelmed the cub, fear swallowing his defiance. Against every instinct in his blood, he struggled to force his throat to form the strange sounds. You. Good. His mother yanked him upward by the horn, dragging him like a sack of flesh to the side. Without hesitation, she tore an arm from one of the piled corpses, shoved it into his mouth, then tossed him aside like garbage. Turning with a sharp glare, she barked, "Next." Sakar observed silently, then gave the slightest nod to himself before continuing on his way. He halted abruptly. His face was hidden under the heavy helmet, yet the slow, deliberate swiveling of his head in every direction betrayed his suspicion. He was sensing something, searching. At last, he lowered his head, focusing on the ground beneath his feet for several long seconds. "Leon," he muttered, his tone quiet but edged, "didn't I tell you not to fix your focus on us?" RRRRR. The earth trembled faintly, its texture warping as though it were melting, until the ground itself split open and gave way. From within rose a small girl, her steps weightless, her frame delicate. She wore a thin, light dress that clung to her form like woven mist, and circling her head was a radiant halo of flowing aura, a crown-like shimmer belonging to the spirit of the planet itself. Her gaze locked onto Sakar, burning with restrained fury, her words trembling with the effort of suppression. "Tell me, have you ever seen a human ignore his own illness? If that illness happens to be the very thing that keeps him alive, then why not?" Sakar tilted his head slightly, his voice calm and detached. Without slowing his pace, he resumed walking with steady, deliberate steps. "If I recall, we have spoken about this matter more than once already." Spoken. Leon's voice cracked with frustration. Her form rippled as she dashed after him, her bare feet pressing into the earth as though she and the land were one. "Am I supposed to simply erase the thought from my mind? To pretend it doesn't exist? Right now, there is a core of the red plague festering inside me, burrowing through my essence. Do you have the faintest idea what will happen if your infestation is discovered?" Her voice rose higher, trembling with fear hidden beneath anger. "You harbor a nest crawling with dozens, no, scores, of world cataclysms. If word of your presence spreads, the academies will not hesitate. They will seal off the entire starfield that I inhabit, they will descend upon me with all their might, and I will be besieged, broken, and annihilated, all because of you." Sakar's reply came flat and unshaken, like stone unmoved by storm. "And isn't that already your fate? Even now, you are a single step away from total ruin." His tone carried no sympathy, only raw certainty. "Tell me, Leon, didn't we shield you and your owner since the day we set foot here? How many wars have we fought in your name? How many lives have we torn apart just to preserve yours?" Leon faltered, her jaw trembling. Her luminous eyes stayed locked onto the back of Sakar's helmet, burning with unshed fury. She looked as though she wanted to explode, to unleash her rage and scream her lungs empty, but something held her back. She swallowed the howl, biting it down, holding her silence like chains on her own throat. Sakar noticed, and a faint hum slipped from him. Let us put aside what we have done to defend you," he said, his hand making a lazy gesture through the air, as if brushing away a fly not worth noticing. "Perhaps you are too close to see it. Perhaps you don't even realize the danger gnawing at you. Tell me, didn't our presence lessen the pollution that once poisoned your surface? Before, your lands reeked with diseases birthed from mountains of rotting corpses, the air was choked with mists of blood, and your rivers had turned into streams of scarlet decay. But now we consume everything. We bury it, erase it utterly. In a mere 7 years, your suffocating crimson skies, the ones that warned of your impending apocalypse, have shifted. Your climate itself has been altered because of us. Will you deny that?" Leon turned her face aside, her lips pressing tight, unable to answer. Seeing her silence, Sakar pressed forward, his voice steady but edged with a subtle undertone of scorn. "One of my generals intercepted a covert strike launched by someone at the rank of a world cataclysm. Had that strike pierced through, it would have wiped one of your largest surviving forests clean from existence. Another of my commanders faced an entire campaign drilling into your crust from the far side, attempting to tunnel down to your very core, and he slaughtered them all before they could touch it. And another. Enough." The planet's soul threw up her hand, her aura flaring with sharp brilliance. Her voice echoed through the tunnels, resonating like thunder in the stone. "Enough, I admit it. I acknowledge it. Your presence, as cursed and vile as it may be, has spared me countless losses. You have helped more than I want to admit. Her shoulders trembled as she lifted her gaze upward, the faint halo around her hair pulsing like a waning star. For a moment, her tone softened, though disbelief threaded through every word. But still, there is something I cannot begin to understand. What is it? Sakar asked, a smile curling unseen beneath his mask, his voice low and taunting. Leon's fists clenched, her eyes flashing like stormlight. Why, in the name of all the hells, is a red plague speaking to me with courtesy and reason? Chapter 1595. Why is a red plague speaking to me politely and with reason? Leon stomped her tiny legs against the ground, frustration spilling out of her voice. Ha! Sakar let out a rare, short laugh, the kind that carried both mockery and faint amusement. That is actually a good question. He continued walking a few more steps, his heavy stride echoing, before adding in a calm, almost nostalgic tone, I would have liked to offer the thanks to myself for all the discipline you see, but the truth is, without him, I would still be nothing more than a dirt digger, wasting away in Nihari. What you see before you now is the direct result of the Lord's hand. The Lord again. Leon groaned and kicked a small pebble so hard it clattered against the wall. Do you mean that same person who taught you those bizarre, twisted techniques? Damn it all. Who in the world looks at your filthy faces, feels that suffocating aura of yours, and thinks, oh, how sad, let me invent a method so these monsters can speak and hear properly? Hey! Sakar halted abruptly and turned, his rough tone sharpening. Choose your words when you speak about the Lord. Without him, no one would be standing here to protect you right now. He extended a finger toward her as if to hammer the point in. It was your so-called overlord, your master's master, who begged us to come and keep you alive until you reached the middle belt. For that alone, you should feel grateful. Grateful. Leon almost shouted, then quickly tried to lower her voice, though it still trembled with anger. Should I be grateful to the one who cursed me with the most horrific plague a planet can suffer, second only to the Black Plague itself? First I had to live in constant terror, never knowing when someone would try to destroy me, and now I am trapped in an even greater terror, wondering what your presence will do to me and to my owner. She buried her small hands into her rock hair, voice breaking as panic poured out. Oh heavens, I cannot even tell my owner what you really are. He is hot-headed. Who knows what he would do if he found out? What if he files the report himself? What if he casts you all out, and I am left once again defenseless? What if? SHHHH. Sakar stopped and pivoted sharply, his eyes narrowing, his voice suddenly low, coarse, and deadly serious. If you cannot bring yourself to feel grateful for our presence, then there is always another path. Leon froze, silence stretching between them. And what path would that be? We go now, Sakar said, his tone like steel, and kill the ruler of the shattering meteor empire, your owner, along with every single martial and powerful follower under him. I may not be able to refine you myself as a plague, but I can easily bring you a new master, one loyal to my lord. At that point, you will have no choice but to shut your mouth, obey every order, or be forced into eternal slumber. He leaned down slightly, his towering figure casting a shadow over her trembling form. Do you think I will not do it? Remember this, my mission is to protect the planet, not the creatures crawling on it. The spirit of the planet looked down, overwhelmed and on the verge of tears. The sheer weight of contradictions and impossible choices she had been forced to endure over these past few years had worn her thin, leaving her exhausted beyond words. You know what? I think you are. She raised her head suddenly, ready to finally tell Sakar exactly how she felt. But he was no longer in front of her. He had already turned and walked away, his massive figure fading into the corridors. Wait, that is so rude of you. Strange, is it not? Sakar's mocking voice drifted back, carrying the faintest edge of laughter. To call a red plague rude, do we even have manners? We are monsters, Leon. Monsters born for destruction, as you say. He gestured casually toward a group of toddlers no older than 2 weeks who happened to pass by. The little ones stopped, bowed with practiced discipline, and raised their voices together. We greet His Majesty, the King. Stop mocking me. Leon hurried after him on her short legs, huffing, you guys are more well-mannered and organized than the entire imperial family of the shattering meteor empire. Good, Sakar replied flatly, almost proud. It means you finally understand. He halted in front of one of the great halls, standing motionless for a long moment. His soul sense swept through every corner, every shadow within. There were at least 100,000 corpses inside, an overwhelming stench that would have killed an ordinary human instantly. To Sakar, however, it was nothing more than the savory aroma of roasted meat drifting through the air. After a few seconds, he nodded, his decision final, and began walking once more. This hall is next in line for consumption. I estimate it should sustain us for at least a month. Tisk. And if that is not enough, what then? Will you just starve to death? Leon folded her arms tightly across her chest and continued trailing behind him, her small steps echoing faintly. Another shipment of corpses has just been delivered from a planet under the Empire's control, no fewer than 40,000 bodies. They should be brought here within a matter of minutes. That is thoughtful. Sakar halted and slowly turned his gaze downward toward her, his mask tilting slightly. But what do you want today, Leon? You are not here merely to nag at me, are you? This is not the first time we have had this same discussion, and I will not waste my time repeating the same quarrel with you every few months. Leon's lips trembled, and for once she did not fire back with sarcasm. Instead, she crouched down on the cold stone floor, pressing her head into her palms, her wide eyes staring blankly as if hollowed out. Her voice cracked. A disaster has struck. A catastrophe that threatens my very existence, and yours as well, if you even count yourselves as existing in the first place. What happened? Sakar's tone cut like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. You should have spoken about the problem directly instead of circling around it with needless words. Because it is already too late. Leon shook her head slowly, her shoulders trembling, then lifted her large, tear-brimmed eyes toward him. There is nothing we can do now. The calamity has already fallen. She swallowed hard, then forced the words out. One of your followers, someone at the very peak of the Demon Emperor domain, has been killed. What? Sakar's entire body jolted, his aura flaring for a moment like a crimson flame. How could that be possible? Every single one of my followers is equipped with a refined set of mid-grade epic armor. The Allied army has been hunting the Crimson elites for years, waiting for a chance. This time they prepared meticulously, laying their traps and weaving countless layers of arrays and curses. They struck with precision, killing him before he could even attempt to flee. Leon's hands clenched into fists against her knees, her eyes shaking violently as she spoke. I really tried to strike them with bolts of thunder, but it happened too fast. They dragged his body away, retreated beyond the atmosphere, and vanished before I could stop them. They are gone already. Bang! Damn it! Sakar roared as he smashed his fist into the stone wall of the corridor, sending cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. The entire passage shook under the weight of his fury. Leon flinched but nodded grimly, her expression heavy. His reaction was expected. So you understand what this means. It is over. Once they strip the armor away and see what lies beneath, the truth will be exposed. Our secret will. Damn it all. Sakar cut her off with another roar that reverberated through the hall. His shoulders rose and fell with rage. Do you have any idea what each piece of mid-grade epic armor costs the Empire? Entire treasuries are bled dry, entire factories grind to a halt, every last worker forced to focus on forging it. Each set takes weeks, months, sometimes half a year to finish. We barely managed to gather 200 sets over the course of decades, and now we have lost an entire set just like that. Ha! Leon snapped her head up in disbelief, her small face flushed with frustration. Did you even hear what I just said? Our very existence has been exposed. Do you not realize the scale of the danger? It is not the armor that matters, it is the truth that will doom us. Sakar stood silent, the air around him heavy enough to crush. He neither looked at her nor responded immediately. After several long, suffocating seconds, he turned without another word and resumed his march down the endless corridor, his boots striking the floor with thunderous weight. Finally, he spoke, voice low and grim. I will have to send for more armor. It has been years since we got anything good. Surely that is more than enough time for the forges to have produced replacements. Leon froze in place, staring at him with her mouth agape, unable to believe what she had just heard. Chapter 1596. Planet Jura, Sky Opening City. Step. Continue your diligent work. Zara nodded gently when she saw several young women carefully extracting silk from a massive worm. Thank you, Your Highness. The girls bowed slightly in unison, their voices filled with respect. At that very moment of distraction, the enormous worm suddenly twitched and released a flood of sticky silk, showering the group entirely. Yet, none of them seemed bothered in the slightest. Instead, their laughter and bright smiles remained, as if being drenched in silk was a blessing, especially with Zara standing nearby. Ah, Her Highness is as kind as ever. Not only kind, she is breathtakingly beautiful, graceful in demeanor, and blessed with both lineage and noble standing. If she isn't the ideal maiden every girl envies, then who could be? One of the girls sighed, nearly on the verge of tears at her own misfortune. Another girl exhaled a long breath for her friend's sake, adding, her father is the planetary emperor himself, her eldest brother the first supreme general of the empire, her second brother the lord of shadow swords, and her blood brother the lord of the special forces, wielder of the mighty law of corrosive winds. Tell me, who would dare to step forward and propose marriage to someone like her? I suppose she's destined to remain an eternal maiden, another whispered, half in awe, half in despair. The Sky Opening City was not a city in the ordinary sense of the word. It was not a place filled with residential towers, crowded markets, or lines of busy shops. Instead, it was a strange blend of colossal warehouses, vast open structures, and wide gardens where scholars and artisans sat openly, raising their voices at one another as heated debates turned into storms of ideas. Everything in this city was exposed and transparent. No doors were barred, no secrets too tightly hidden. A researcher from the Build Division could casually stroll into the Department of Arrays, examine their work, breathe in a change of scenery, and perhaps walk away carrying fresh inspiration before leaving again. Of course, such openness was balanced with strict control. Everyone who set foot inside the city swore a heavy oath and was constantly monitored by layers upon layers of magical arrays. Not even the smallest insect could crawl through without being noticed by the unblinking eyes of the surveillance system. And if anything suspicious were ever to happen, a full legion of the light swords was stationed just outside, waiting to descend like blades of judgment. Step. Zara continued walking with serene grace, greeting some with a kind word and chastising others with a firm tone. Though she was known for her gentle temperament, her reputation for merciless discipline was equally renowned. When it came to scholars researching new paths or innovative discoveries, she gave them her full support, leaving them free to create and explore. But for the researchers and manufacturers of war, if a single project or weapon missed its deadline, disaster would swiftly follow. Punishments ranged from heavy salary cuts to brutal public floggings at the center of the city, carried out by the very light swords who guarded its walls. Because of this, earning even the faintest look of approval from Zara was considered the highest dream for many who worked here. Even being scolded by her was regarded as a blessing, a stern warning to return to the proper path before worse consequences arrived. Zara paused as she arrived at a particular warehouse, her steps slowing. Her gaze lingered, drawn by something unusual. Inside, there was a woman in her mid-30s. Her long hair was streaked with strands of white that betrayed years of strain and dedication. She was so deeply absorbed in her work that she failed to notice Zara standing only a few paces away. Both of her hands were extended toward the ground. With one hand, she gestured toward a chaotic pile of assorted items, among them, a crimson block of metal that looked as though it had been dragged up from the very depths of hell. Surrounding it were no less than 70 or 80 different kinds of minerals, powders, and even exotic plants. With the other hand, she pointed toward what seemed to be the unfinished piece of a leg armor plate, crimson in hue and veined with external tubes that pulsed faintly like blood vessels. Ugh! The woman's strained voice broke the silence. Sweat streamed heavily down her forehead, dripping in steady lines. It was obvious she was in pain, forcing herself to hold on, as if whatever process she had engaged in was draining her body and soul at once. But then, something almost otherworldly began to unfold before their eyes. The piece of leg armor was growing. Slowly, painstakingly, yes, but undeniably so. It was like watching a fragile seedling push through the soil after being watered, except here the soil was replaced by raw crimson metal and the sprout was a weapon of war. Anyone with senses attuned to energy would immediately recognize the truth. The armor itself was expanding and taking shape, alive with power. Zara froze mid-step, then quickly veered from her path and entered the warehouse without hesitation. Her movements were brisk, elegant, yet tinged with urgency. Her brows lifted high, her eyes gleaming with genuine astonishment. "Zoha," she breathed out, her voice carrying both disbelief and exhilaration, "are you truly capable of channeling the fundamental law of reshaping to construct pieces of mid-tier epic armor piece all on your own? This is awesome." The woman addressed as Zoha jolted as though struck by lightning. For a moment her hands trembled. She had been so deeply absorbed in her work that she hadn't sensed anyone's presence. When her gaze finally met Zara's, her chest loosened, and relief blossomed into joy. "Your Highness," she said, voice bright with pride, "I had intended to finish this first and then bring it before you personally, so that you could be the one to witness the results." Clang! Without hesitation, Zara reached forward and seized the unfinished armor piece. She lifted it high into the light, her fingers tracing along its grooves with reverence, rotating it from side to side as if she were examining a priceless artifact. Her lips parted in wonder. "Incredible, simply incredible. You're following the Imperial blueprint flawlessly. Even the hidden function that vaporizes the corpse of the wearer upon death, it's etched into the structure with such precision that it's unmistakable." Her tone sharpened suddenly, the weight of command returning to her voice. "Zoha, tell me at once, how many months did it take you to create such a masterpiece?" Zoha's chest swelled with both nerves and pride. She was not just any craftsman, she was one of the first generation to ever embrace the fundamental law of reshaping, the sacred law delivered to the Empire by His Majesty Robin himself more than 4 centuries ago. And among that pioneering generation, she had risen to become one of the most gifted. "Only 13 days, Your Highness," Zoha declared with quiet triumph. A proud smile touched her lips as she straightened her back. "I've devised a new method, an approach that divides the overwhelming steps of complex projects into manageable phases. I call it the moldwork method. With it, we can abolish the old reliance on medium epic armor factories entirely. Production can be accelerated by magnitudes, powered solely by the fundamental law of reshaping. This same method could be adapted to construct fleets, cannons, and even weapons of higher sophistication, all in less time, with fewer resources, and at a fraction of the cost." Zara's smile widened as Zoha spoke, first faintly at the mention of days, then brighter and brighter with every detail that unfolded before her. By the end, her expression was radiant, almost blinding. At that very moment, a realization thundered through her mind. The sky-opening city already commanded over 1,000 individuals trained in the fundamental law of reshaping. All of them labored tirelessly, most concentrated on the daunting task of forging motherships, whose endless parts made them notoriously difficult to complete. But if this moldwork method was embraced by all, if every one of those 1,000 craftsmen adopted it, the results would be staggering. The number of armor sets and epic equipment produced annually would explode beyond measure. The fleets of warships would multiply not only in quantity but in capability. The very pace of technological innovation would surge forward at an unprecedented rate. The era of furnaces, crude hammering, and grueling manual fusion had come to an end. A new dawn was breaking before their eyes. "Zoha," Zara whispered at last, her voice low yet filled with something dangerous, "I don't think you truly grasp the magnitude of what you've achieved today." She stepped forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and with one arm, she draped herself casually yet firmly around Zoha's neck. The gesture was both affectionate and suffocating, the weight of power pressing down on the young woman. In that instant, Zara's smile transformed. It became sharper, eerily familiar. It was the very same kind of smile once seen on the lips of Robin himself. "I sincerely hope," she murmured, her tone equal parts promise and warning, "that you are prepared for a fortune so vast, that even 100 generations of your bloodline could never squander it." Gulp! Zoha swallowed hard. Her heart raced violently, torn between joy and dread. She couldn't decide whether she should rejoice at the thought of her unimaginable reward, or tremble in terror before that smile, a smile that promised glory and danger in equal measure. Chapter 1597. 20 years later, year 430 after the coronation. SHHHHHH. After long minutes of heavy silence, Robin finally lifted his hand away from Jabba's chest. His eyes opened slowly, then a clap followed with a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Well then, it's done. His life artery has been completely replenished, not a single drop left unattended. This part of the process is fully complete," he said, tapping his own cheek as his gaze roamed over Jabba's frail, aged body. "But now we still need to deal with his appearance. He's still a young man at heart, someone who deserves the chance to find a wife and start a family. Looking like this, though? This face won't help him in the slightest on that mission. In truth, the outer appearance of cultivators, whether in their energy, physical bodies, or even their very souls, never truly reflected their real age. More often than not, what people saw was the age at which the expert had reached their current power or the moment when they refined their planet soul and sealed that stage into eternity. For example, one might encounter a woman like Aldera, who looked like she was in her early 20s, full of youth and elegance, when in reality she was close to a million years old. That was only because she attained immense strength very early in her path, and when she crowned her achievements, she preserved that youthful appearance forever by refining a planet spirit, locking her growth in age. On the opposite end, there were individuals like Kristen. He looked to be in his 50s when he was extremely young for his power level. During his early life, he spent too much time as a saint, recklessly draining a large portion of his life force. By the time he ascended to the martial emperor realm, 3/4 of his vitality had already burned away, leaving him stuck with an old man's appearance. Even if he later refined a planet spirit, that refinement would only preserve the state he was already in, an aged body with dwindling vitality. Someone like Kristen didn't care much for the smoothness of his face or the color of his hair. But not everyone shared his mindset. Many could not accept lives with wrinkled skin, gray hair, and bent spines for thousands of years. For them, tools and pills for temporary beauty became indispensable. These were among the most purchased items across the cosmos, only slightly less popular than affinity boosters or injury-healing medicines. But of course, such products came with flaws. They were temporary by nature, consuming a person's energy continuously as long as they were active. The side effects were nasty mood swings, volatile temperaments, and the constant need for higher doses as tolerance built up over centuries. In the end, they were less like beauty aids and more like addictive drugs dressed up in a shiny bottle. Don't worry, Robin chuckled, lightly slapping Jabba's thigh. I won't let you embarrass yourself with those superficial pills or gimmicky tools. I'll reshape you in a way that's safe and permanent. I've done it once before, for Morgana. Back then, I combined my own power with the strength of my two guardians, Wade and Malek. By fusing the laws of life and reshaping, I forced her body to advance 10 years in mortal terms. His grin widened. For you, though, I'll reverse the process. You'll need to shed about 40 years, maybe even 50, to restore the prime of your youth. That would take at least 10 levels of power, minimum. He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. Tisk, thinking about it again. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, his face breaking into decision. Rising to his feet, he strode toward the chamber's entrance with firm steps. All right then, it's decided. Time for me to step back into the 11th level. With a snap of his fingers, 3 soul creatures materialized at his side, their translucent bodies flickering with faint light. Robin pointed casually toward Jabba. Go on, continue what you were doing with him. Yes, owner. The soul creatures bowed low, their voices echoing with layered tones. Without hesitation, they bypassed Robin, surrounding Jabba from 3 sides as the air rippled faintly with their gathered energy. One of them carefully lifted a spoon and began feeding him bit by bit, making sure not to let even a single drop fall. The second gently combed his hair, smoothing out the tangles with patience, while also trimming his nails so he would remain neat and clean. As for the third, he pressed his palms along the old man's body, massaging each limb thoroughly so the muscles would not stiffen and his joints would stay supple, almost as if keeping him preserved for the long years yet to come. Stop! Neri's voice erupted sharply inside Robin's mind, carrying a mix of frustration and disbelief. Don't tell me you're about to go all the way back to the beginning again, starting from scratch, wasting endless hours, scribbling those random runes that break your pens and ruin your canvases every single time. That's exactly what I was planning to do. Robin leaned back slightly, his posture relaxed as he sat cross-legged by the entrance, his wide grin stretching as though he had been caught red-handed yet felt no guilt at all. To be honest, I don't even know if what I'm attempting will have any tangible effect, but it stirs something in me. It excites me. I want to try regardless, even if the result ends up being useless. Curiosity is reason enough. And what, precisely, do you think you're doing this time? Neri's tone turned sharp and demanding. I'm attempting to trace the truth patterns. Robin's eyes lifted to the boundless sky above, as if searching for faint outlines hidden in its depths. Fascinating, isn't it? Wait, what? The truth patterns, can you even see them at all? Neri's voice cracked in pure shock, as though she could hardly believe her ears. More or less, Robin exhaled slowly. I've noticed that each time I break myself down and rebuild my foundations, I can perceive the patterns with slightly more clarity than before. Or maybe it's simply because I've stared at them obsessively, over and over, that my mind starts piecing together fragments into a clearer image. Think of it like this: imagine you have a blurred, indistinct picture. You then lay another identical blur over it, then a third, a fourth, and continue layering. Slowly, faint patterns begin to emerge. Eventually, you can make out enough to trace lines over the blur, following them until a proper image reveals itself underneath. That's how it feels to me, at least. He shrugged with an easy smile. The patterns are enormous, dense, overflowing with detail. So far, I've managed to extract around 5% of 13 distinct patterns, about 8% of 6 others, and the rest remain hidden beyond my reach. And even those percentages cost me dearly. Every bit was carved out of countless failed strokes. Each time a pen shattered in my hand, or a canvas collapsed from strain, I knew I was forcing a wrong path and had to stop immediately. You've already identified 19 separate truth patterns? Neri's voice trembled with disbelief. Do you realize what that even means? Even a single completed pattern is enough to mark someone as a truth chosen. 3 could elevate you to a second or third stage chosen. And yet you, 19, and still more left undiscovered? For a moment she went utterly silent, unable to find the right words. Then, softly but firmly, she asked, "Do you have even the slightest idea what these patterns are for? What happens if you ever manage to complete them?" Robin chuckled under his breath. "I just want to see them whole. Even completing a single one would make unraveling the rest infinitely easier. As for their true purpose, well, that's something I'll only know once I hold them finished in my hands." His grin sharpened, carrying both excitement and danger. "Until then, the mystery itself is reward enough." "Titch, no, I won't be swayed by that foolish answer of yours," Neri suddenly shouted, her tone switching to outright scolding. "You need to concentrate on building your actual strength first, then you can return to these obsessive studies you call research. Isn't this also building strength?" Robin retorted smoothly, his words calm but edged with confidence. "Haven't you seen what happens to the pens with every stroke? The canvases themselves warp and tear under the pressure, though more slowly. Without reinforcing them constantly with the law of creation, I wouldn't even be able to draw a single line. You must become a royal soul lord first, and only then are you allowed to bury yourself in your experiments again." Neri's voice thundered through his head with unusual severity. "Have you forgotten? You nearly died collecting the soul units you needed, and now you leave your entire spiritual domain bloated, unstable, and wasted without proper use." "Tisk." Robin finally sighed, lowering his shoulders. He straightened his posture, then crossed his legs and slipped naturally into a meditative pose. "Fine, I'll yield for now. But after I complete the formation of the first star, I want 50 years of uninterrupted solitude. No distractions, no demands, no meddling. Do we have a deal?" "Deal," Neri answered instantly, her voice ringing with relief. Chapter 1598. After 5 long years, year 435 after the coronation, within the depths of Robin's soul domain. Click! At that faint yet clear sound, Robin's soul embodiment slowly opened his eyes. A broad smile stretched across his face, glowing with satisfaction and relief. He rose to his feet with a sense of accomplishment, his posture straight, his gaze wandering across the vast domain around him. "Finally, the easy part is over." His voice carried both humor and pride. "Boss." Evergreen came rushing over, her tone bright and filled with anticipation. "Tell me you're done. Did you really finish it? Did you manage to shape a domain structure strong enough to support 1 million full units?" Robin gave a firm nod, his expression calm yet confident. "From 810,000 to 1 million in 5 years. Honestly, it took a little more effort than I first expected, but it's still faster than most of my peers could ever hope for." "Piffed. Enough bragging, old man." Evergreen covered her lips with her hand, bursting into laughter. Her cheerful voice echoed across the domain, full of genuine joy. Then, just like Robin, she turned her head, slowly scanning the surroundings with shining eyes. Her heart stirred with memories. She had accepted Robin as her master when he had possessed barely 3,000 units, an insignificant foundation compared to the towering strength he wielded now. Centuries might have passed for the world outside, but for them it was only a stretch of diligent years, a span filled with relentless effort, danger, and victories. To see him finally cross the threshold of his first million made her chest swell with both pride and gratitude. But that was not the only cause for celebration. What truly made their smiles brighter was the transformation of the soul domain itself. Before their fateful visit to the Spectre Valley, Robin's domain had been like a peculiar miniature world, dotted with countless lakes, wild forests, and scattered lifeforms. Tiny creatures scurried everywhere. Children's laughter, playful pups, worms burrowing, beetles buzzing, all of them thrived within. In truth, any passing soul that drifted too close to Robin, or stumbled accidentally into his net, would inevitably be drawn inside, beginning a new existence within this bizarre, lively realm. That paradise, however, was shattered in Spectre Valley. Robin's domain was nearly annihilated. The specters had polluted everything with their corruption, and the cleansing flames of the purifier burned away whatever remained. Weak creatures vanished entirely, no more rabbits, no trees, no glittering lakes. All that was left behind was an endless, empty white expanse, barren and silent, with only a handful of stronger soul creatures enduring, like Pythor and his loyal retainers. Yet now, things had changed beyond recognition. During these 5 years, Robin had established and activated several great soul altars. Each altar became a vessel to house and stabilize the specter souls he had captured on that terrifying day, binding them within his domain instead of letting them disperse into nothingness. But he hadn't stopped there. During his secluded cultivation sessions, and often at Evergreen's gentle requests, he dispatched hunting parties of soul creatures to capture the souls of trees, birds, rabbits, and other gentle beings. Those beings weren't taken for strength or combat. They were brought here to fill the domain with companionship, laughter, and harmony. The soul domain was no longer as chaotic or overflowing with random life as it once had been. Instead, it had grown refined, carefully structured, and perfectly balanced. Everything had its own place and order. What truly stood out, however, was the explosive growth of the stronger soul creatures. Their numbers had multiplied manyfold, their skills honed day after day under Robin's strict training regimens. The transformation was breathtaking. The soul domain had evolved from a small, silvery pocket world into a grand utopia, a shining city-like sanctuary where powerful soul creatures lived side by side in an atmosphere of discipline, serenity, and order. "Can you begin now, and press the star?" A voice drifted toward them from behind, light yet filled with playful anticipation. "I can hardly wait to witness the changes in your royal domain." Robin turned sharply, his body stiffening. His eyes flew wide open in astonishment. What in the world? His breath caught for a moment, then his gaze narrowed with disbelief. Neri, is that truly you? There, standing quietly behind him, was not merely a girl but rather a woman, poised, radiant, and arresting in her presence. She looked no older than her early 20s, yet carried herself with a confidence that belied her youthful appearance. Her short hair barely brushed her shoulders, gleaming softly under the domain's light. It was adorned with delicate pearls and glistening jewels, beginning with a graceful ornament crowning her head and extending down to a slender anklet. With every step she took, the anklet chimed, scattering crystalline notes that rang through the air like tiny bells. Her figure was elegant, balanced perfectly between softness and strength, not overly full, yet not fragile, not towering, yet far from petite. Her features shone with a luminous warmth, and upon her lips rested a smile so pure, so tender, that it resembled the radiant expression of a newlywed bride stepping into her new life. Yes, Neri. Who else would it be? The girl's voice carried a sharp edge of irritation, clearly displeased with Robin's question. What happened to you? Robin's eyes widened as he took 2 hurried steps closer, studying her carefully. Aren't planetary souls supposed to all appear as children? His voice wavered with disbelief, then he drew a sharp breath. Wait, is this because you've been transferring planets into your orbit? Neri gave a small nod, her expression calm yet tinged with weariness. I grew along with every planet that entered my orbit, and by the time the number reached 10, I had already taken on this form. Now I have 50 planets revolving within my orbit, and yet, I don't feel myself growing any further. Her shoulders rose and fell as she let out a long sigh. I'm not even sure I like this new form. It feels strange, alien, but I suppose this is simply what the spirit of a galaxy is destined to look like. A galactic spirit. Robin's voice grew quiet, his eyes glimmering with a mix of awe and intrigue. Have you learned to harness all of your abilities yet? Not completely, Neri admitted. She shifted her gaze to the side, unable to fully meet his eyes. I'm still learning, still adapting. Every day brings something new. The truth is, I wasn't given any guidance, no knowledge about how this process unfolds. I'm practically stumbling through the dark. She pressed a hand gently against her chest, her voice softening. All I truly know is this. I feel stronger now. Power surges through me, more than I ever held before. Stronger. Robin raised a brow, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? Ugh. Evergreen's face twisted into a sour grimace the moment she saw Neri step closer. She jabbed a finger in Neri's direction before whipping her head toward Robin. Do you see this? She's bullying me already. With just a glance she can lock me in place, and I haven't even stepped into her orbit yet. Her voice cracked with frustration. Then, with a dramatic gesture toward Neri, she groaned, and look at her. Seriously, look at her. Am I supposed to call her my elder sister now? Or my mother? She puffed her cheeks, crossed her arms tightly, and huffed. Master, I demand you bring me another little girl to play with instead. ? Robin narrowed his eyes slightly, incredulous. You're the one trying to push me into refining another planet? You. Patience, Evergreen. Neri clicked her tongue softly, then reached out and ruffled Evergreen's hair as though she were a child, making her squirm in protest. Wait until we actually find a worthy candidate first. Don't go pestering the master over something like this. Her gaze then shifted back to Robin, her expression turning serious. Right now, I have perfect clarity over every planet that enters my orbit. If one comes along that carries affinity toward a fundamental law, I'll inform you immediately so you can refine it. I've already seen for myself how much your soul domain can endure, Neri continued, her tone calm yet firm. After absorbing all those specters, its resilience has far surpassed what I expected. Refining 1 or even 2 additional planets shouldn't place you in danger. But we need to be wise. We must select planets that enhance your strength, not ones that drag you down with unnecessary burdens. And there's another point. She lifted a hand and pointed toward a far-off part of the domain. The stronger you are before refining a planet, the greater the benefits you'll reap once the refinement is complete. Robin turned his gaze slowly in the direction she indicated. That place was vast, stretching across nearly half of his domain. There, titanic whirlpools of soul units churned endlessly, swirling together with countless unused protosouls, an immense reserve he had risked his very life to amass back in the perilous Spectre Valley. The storms raged, chaotic yet contained, a silent promise of future growth and power waiting to be unlocked. His lips curved into a smile, and he nodded with steady determination. I understand. Just let me hope that when I refine a new planet, my royal stars will multiply alongside it. Lifting both hands high into the air, his voice rang out with thunderous force as he gave the command. Compress. Chapter 1599. Compress. Robin's thunderous roar echoed across the entire soul domain, shaking its very foundation. That domain, which had expanded to a size of 1 million units, now stood as vast as a small kingdom to those who resided within it. In that instant, every soul creature inside the domain froze in place. One by one, they turned their attention toward Robin, their gazes heavy with both awe and dread. But their focus did not last long, for the pressure suddenly intensified, and waves of soul force erupted in one direction, striking with such ferocity that the soul creatures trembled. Fear washed over them, forcing them to retreat in panic, scattering toward the distant shelters hidden behind Hovenheim. Only 10 soul creatures refused to flee. They stood their ground like immovable monuments, watching the unfolding spectacle with eyes unclouded by fear or hesitation. As for Pythor, he was not among them. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! From the empty half of the domain, one of the countless raging tornadoes began to drift toward Robin. Its movements were slow at first, but the closer it came, the wilder and more violent it grew. It roared like a beast refusing to be tamed. At that moment, Robin's will pressed down upon the tornado, forcing it to shrink in size. Yet the storm fought back with savage intensity, resisting with every twist of its spiraling body. It was like pressing down on a balloon from one side, only to watch the other side swell larger and fiercer. GHHK. Robin clenched his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. He had known this would not be easy. He had delayed it many times, postponing the inevitable. But now, there was no turning back. What he faced was like a newborn child attempting to drag a lion out of its den, then demanding that the beast transform into a harmless cat. The absurdity of it only fueled the danger. You must endure. Neri's voice rang out from behind, her tone sharp and commanding. I can sense the units within the tornado colliding and merging already. The number of units inside has dropped from 1 million to 999,000, and it is still decreasing. Robin threw a quick, fiery glance over his shoulder, the kind that demanded silence. To him, Neri's words were salt on a fresh wound. Speaking was easy for someone watching safely from the sidelines. According to the Atlas of Souls, Volume 2, this stage was nothing but brute compression, forcing the soul units together with overwhelming might. No refined techniques, no shortcuts. And yet, that same book recorded that this step was the boundary between a silver soul and a royal purple soul. It was the final wall that kept the number of royal soul masters so low across the entire cosmos. Gathering 1 million essence units inside a single soul domain was undeniably a monumental task. But it was not impossible for a centennial planetary empire or the great cosmic powers. They could purchase enough emeralds, buy entry passes into Spectre farms, and invest heavily just to produce a single royal soul master. Such an achievement would repay the cost 100-fold. But even if 10 candidates from the same sector all succeeded in amassing the required units, only one among them would ever manage to complete the compression. Why? Because what Robin attempted now was not just gathering, it was annihilation and rebirth. He was destroying the units, shattering them down, and forcing them to fuse with their neighbors. It was the same terrifying principle as Jabba's destruction of energy particles, the very process that had once unleashed enough power to forge the molten seas of Nihiri. What was different here? This time, the process unfolded within the soul domain, a space bound to its master's soul. That gave Robin greater control. He could suppress explosions and command the reborn energy to rejoin into one unified whole. But how many cycles of destruction and fusion could one person endure before his soul cracked under the strain? For a great soul master, collapse meant more than simple failure. It meant a catastrophic implosion within his domain. And though the domain's size, spanning 1 million units, usually ensured survival, the backlash was brutal. Cracks would tear through the soul domain, leaking the hard-earned essence. At best, half of the units would escape. At worst, all of them would be lost, and the great soul master would be left broken, forced into a healing journey that could take centuries, even millennia, before he could attempt the climb again. Most great soul masters required 5, sometimes 6 attempts before successfully compressing their very first star. 990,000. 972,000. Crack, crack, crack. Damn it. Robin ground his teeth so hard that his jaw ached, his hands trembling as if they might snap from the strain. Sweat beaded across his forehead, streaming down his cheeks, evaporating under the heat of the spiritual pressure. He had managed to isolate the tornado completely, locking every last essence unit within its furious spiral and sealing any chance of escape. But this triumph came at a cost, the pressure pressing back on him doubled, then tripled, as though the storm itself were screaming to break free. Robin's voice tore from his throat, raw and commanding. Hey, Arcalon, how long do you intend to simply stand there and watch? Step. From among the 10 soul creatures, one finally moved. With a single step, space folded, and he materialized at Robin's side, radiating a presence both steady and intimidating. How may I assist you, owner? This was Arcalon, a soul creature whose very form looked too real to be a soul creature. He appeared as a man in his 40s, his skin smooth, his long hair falling like a river of night, his body sculpted with iron-like muscle. In his hand gleamed a heavy scepter, runes faintly glowing along its shaft. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but his eyes carried the depth of ages. His bearing was that of one who had lived and died with purpose. This was the Spectre Robin used the divine decree of truth to eliminate, the one who almost got him killed in Spectre Valley. Robin glanced sideways, words sharp with intent. I've seen enough of your memories to know. You spent your entire life forging miraculous soul techniques. That devotion, that brilliance, was what led others to fear you, and in the end, to kill you. Among all you created, there was one technique, a method meant to aid in fusing royal stars. You even sold it once, to a client, for 10,000 pearls. Arcalon inclined his head slightly. Exactly so, owner. It was one of the auxiliary methods I devised in my quieter moments. I never tested it, nor did I dare release it officially within the Soul Society. I've skimmed its outline, Robin admitted, voice low but pressing, but much of it is incomplete. Perhaps parts were lost when you fell, transforming first into a specter, then into a soul creature. That is why I want you to enact it now. You still hold many memories of your past life. Your original soul still carries your passion, your clarity, your genius. If you begin to execute the technique, perhaps your mind will awaken the fragments that were forgotten. Perhaps you will recover what was lost. Robin's words struck with the weight of command, but also with the edge of trust. Arcalon bowed slightly, eyes gleaming. I will honor that faith, owner. Today, I will repay you in my own way, for freeing me from the pitiful fate of a wandering specter. Straightening, he lifted his scepter, the air itself rippling with its movement. Then he began to draw, sketching glowing arcs and spirals in midair, his motions precise yet strangely hesitant, as if he were reconstructing a half-forgotten language. Symbols burst into existence, hovered for moments, then dissolved into the storm's energy. Every 10 minutes or so, our Callan would pause, brows furrowed in deep thought. His expression turned puzzled, almost pained, as he struggled to recall what came next. He would then stoop, carve runes into the ground with the butt of his scepter, stare at them intently, wipe them away, and resume his weaving. Robin's eyes flickered, a mix of surprise and respect. He hadn't expected such stability, such relentless determination from our Callan. The formation was slowly, but undeniably, taking shape. After nearly an hour had passed, 880,000 essence units. KHKK. Robin's teeth ground together, his jaw locked in defiance. The pressure was unbearable, his entire body trembling, but his gaze kept darting to our Callan every few seconds, just to confirm he was still working, before snapping back to the furious tornado. Yet once the count of units fell below 900,000, even that brief luxury vanished. He no longer dared to look away. The storm demanded everything, his eyes, his will, his very soul. Could he compress it alone? Perhaps. But such a task would stretch across days, even a week. And every moment dragged him closer to collapse. Then came our Callan's voice, steady and certain, carrying a quiet power that cut through the roaring chaos. Owner, we can begin the experiment now. Chapter 1600. At long last, Robin tore away a fragment of his concentration to examine what our Callan had painstakingly set up for him. Before his eyes floated 12 platforms, each one drawn and inscribed with intricate runes belonging to the soul path. At first glance they resembled random hovering discs scattered in the air, each spinning faintly with a dim spiritual glow. But Robin's eyes, sharpened by countless trials, quickly picked out the underlying structure, a subtle pattern connecting them all, threads of meaning weaving through the sigils until they aligned into what looked like a single vast matrix, an enormous formation born out of 12 seemingly ordinary circles. Then our Callan's calm but steady voice resonated, carrying the weight of his years. Owner, I regret to inform you that I have not yet rediscovered the core formula of my technique. Recovering that foundation would demand far more time and research. However, his eyes gleamed faintly, I have improvised something that will serve your situation now. You are not like the ordinary great soul masters I once studied, our Callan continued. You command far more than a mere million essence units. That excess is your curse and your blessing. I decided it would be wasteful not to turn it into an advantage. He lifted his staff toward the 12 floating discs. Each of your strongest soul creatures must step onto a platform, carrying the maximum of their soul force. 12 beings, each at their limit. Together, they will divide the weight that crushes you. Robin's expression sharpened. This. He turned toward our Callan, voice dropping in disbelief. If you alone possess a capacity of 1 million units, does that not mean the burden pressing on me would be halved the instant you enter the array alone? Precisely, or nearly so. Our Callan inclined his head, his tone steady as stone. And with every additional soul creature joining at full capacity, the pressure upon you will continue to fall. With 12 in position, the load you carry will drop to less than a tenth of what it is now. Time itself will bend in your favor, the process will finish many times faster. His gaze softened ever so slightly. This technique might have become my life's true masterpiece, if only I had known another being besides you who could shoulder such an overabundance of essence units. Robin's lips curled into a wild grin, laughter bursting out of him like a flame. Anything that strengthens me, anything that adds to my might, deserves the name masterpiece. Our Callan, among all the riches and secrets I dragged out of the Valley of Spectres, you may be the single greatest treasure of them all, ahahaha. Your words honor me, owner. Our Callan bowed slightly, though his voice carried no emotion. Robin snapped his head back and bellowed toward the ranks behind him. What are you all waiting for? To your stations. You are permitted, no, commanded, to unleash your full capacity. Whoosh, whoosh. The command had barely left his mouth before the mightiest of his soul creatures surged forth within the expanse of his soul domain. The spirit lion Sharkan, whose power alone had nearly shattered Robin's domain. The zombie dragon Archiz, a lumbering beast of decay and wrath. The twin-horned sentinel Kashkay. The knight with the writhing proboscis head. Several dread kings of the specters whom Robin had subdued after awakening the Eye of Truth using the divine decree. Each moved with purpose, their forms towering with palpable force. At last came Pythor, closing the roster at 12. Finally, our Callan strode forward and set foot upon the central, largest platform, raising his staff. Boom! The 12 discs blazed as beams of translucent energy erupted, linking them together in the jagged geometry of a 12-pointed star. Then, with a thunderous boom, the entire atmosphere shifted. Robin froze for a heartbeat, then shivered at the difference. Moments ago, it had felt like the crushing weight of a mountain was being forced down upon his shoulders, threatening to snap his spine in half. Now that unbearable pressure dissolved, as though the mountain had transformed into nothing more than a heap of soft feathers resting on his back. His chest heaved with elation. Ha, ha, ahahaha. 850,000 essence units. 820,000 essence units. The colossal tornado shuddered, its violent rebellion stifled, then contracted under their combined willpower at a staggering pace. Its struggle to break free had been utterly extinguished. Hours blurred together in disciplined focus. After 2 relentless hours, 310,000 essence units remained. Robin's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, this is unbelievable. Even in the Atlas of Souls, the second master of the Stellar Academy described how he suffered torment upon torment compressing his star. He admitted he failed the first attempt and only succeeded on the second. That man, head of a stellar academy revered across the heavens, never hinted at such a method, nor suggested one even existed. For the first time in hours, Robin allowed his head to turn. He looked at Arcallan, who now stood firm upon his platform, both palms extended as he channeled power into the storm. Arcallan, Robin's voice rang firm, do you believe you could refine this technique further? Could you shape it so others without the trait of the elastic domain could employ it? Even if it requires external intervention or auxiliary tools, I don't care. If there is a path, we must force it open. As you wish, owner, Arcallan replied in his usual calm and measured tone. Do you wish for me to halt the progress on the energy absorption technique for the time being? What? No. Robin's brows tightened once more, his expression hardening. The true reason behind Arcallan's death had always been shrouded in mystery, yet Robin had uncovered a chilling truth. It was because Arcallan had once delivered a miraculous technique to the Soul Society, an innovation concerning the absorption of surrounding forces. This forbidden method allowed the absorption of soul force with the same speed and efficiency as natural energy, erasing the gap that had stood for millennia. It was nothing less than a historical breakthrough, unmatched and unannounced in any recorded era. Had such a technique been widely distributed, there was no doubt, the practitioners of the first path, the path of soul, would have multiplied in number to a degree that surpassed all other paths combined. Especially since the path of energy still suffered from a glaring weakness in the use of the fourth stage, its practitioners stumbling where the soul cultivators would soar. That was, most likely, why Arcallan had been eliminated, to restrict the number of soul path users, or perhaps to deliberately keep the Dreamer Galaxy in its known historical place. The very first thing Robin did after binding Arcallan as his servant was to search for that technique. And just like most of Arcallan's legendary works, what he found was not a pristine creation but a broken remnant, torn apart, demanding endless effort to patch and rebuild. Robin had commanded him to begin the work nonetheless. As a soul creature, Arcallan's creative instincts were shackled, almost extinguished. He was not like the living, he did not grow restless or seek to pass time by inventing new marvels. Yet he carried within him a library of experience and memories, profound insights into every matter of soul and spirit. With that treasury, he could mend, refine, and perfect anything placed before him, solving each puzzle with tireless precision. Perhaps he could no longer forge miraculous innovations as he once did in life, but if he were handed an incomplete soul technique, or given a well-defined mission accompanied by even the faintest threads of clues, Arcallan would, without doubt, complete it to perfection. Among all the infinite living and unliving beings scattered across the cosmos, it was nearly impossible to find even two others who could match the sheer brilliance and overwhelming knowledge that Arcallan held when it came to the domain of souls. His ocean of memories on such matters was so vast, so immeasurable, that even Robin himself, despite his determination, had been unable to read them all properly, let alone digest and comprehend them. And here lay the paradox: if Arcallan had remained alive, he might have been a true friend to Robin, or at least a powerful ally worthy of respect. Just keep the Royal Star compression technique at the back of your mind, alright? Robin exhaled slowly, issuing his command with careful emphasis. Whenever you feel the need to rest from studying the absorption method, shift your focus to the compression technique. If you encounter an obstacle and can't proceed, tell me as always, and I'll assist however I can. Understood, owner. Arcallan gave a solemn nod, his lifeless eyes reflecting neither warmth nor defiance, and then returned to immerse himself fully in the endless labor before him. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.